Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappelville. Welcome back to the Arctic here, because what we're going to do is hopefully paint up a couple of more of these bears. A couple of more of these guys. These are from Archvillain. And we'll go over the bears, we'll go over the palette, all the usual type of things. We do have a couple of pictures down in the corners there to kind of give you a little idea of what it is that we're after. Of course, now we actually have a miniature here. And what are we trying to do? We're trying to get these armored wolf. Thanks for joining, and I hope that the class is not too difficult. Uh, Hopefully just a distraction. Hopefully warmer too. A little bit warmer than this. But speaking of warm, you can see the warmer colors here, cooler colors down here. They are white as I make my little tiny corner air quotes right there. But you can see you got warmer colors up here, cooler colors down there, even though it's white snow and white fur. You just have to have those kind of differences. It's just kind of important. Very important here. So let's do, again, we're going to have the, we don't have to deal with the ice. Oh, wow. I guess I don't need the phthalo green on this one. Okay. We will try to do on the horn here the same stuff that we did on this. Hey, Valfera. Yeah, well, I'll tell you in a personal message there, Belfair. Just things kind of went off the rails today a little bit, so I'll fill you in on that when when I can shoot you some messages afterwards. So yeah, not the time I wanted this to be starting, that's for sure. But what we're gonna do is see how much of this we can get done. We also have another one here. Like I said, hopefully we can get to. Now he is more similar to this one. Okay. So the musician guy here with the drums and everything else, he's a little bit different. Hey, Nixo, how you doing? So he's a little bit different, but this is pretty similar here. Again, I think we'll just go with more of a stone thing there instead of some kind of a piece of ice or whatever. So Nixo, nice to see you again. Now with the palette over here, it's pretty much the same colors we had on the last one. We do have some of the radiance out here. I'll probably have to throw some more out here with the turquoise, the blue. We got the violet over here. We got the radiant green down here. The radiant yellow, not lemon, radiant yellow and the cadmium yellow sort of mixed together over here. It just kind of happened. Hey, Dano. So Valfair is going stereo vision right there with the live and the Memorex at the same time, which nobody remembers Memorex, do they? We got over here indigo, black spinel, Van Dyke brown. We got that brown matter over here. If you remember, we used a lot of that on the armor over here. And we've got, well, we have the phthalo green. We will have to use that on his armor because pretty much it's the same. Just the weapons are different. So looks like the outfit is pretty much the same. We do have Prussian blue shoved into the corner here, so that means there's going to be a bit of a war probably between that and the Pearline black. We've got our Terra Rosa up here, a little Fanchon red there, Egyptian violet over here. So, and cadmium scarlet just on the off chance with brilliant yellow pale sitting up there. So yeah, back in the day, the old Memorex. Now what we'll try and do is we're going to do some pre-glaze here. We'll do it on one and the other, then we'll just kind of take one further forward. So this way you can kind of have a little step by step, at least for part of the way. So I think that's what we're going to do. Let's see if we can throw some pre-glaze onto this. We're just going to be starting off with our craft brushes like always here. And so Dano, glad that worked out for you. And when more folks are in here or something like that later on, you can try and post your link there to your Instagrams. All right, down on the base, we know we're going to be doing Van Dyke Brown. Also on our bear, we also going to be using the Van Dyke Brown there, possibly a little bit of the brown matter too. Same thing on the drums. Actually, I don't want to have quite that much liquid in there. Now, this one here, remember I was telling you that the bases were a little bit smaller. So what I did was I put them on the 50 mil base, then I actually threw some pieces of cork to just kind of make it look like it's a little bit bigger. And then I used I almost called it flex base. Boy, it's been a while since I last used flex base. But I used some of the, no, it wasn't the liquid tech. No, I think it was all just the Vallejo texture paste. It was actually a combination of their snow texture and what the heck was the other one? Probably just the ground texture, whatever that was. Let's get a little bit of this. Most of that's going to be snow. So yeah, is it live or is it Memorex? So Valfred, I hope that your day went a little bit more smoothly. Now I know there's a few folks out there who wish their day would have gone a little bit more according to they would have liked it too. So for all the folks out there that are just like, whew, today was one of them kind of days or one of them kind of weekends. It's been a strange week altogether, that's for sure. And of course, Dano, I know that, sorry about that, I know that things have been active over there too. So it just seems like everybody's just kind of having one of those sort of weeks here. So redesign the armor again. Well, Dano, it's funny because I think, well, gee, Instagram listens, right? Because I think there was at least 3 or 4 advertisements that popped up on Instagram about various ZBrush classes. And then there was even another one about Blender. So, you know, it's not like your phone ever listens to anything that you're saying. Is that right? Yeah, it never listens to anything that you're saying. Now here, if I'm using that brown matter alizarin, that is not a staining color enough by itself. So I did just throw a little Terra Rosa in there just for goodies. Just for goodies sake. Hey Iron Ant, how you doing? And Sammy. Yeah, next up we had a lot of Memorex audio tapes, and of course, well, VCRs, right? Remember those? Remember the days of VCRs? Yes, we had lots of Memorex there, and TDK, right? Now, I'm guessing that they still do CD-ROMs. Well, maybe not so much anymore, because no computer seems to come with a CD-ROM anymore. Thank you so much, Rasanatu. I appreciate that. Hello, little hobbits. Wait a minute. You're not the same guy that I saw yesterday. That's quite the horn there. You didn't steal that from Helm Hammerhand, did you? So thanks so much for that follow. I appreciate that. Oh, BASF, gee whiz, I forgot all about that. Completely forgot about that. Yeah, Nick Stolt. Now, this is a little. How can we say it? This is less dramatic than some of the other pre-glazes, maybe, because there's an awful lot of browns and more limited type colors. Where the heck is that one troll here? Well, I can't have him out on the table, but this was a little bit different. I think you saw some of the pre-glaze on this, didn't you? Yeah, you might have seen maybe the last of the trolls. You saw the pre-glaze on that, where we had to use a bit more, a bit more of the purples, the blues, and the indigo, and we did it in stages. Here we're just kind of hitting the whole thing pretty much almost all at once. And what I'm going to do is also hit the pre-glaze on the other polar bear so that this has a chance to set a little bit more, because these are earth tones, right? These are earth tones. Also, they had some CDs. They even had the old phones that you plug into your wall. Wow, that's Punishment. That's like a museum store right there. It's like a Radio Shack. So I'm glad that you're doing good there, Iron Ant. Will you be streaming later on tonight? Because I'm pretty sure you were streaming last night, right? In the later evening hours. So everybody, please give Iron Ant a follow, because Iron Ant might just be streaming later. If not, that way you'll be all set when Iron Ant streams again. You won't have to worry about it. You'll get that notification. All I want to do here is just make sure that that's covered. And seriously, that is what led to this result. But again, you can see the warmer colors in the fur, right? Tons of different colors in there. We're going to be doing the same thing on this as well. I love this game. How you doing? Nice to see you back. Nick, so I have one, what is it, that you can plug into your computer. Now it's just it was just a cheap one. It was $27, something like that. There's probably more expensive ones that maybe do more than that. I wasn't sure if it was going to work, so I think I didn't want to invest too much in it straight away, right? Hey, Alexander, nice to see you back. I think we're almost caught up there. So again, we're just trying to lay out some of the things we want to have here. Now again, this is the same deal where it was almost like a 40 mil base. Well, it was, but 40 mil base because this is a 50 mil base, and there was a decent amount of room on either side. Hey, Frayed Brush, nice to see you. So yeah, Dano, I'll have to. I did not have time to message you. There was a lot of crazy back and forth with a 3D printing entity, and they were trying to tell me that it was all good to print out that thing that I showed you. Yeah, all being solid and all jammed together like that. And then they tried to tell me that, oh yeah, well this printer is just like yours. It's only 2 centimeters bigger or 3 centimeters bigger. And I'm sitting there to myself going, I am no metrics expert, but when it comes to 3D printing, 2 or 3 centimeters might as well be a foot and a half. I am not wrong in thinking that, am I, Dano? Something tells me that, yeah, on a build plate, heck, I saw the difference that about 1.5 centimeters made from the Elegoo to the Frozen. Like, that is a colossal difference there. Glad that you're doing good there, Frayed Brush. So again, we're just trying to hit our pre-glaze here, doing what we can. Especially in the recess areas here, right? Just gotta shove that brush down in there, get something there that we can work with. So yeah, Velfira, sorry that I began late. I'll fill you in on all of the insanity and the goings on that caused the delays there. It's all completely silly and nonsensical stuff, as you would imagine. Yeah, and then, well, when I said I have to reduce it to A, be able to print it, and B, be able to fit it on screen, there was the no, you have to print it that size, because otherwise people need to know it's that size. So Dano, haven't you pretty much resized 80% of all the prints you've ever done? You know, one way or another, scale them up, scale them down. I know I've certainly done that. Sorry, Deuce, thank you so much. I guess we really need some of that. So just in time there, Deuce. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, that was a whole bunch of lunacy right there. Basically, instead of just arguing with one person, I had to now argue with 2 people today. So like, holy smokes. So yeah, that wasn't so a great use of time, to be sure. So thanks so much, Deuce. That's appreciated. Speaking of printing, hopefully some of your printing experiments have gone according to plan. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes printers have a mind of their own. Speaking of printers, well, the Mono X did show up today. It's still in that massive box. I mean, I knew it would be bigger, but that is large, so we should be able to print out some big stuff on that, I would say. So there we go. Pre-glaze. Now the funny thing is, he was like, "Well, it's gonna mess with the supports," and I said, "Yeah, those supports are long gone. Believe me, them supports ain't around anymore. I redid those because I can at least do that. I've actually had a lot of success, I have to say. Oh, and Dano, that bow rug. It's hard to. It's been so long since I painted the other bow rug. Boy, he's looking kind of small. But then again, you know, I'll have to compare him next to the GW bow rug. Now, of course, it doesn't have to be the exact same size. If he's a little smaller, well, heck, wasn't the Printing Goes Ever On bow rug, wasn't he almost tiny by comparison? He was like the size of Sauron or something. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Yes, Arena Studios. Their stuff is It's massive. I mean, I don't mind it, if it's just for regular stuff, I don't care. But for Lord of the Rings, I think I've reduced some of them 20% and they're still too big. I think the last batch I reduced them 20%. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, they're going to look too small for Lord of the Rings. And sure enough, they were gigantic. Still, I mean, holy smokes, what's going on? Hey Ron, nice to see you again. So it's not the 6K version because it was about economy, so we went with the older version. Yeah, the 6K. I mean, maybe one day we have something like that. But let's put it this way, the $429 version. That's just gonna have to be good enough. Now I think it'll get the job done. I think it'll get the job done. It should be all good. So how you doing, Holtz? Nice to see you again. Let's see. I think we're almost caught up there. Yeah. Iron Ant, when it comes to the Lord of the Rings stuff like Dano and I are talking about, yeah, unfortunately you have to do a lot of rescaling of things. A lot of rescale, especially if you're trying to take something that's not specifically originally done for Lord of the Rings. You sometimes really have to adjust it. So there we go. You can already see the big difference there. We're going to let that sit on there a little bit more. We're going to see if we can chuck some pre-glaze down here on the base, perhaps. So yeah, Holtz. I know a lot of people. They are very into the 8K, 6K, all that kind of good stuff. Oh, you know what? I should probably let a little bit of the Prussian blue get in there. Just a little bit of that. And we'll just throw this on here. Ooh, that might be that might be too much of the liquid, but whatever. Doesn't matter. We're going back to the other one and doing some removing of stuff anyways. So we'll just let that sit on there. This is a relatively absorbent surface. Well, the whole thing is, because that's 3D printing resin right there. So, and we know that is very absorbent. Now, oh, actually, Iron Ant, what were you working on stream? Like I said, I saw you streaming last night. I didn't get a chance to see what you were working on, though. There was a lot of stuff I had to do after the stream. All right, let's start wiping some more of this away here. Just doesn't matter if some of that works its way into the snow. I don't care. Let's see, but to really get rid of voxes on prints. Boy, Holtz, I remember when laser printers first came out just for, well, printing the old-fashioned way, right? And compared to dot matrix. So was I don't know, what would you say? I don't know, maybe I don't know if the current generation, no, the original generation was dot matrix printers. Then we went to sort of more of a, what would you say, inkjet style printer. And I guess the ultimate would be sort of like the laser printer version of printing. Dire Avenger and a Plastic Gretchen. For second edition or from second edition. Iron Ant, I think of, well, maybe, I know some of them might have been old Blood Bowl figures, but I think for converting a Blood Bowl team for the old Mimes of Moria, I think I might have had some of those old goblins like that, and well, the Gretchen's there. Iron Ant, yeah, I've been speaking of the old Warhammer stuff. I have to say the one-page rules there. I think there's going to be some helpful stuff there. I didn't know that they did bases too. Might try and snap. They're cheap, right? Some base files there, but some of those 40K, like the Necron style mid-size vehicles, those could be interesting for doing some both TMM and or non-metallic metal for sure. So Happy Heretic, how you doing? Holy smoke, yeah. It's funny, Velfra. I don't even know if we have a 4K TV here. I mean, maybe we do. I don't know. I don't think it is. Yeah, sometimes there is the You gotta have the latest this, that, or the other. Right now, does this have my blue on? Yes, it does. Yes, there's a little bit more of the indigo and, oh, what the heck, a little bit of the Prussian blue, and we'll just hit this here, and I'm going to go over to the other one. We're going to take some of the paint off of that, and then we'll start getting some of our lighter colors on, and it won't look quite so nasty anymore. Yeah, there's too many K's out there. Too much K. All right, here a little bit more of the indigo. A little bit more there, and we'll just leave you alone. Let's get out here one last sponge to just pull some of this off here. Hey, Mr. Choo Choo Head, how you doing? Nice to see you again, Choo Choo Head. It's been a little while. Hopefully everything is going okay. Happy Saturday, all that good stuff. Before I forget, I'm just going to slap a little bit of a darker dry brushy stuff right here just to have it there. Hey, Megan. Nice to see you going on Avatar. So Megan, again, your miniatures were looking really fabulous there. Yeah, I know that's going to be a lot of work getting all that dwarf stuff assembled there. But fortunately, kids have small fingers, and I think that is something that the kids should definitely be recruited to do. They can learn the value of work right away. Yes, indeed. All right, we've got our darks played out there. We'll leave that go. Let's see, which of our we'll just use this. We'll use this filbert. I think that's what we used last time. So let's see, Queeze is look at this, we have a lively lichen. Well, somewhere we got lichen. I mean, oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. Oh, where did they go? Here he is. Here he is. So we'll greet lively lichen. Thank you so much for that raid, by the way. So we'll greet lively lichen with some lichens. I liken that you like lichens because you're a lively lichen. See what I did there? Audio-wise. So here we go. This is actually from the same company, believe it or not. Polar Bear, Motto Rider, both from Archvillain. We're painting this guy up right here. Actually, two of these guys. But we did want to show some lichens for lively lichens. So thank you so much for that raid. Again, we'll get you a little bit of a view of some lichens there. If everybody could please give lively lichen a follow. Here is what he's going to look like. We literally just started. We began with our pre-glaze, and we were just about to get down to putting some lighter colors on here. I mean, just brought out the filbert brush, ready to start putting the lighter colors on. It was printed with the smoky black, the Soraya smoky black resin on a Sonic Mini 4K. And again, here's the other one. So we're painting up these, well, hopefully painting up these two guys tonight. And yes, that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to just start to, again, get in some of these lighter colors here. We have to make sure that we've got plenty of variety in the leathers. You can see we actually use purple there. We use magenta, greens, oranges, everything except brown, pretty much. Yeah, just about everything except brown. So everybody please give lively lichen a follow. Now, if you see the reference pictures of the polar bears there, you can see that you have to get some kind of warmer colors into the fur. And that's what we're going to try and do here. We've got brilliant yellow pale. And you can see how that's sort of mixing with what's there. Look, see that darker color on the end of the brush? That's your indicator. That tells you that your paint is mixing with that thing we call the pre-glaze, which is taking some of these darker colors, wiping them away with a sponge. You get this, and now we're working our way into it. So lively lichen, if you want to share later, I mean, I know right now you just finished your stream, but if you don't have time to run and do some pictures and make a post to show folks in the chat, if you just want to let folks know what you're working on, maybe have some work in progress images put into the chat there. You know the drill. You've been here before. You know, we love to see what people are working on. So here, again, we're just trying to work in some of our lighter tones here on the fur and maybe on the drum here, like so. We'll probably come back in here, do some pin line washes or just pin line glue, whatever, just to throw in some lighter tones again. Here it's going to be, there's so much more that's going to happen here. We're just kind of figuring out, all right, where's some of the values that we want. You look at his face here, so you can see we got some blues and there's some cooler grays. That was actually from the pre-glaze, just like what we're doing here. So Lazy Lichen hasn't taken any pictures lately, but there are some images for you to go look at. Is it Instagram? Yes, it's on Instagram. So please go check out Lively Liken's Instagram there. Go check that out. So Lively Lichen, hope that you're able to get a lot done on stream, and hopefully it was very fun. Now we're going to get into some other colors tier 2. I just want to get the fur at least at the start of this. And let's get all the way down in this way. You can see those darker colors on the end of the brush. That's just an indicator that things are blending. There's a blending that's happening. And that's the really fun thing about the oils, is that they do an awful lot of blending so that you don't have to. Look at all the dark colors in that brush. Now, of course, if I wanted to keep it much lighter, I would have had to go over here, get some fresh color or whatever, but we're going to switch around to something else here. Indian yellow. I start throwing some of that into here. And on here, we're going to get some greens on there because we like to have all those varieties. The greens, the golds, you name it. So this guy's got a fair amount of armor on him for sure. How's about a little Terra Rosa as well? A little Terra Rosa in here. Change this up. If you look at the armor there, you can see there's your phthalo greens in there. There's all kinds of different colors. Hey, Lamines, how you doing? Yeah, Lively Lichen, there's been tons of wind over the last couple of days, no doubt about it. I haven't really had a chance to see today, but I know the last few days it's definitely been very windy. Lamines, yeah, the printers showed up early today. That's quite the large box. I mean, not a huge surprise, right? That it's in a big old box, the big old printer. But at least it's here. At least it's here. That's one thing I don't have to worry about anymore. It's here. We can check it out when we can check it out. All right, there's a little bit of the Terra Rosa now working its way into here. Still got some of the yellow in there too. So zero. Just this is a big thing right here. The dry brush, not much pressure on the brush. So that's those are kind of the bugaboos that get to a lot of folks, is too much pressure on the brush, too much paint on the brush, too much liquid on the brush, which is sort of understandable because people are coming at it from an acrylic side of things. So they're putting a lot of that extra liquid on there, which is not really a necessary thing. But you're just kind of so used to it from doing the acrylic stuff that it just kind of continues into the oil. So yeah, you don't want to have a whole lot of liquid on that brush. You also want to have a very, very light touch on that brush. I mean, it doesn't hurt for acrylics either. Same way. You would definitely get a benefit there on the acrylic side of things to kind of lighten up the touch on the brush. So yeah, Lively Lichen, definitely on the. It's been windy for sure. It would be nice if that would sort of just calm down a bit too. Well, let's get some of that. I just noticed we got this over here. Let's get a little bit of our gold-ish color up there. So you can see in a matter of minutes, this has really been transformed. So far, in 29 minutes, we've gone from primer to all of a sudden already starting to set some color parameters here. Nothing exact or anything, just getting the ball rolling. Yeah, like Green Fairy was saying, that lighter touch with the oils really is so key. It is really key. You know what? We're actually going to take some of the green and the Terra Rosa. We'll mix that together. And we'll have some of that for some, maybe some of the leathers on the drum here, or the skins on the drum. Sorry, not leathers. What am I talking about there? Some skins on the drum. Having painted so many Celtic drums over the years, it's always pretty wild to see something like this. Oh, I painted a lot of those Celtic drums over the years. And just like Green Fairy said, the less is more and more is way too much. Now also too, being a patient little hobbit, not an impetuous, impatient little hobbit, right? That's one of the reasons why we have a couple of these out here. The idea is to actually slow yourself down a little bit, because that is something that folks do, is they really get thrilled about all the blending that they can do and such, and they kind of get out over the skis a little bit, and that leads to some problems. Leads to some issues. We might give him, who knows, maybe we give him some purple pants, because why not? Purple pants. Here, let's get a little bit more of the brown matter down into some of the recesses there. Maybe even on this before we come back. And believe me, we can go a lot lighter with this stuff. We really can. But for right now, we're focusing on mid-tones and the darks, because you must have dark to show the light. Oh, look at this. See, there's more. Mostly, again, oh, what the heck. We'll throw a little bit of the Egyptian violet in here now, and we'll start to throw that down here as well, just to give that early indication that maybe he's got the purple trousers. He's rocking the purple pants. What the heck. We'll let some of that get onto the drums, too. So again, this is that rough and tumble, down and dirty stage, because it must be messy before it can be neat. Now, this will be a bit difficult to hold in my hands here all at once, but there you go. So pre-glaze to this, and then after a while you get to this. So it must be messy before it can be neat. That's how it goes. And just like Punishment was saying, the old blending brush is just some kind of beat up, softer craft brush like this. Something like that really can't hurt. It really can't hurt to do those, just basically taking the brush strokes and smoothing them out. Now, let's see, this is let's get a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale in there. Now we can maybe start to dust in some lighter colors here. We'll probably also do, remember the pin line washes that we did on the other one? Probably do some of those here as well. And look at how that blends, right? It's just so easy, so much less work. I'm glad that helped, Xerox. Or sorry, not Xerox. We've been talking about old technology, and all of a sudden I saw that and I said Xerox. There's some old technology for you. Yeah, Zero, and I like the plop and push method, right? Where you just plop that paint down there and push it around, just like we did here, right? We just plopped some of that lighter color on there and we'll push it around. Now I have to go back, get some new paint here. Why? Because, well, the paint's getting on the brush, right? We have to go back and get some new stuff. Let's see, we did some painting using acrylics, metallics. So Avatar, I think you've seen us doing the true metallic metal oils, right? Well, these are the ones that have the armored wolf tufts on them. But we did these guys, I think this was last Saturday. We were working on some of these guys right here. Let's see, working on not cleaning your brush between every color. Yeah, Zero, it can be a little bit tough to sort of let some of the older habits die away. And you can see I haven't been cleaning the brushes. I haven't cleaned the brushes at all this entire time. We're just working with them straight away. Again, letting some of that's where that free blending comes in with the oils, right? Blending that you don't have to work at. And the only way that's going to happen is if you actually do allow the paint to be on the brush. See, we're going to just take some of that green now. I didn't wipe out this brush or wash it out or anything like that. I just grabbed me some green, and we are going to throw that right here, especially anything that's pointing down towards the ground, because reflected light, reflected color too. So again, sorry that this started later. That was definitely not my intention. There was just some unnecessary mayhem, and that kind of delayed things, so I apologize about that. Yeah, there's one or two brushes sitting out here. But we're already, actually, this is the fourth brush that I've already brought out. They're all just craft brushes. They're all super cheap. You could have a dozen of them and still not have spent $5. At least if they're the Wind True brush, those certainly are. Look at all that color that's on the brush there. So I'm gonna come back over here. I'll just get some fresh stuff. Let me see. I think we're almost caught up there in the chat. And again, the camera boom is in a weird place. It's in a little bit of a weird spot because it has to be taller. And again, you can see he's filling the whole screen, right? He's filling the whole screen, at least top to bottom. I mean, I can put him this way. And that camera boom is raised up pretty high. Well, the figure they wanted me to print was 3 times the size of this. And I kept trying to tell him that's not going to fit on camera. But couldn't get anybody to understand that. Well, hopefully, Avatar, you're able to get your budget for your oils there. And again, you don't have to start out with a million of them. You don't even have to start out with the pricey ones either. You can start small and just kind of build up. I mean, that's what I did. I certainly didn't get them all at once. And I mean, this is what I do. Here's what I do for a living. Now, at this point, I might, here, we'll do a thorough cleaning of the brush. Look at this. There's a very thorough cleaning of that. Like so. And Zero, again, sometimes the right figure, and we've talked about this a couple times, there might be a miniature that just sort of clicks for you. Now here, let me grab this thing here. And this might be, nope, that's too much stuff in the way there. 1 second here. I think now we've got it. So something like this, right? Where there's a big old cape, cloak, dress, whatever. Lots of open spaces here. It's not too bad to have this be your first miniature. Something like that. And I've got, well, here, I mean, even, this was our latest. We put this up on the Patreon page, yesterday, right? Even something like this has open spaces, lots of room for blending. This was our latest Patreon video that we posted. Now we've got some of this lighter weight here. I'm just going to start to feel my way through this here. Let's lighten this up a little bit too. Again, you can see the pre-glaze is also mixing with that. I guess we need to get some on the top of his head too. And we can get into more precise stuff. We'll do that here. Let's have a little bit more of our lighter colors this way. Yeah, and starting small, you don't want to necessarily have it be like your whatever big dream project. And you say, you know what, this big dream project, very complex, this is going to be the first thing that I do in oils. That I think a couple of folks maybe took that approach, and that led to a little bit of angst and concern. Let me see, what am I going? I'm going to use. I'll just use this brush here. I'm going to take some of the turquoise and some of this, and we're just going to get that. Actually, we have a rock sitting over there, so we're going to have to make sure that we get that right. Now, of course, we're doing the dry brushy type stuff here because the underlying paint is thinner. Thin sticks over thick and vice versa. Some of the other things that people got to get used to is this idea that your lighter colors with oils, those are the opaque ones. And your darker colors, well, those are the ones that are going to actually be more translucent. And it's a little bit tough for people to sometimes get their heads kind of wrapped around that too. Zero, well, that is kind of an ideal thing to be doing. It is something large with, like you say, the billowing cloaks like that. It'll just make your life easier, just kind of getting accustomed to the feel of the oil paints. Oh, you finished your first oil painted mini. I think that's the. So let's see, how was it? 3 or 4 months. Yeah. Well, once you go that way, you don't go back, right? Right, Green Fairy. I mean, I had to do the acrylics on that one miniature just because of time reasons. But aside from that, it's just always going to be the oils because the oils really do save so much time. I mean, hours and hours and hours of time. And they're just, to me, they're more relaxed, more chill to work with, more fun. Way more fun. Do we have some snow on this side? I think we got some snow on that side because we got the ice over here. So what the heck? We should have some snow there. All right, where's that one brush? I think this one here where we had some of our darker stuff. Let's get some of the Van Dyke brown and the black, and just make sure we don't forget about this rock that's sitting over there. And I think this also probably should be a rock too. So 0, yep, your light colors, and of course there's that whole thing with the staining, and people think that every color can do that, but only a few can. Very few colors are actually staining colors, and it does sometimes just takes folks a little while to again wrap their heads around that. Hey, Dr. Jenke, nice to see you again. So yeah, these are here. Let's break out. This is the one from last night right here, and then we've got 2 more going. We have the 4th one printed out over here. So kind of like a mage type of guy. I figured maybe we do something glowing in between his fingers. We've done the trolls. We've done all of the walrus guys. We've done the troll king from this release. So pretty much the last month and a half, we've been painting, going through all of the Archvillain stuff. So again, we did all of the trolls, all 4 of those. And you can go back and watch those streams where we painted all the trolls. I'll be doing some regular recorded videos on those because I enjoyed the heck out of doing those, and it would be fun to do those again. Thanks, Dr. Jinky. I love this game. You can't go wrong with some orc skin tones. Right now, this one is from not Archvillain. This is from Artisan Guild. And you can see all the fun different skin tones on that. We painted this one with the oils. Pretty sure we painted it on stream. I think there is a YouTube version of that. Dr. Jenke, did you see the Patreon video on this one? What was it, a 3-parter? Yeah, I think it was a 3-parter on this guy. This one, well, I love the pose of the Macho, but I really had fun with that color scheme, so we're definitely going to have to print him out again for sure. Really love the Macho Riders. Those were might be among my favorites. Just had a blast with those. Okay, now it is time to do some darks. Some pin line wash of different types. We actually just mixed the Egyptian violet with the brown madder over here, and we're just going to start throwing this into some of the crevices here just to make sure we've got enough in the way of our darks. Let's throw some out here. Just throwing some of my thinner out there, just so I have a little well to work with. There we go. We'll just let that get down in all those crevices there. So the orc lady's on the YouTubes there. That's good. Yeah, let's do a little bit of, again, see the pin line washy stuff right there. Just let this do the work. Ask not what you can do for the oils, but what the oils can do for you. And the great thing is you're not going to get any watermarks because, well, there's no water. No water, no watermarks. So, oh, here, let's do a little bit more of our dark back in here. Again, just letting the pin line wash do its thing. Let it do its own thing here. This is just a variety of different colors. There's still some of the violet in there. But the thing is, all of this, I'm going to have to let that sit there a good 15, 20 minutes, maybe even a half an hour. If I do, that's going to be good for me. Because that paint, it won't be dry, but it'll be set. So here again, it's almost like a little bit of a watercolory type thing. Negative painting, painting what's not there. Tempted to throw a little bit of the Terra Rosa in there too. Well, I was really going to make that rosy for sure. I don't know why, I just thought it would be fun to have that there. Dano, we've just been kind of telling kind of folks, for newer folks, some of the things that you can run into with the oils, situations that are different with the oils than acrylics. Some of those key differences that you kind of you just sort of learn by doing. And I guess that's the key thing, is don't be deterred there. Maybe things are not easy right away. I mean, when it came to the 3D printing, things were very, very, very challenging. There was no way I could just say, oh, I'm not doing it because, well, it's too important. But I kind of had to power through that and figure things out. Now here we're going to be, again, throwing some of our phthalo green and other interesting colors there. But for right now, as you can see, we're really building up our duck. So all of a sudden here, what is this? 47 minutes in. And again, there's a whole second one over here. So I think this is maybe 40 minutes, would you say? Max. That's it. Maybe we've spent 40 minutes on this guy. And getting through all those huge piles of unpainted miniatures, this, as you can see, is certainly one possibility for doing that. Maybe we will just have to go a little darker with some parts of the horn there. I'm guessing they probably visualized that maybe being ivory or something. That's possible. We'll still have to, again, we'll have to do that balance of the warmer and cooler colors. We got all of this stuff right. Again, I'm just going to touch the brush there. I'm not brushing like this. I'm just touching the brush there. So 0, you're going to want those filbert brushes like you saw me just using a second ago. Let's see. Well, there's not huge ones, but this one's a 4. I also used a 6. Yeah, another filbert brush right there. We have taken just craft brushes and cut those into filberts. Here's one right here, I think, if I can actually get this in my hand. So this was just that's a number 10. That was a flat brush, but you could say I kind of cut down the corners of that and turned it into a filbert brush. Let's see. So I think that we got everything. Ooh, let's do this one too, right here. And we'll just work our way through all of these darker areas right here. Now the liner brushes that we use, nothing fancy about these either. It's the same, but just a synthetic brush. They're about $5-ish a piece, maybe $5.50 or so a piece. I've given up on the sable brushes a long time ago because there's no quality to those anymore. Very, very ragged on the quality control. So said, the heck with this. I'll just use the synthetic brushes because they're just more reliable. You're going to get the same, for the most part. One is like the other, whereas those sable brushes, you could maybe get lucky and get a good one, but most of the time they were going to be not very good. And at those prices, not very good is not very good. So yeah, it's like a rounded flat brush. So a flat brush has those hard edges around the outside, and a filbert brush is going to be more rounded on the edges, and that's pretty crucial. It's pretty crucial to have that rounded edge because that's what also keeps the brush from taking paint away. And you don't want ones that are super stiff because some of the oil painting, like the ones for maybe painting oils on canvas, those can be very stiff. And you don't want something like that. That won't work too well. That'll just, well, remove the paint, right? All right, I think we're pretty good with the darks around his eyes. Gonna do a quickie little something here on that jump to get just to a little bit of a pin line wash. I let it pick out whatever texture might be there. Now I can go back to the fur, the snow, whatever, while we let all of this stuff have a chance to just kind of sit there. Now, actually, what we might do is we might go back and do some of the lighter colors there too, like we did here as we let this sit there. But we can, I think, still manage to do some stuff on our lighter colors here. So again, now these are not terribly expensive, and they're pretty durable, pretty rugged. We've used the heck out of these things, and those are still, again, in that $5-6-ish range, something like that. All right, I'm going to see if I can get some, not just lighter colors here, but also some genuine colors. Some of those yellows that we wanted to see on his fur here. So you don't necessarily want the dark areas of the fur to be quite that dark. Because believe me, when we actually start using white on here, you're going to see it. You will notice it for sure when we actually start using white on this. This is still nowhere near white. Yeah, zero. I know that that's not really something, at least as far as miniature painting goes, that you hear a lot about. Filbert brushes for sure. But I've been using those for a long time because, well, I'm a 2D artist by trade. So that's what I did for the longest time, was watercolors, oils, pastels. The miniatures, that didn't happen until about 20 years ago. Well, no, over 20 years ago now. So that's a relatively recent thing by comparison. And let's get a little bit more of the again, taking out some of the really dark colors there that are in the shadows of that. All I'm doing is just, I'm not really adding paint, I'm just moving paint that's on here around. For the most part, there's a little bit of paint on the brush, a little bit of that brilliant yellow pale. But for the most part, I'm just kind of taking stuff that's already here. We're just going to push that around. Hey, Thranuel, how you doing? Again, sorry that this is a little bit later. I wanted it to be about an hour and a half earlier, but today was not one of those days where things wanted to go the way I wanted them to go. So we're getting a little bit of a later start here. A little bit of a later start, but I think too, now that I know what I want to do on these guys after doing the color, essentially a color test figure yesterday, I think we'll also be able to proceed faster, right? Because we know, well, we have our color test, right? We know what we're building towards. Yeah, and Zero, what's hilarious is that it's so funny that it's almost like the cheaper no-name brushes and stuff, those have actually been working out the best. Or like these Princetons right here. So the good news is that you do not have to spend a whole bunch of money on brushes. And the other good news is that oils are far easier on your brushes than the acrylics by orders of magnitude. That's no joke. That is totally serious. It's so much better for your brushes because that paint is not drying inside that metal ferrule, which is, well, that's just happening as soon as you start touching acrylic paints to your brush. It's getting in there and it's wreaking all kinds of mayhem. So you want your brushes to last longer? Well, guess what? Oils, they'll help you do that. They'll help that last longer. So I think you can see there's some purples there, other such things. Looks very different from the cooler color here on the snow, doesn't it? And we'll maybe throw a little bit of a lighter color down here on the snow just so that we again have that context, right? You notice how we didn't prime everything black and just work on one area? You saw we're working on the whole thing all at once, moving from place to place to place. And that kind of starts with the pre-glaze. That's another reason why we do this here. It sort of promotes that idea of working on the entire thing all at once, all the areas, not just a little bit here and a little bit there. Now let me see if I can't find, oh, we'll just use this thing here. I'm going to try and get a little bit lighter. Now, another thing that's going to have to be thinner. Just a physically thinner paint on the snow because what was the last layer I did? It was really, really thick and practically a dry brush. So it stands to reason. And sure enough, look at how that sticks. Why is that sticking so well? Because that paint is slightly thinner. Maybe a little bit more thin than slightly, but it is thinner than what's already there. Look at how that sticks. That is wet paint on wet paint. But as you can see how it's mixing there. I mean that's what we want to see. That's oils right there. That's the whole reason why we're using them. But you just have to realize that's going to happen. So yeah, look at how this snow is transformed very quickly here. And again, it's not just a lighter color, it's one that's also thinner. Now I have to come back and get some more paint because with each brush stroke, if it's mixing on here. So we have to go back, I have to get some fresh paint there just to make sure that that's not going to turn too grayish on us. I mean, a little bit of gray in the snow can't hurt, but we don't want it to be quite that gray. We want to save that for, well, things like the rocks, of course. Yeah, Thranule, sorry that I know for a bunch of folks in the chat, the last few days haven't exactly been what was written in the schedule for sure. And for all the folks that are just dealing with a lot of crazy things out there, we always want to let folks know that we're thinking about them, and we understand what that's like to just be kind of frustrated and wonder what the heck is going on here. So again, you can see the difference: warmer, cooler. They're both basically white. However, there's still a different temperature to each of those, isn't there? Yeah, Zero, once I started getting well, we just kind of have labeled the one true brush. It's those Hobby Lobby brushes. Actually, I need to get another batch of those. And I've using them for years and years and years, and it's a dozen of them in a thing for $5. Yeah, for $5. So here we'll just keep going with our lighter colors there. And let's see what we can do here with some more of this light stuff here. Right there in the snow. getting that cooler color there. Yeah, let's do a little bit more up here to lighten that up. Let's do this side too. And these, oh, I got these icicles right here. It looks like we got a little bit more of a snow that's going in between those rocks again. I tried to extend the base here. It was a printed base, but I had to extend it out a little bit. Had to try and extend that a little bit more here. Hey, Sarge. Well, we could really use some, we could use a Shamrock Shake. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Hopefully things at work are not too busy there. Or I guess maybe busy so that things, so that it goes faster. Because I guess that wouldn't be a bad thing either. Now, of course, with the snow going right to the edge like that, it tends to get on my fingers there and just spread out onto the base there. Well, sometimes we have to just kind of touch that up again with our primer or whatever. Now Zero, it's all good because it really does help folks out when they get to hear the answers like that, because they might have those same questions themselves, or they might be thinking about it, and it is helpful for them to also hear those responses. So thank you so much for the questions. Now you can see this is not just lighter here, but also warmer. Yeah, I love this game. It's a little bit of a Back to the Future there, right? And again, as a watercolor painter, it was all sables all the time, and I'd still use them. It's just, man, the quality on those things just tanked so badly. So badly, they weren't worth it anymore. And I said, well, I'll just go with the synthetics. They're less. They tend to be more consistent, and the oils really like them too. Let me see. So, so Galen, the iridescent pearl white, that is your silver. Well, that's basically your silver highlight, but there is no silver color because, well, silver, you're going to be, it's not going to be just silver, right? It's going to be reflecting something. And there's a good example right here. Oh, a couple of examples there. Where's our Gondor? Here he is. So as you can see, you've got blues, right, reflecting the sky. You have warmer colors reflecting the ground, and then here too. So you've got the warmer colors there. You've got the cooler colors on top reflecting the sky. So all of this is the metallic oils, but all of that is used in things like the iridescent pearl white and mixing it with blue paint, brown paint, that sort of thing. Hey, Core Mechanical, how you doing? So Core Mechanical, you're actually here sort of at the start. So here's a little bit of a side by side by side. There's your pre-glaze. Now we're starting to work in the more regular light tones. We just did a bit of pin line washing in some of the shadow areas, and there, yeah, I think you saw me painting this one last night over here. So nice to see you. So yeah, Glenn, you're not painting like the GW style of metallics with the TMM. Obviously, it's really important to have all of those reflections. So, well, like these guys here with the red cloaks. Let me see if we can. Yeah, so you can see all the red from the horses, the blanket on the horse there, the saddle, that's reflected onto his armor. You can see it again reflected onto the gold. Look at his cloak is reflected onto the gold helmet. So there's very few parts of that are actually gold. Just like on this, there's very few parts of that are actually yellow, right? Because it's reflecting all of those other colors. It's really important to have those reflections. Very important. because otherwise it's just not going to look shiny. It'll be sparkly, but it's not really going to look like metal. Well, I guess it'll be shiny, but not really like metal shiny. Because what is convincing about the metal is the reflected light and the reflected colors. There you get Core Mechanical. Glad that you're able to get in here. Oh, and this is, by the way, this is still not straight up white here. So Sarge, how many hours do you have to go yet till you can get out of work there? Again, sorry that this is a little bit late, Sarge. Just hasn't been quite the way we wanted the day to be going, but we're just gonna try and struggle through things here as best as we can. And we'll try and do some more of our lighter colors here again. Work some into there. And we can still go straight up white here. This is still not straight up white. But I wanted to get into some of this other stuff before we started hitting that. Because we want those highlights on the metal to be very glinty, right? Very, very light. I got to start working some of the greens in now. We've done an awful lot with the, yeah, we've done a whole bunch with the not green. Let's get some of that in here. Now I'm also going to try and get some of the thinner apparently off of the palette here too. We have an awful lot of it sitting on there. Just going to try and soak up a little bit of that, get rid of some of it. And I'm going to use maybe the Perline Black. So this is, again, a little bit of a sort of a greenish color here. We're going to start to work that into some areas of the metal. Like so. Oh, you got out a little bit earlier. Oh, that's good, Sarge. Wow, that's really fantastic news. I know that those are some very, very long shifts for sure. Now you can see how we're doing the green reflections down here on the bottom. Trying to get those green reflections there. Greenish. You got the snow here, right? If it's going to be some sort of gold, but yet it's also reflecting the snow, that sort of creates a bit of a green. So there we go. That's all facing towards the ground. You can see how we've done a little bit of that. Now let's do the same up here. Again, a very gentle touch on that. Look at where my hand is, so far away from the ferrule. And this is just a junky old craft brush that we're using, by the way. Yeah, just a junky old craft brush, nothing fancy. Nothing fancy at all. Okay. And let's do a little more on this side, and not too much, not too far. We need to get some up here. Now, a lot of this is not exactly pointed towards the ground, so we don't necessarily have to be thinking quite so much about those type of reflections. I'll just throw a little bit of that green in here. Again, just a little bit of a color variety. Maybe some more, maybe also some lighter green as well. It is facing up towards the sky, so a little bit of a little more light can't hurt too much. Boy, it doesn't take much of that radiant green before things start to get very light. Zero, yeah, I have another version of him that I was hoping to paint with the oils. The first version that was still with the acrylics. That was a while ago, but I'm really hoping that I can do the oil version on him next. And let's do a little bit more of the, again, that's just the lighter green right there. But as I'm doing that, oh, we need some reflected light on these. I just keep thinking those folks that wanted me to paint something that's basically 3 times the size of this. Like, yeah, there's no way that's fitting on screen. I mean, you could, it would be like this, and you'd only be seeing part of it the whole time. All right, let's just keep going here. Jumbotron, it's just a dry skin winter type thing. It's more just to keep the oils off of it. So I did not cut myself or anything like that. It's just there to keep things away from that dry skin area. All right, Daniel. Well, hopefully we see you back, and I know it's things have been chaotic there, so hopefully a little more chill today than yesterday for sure. All right, well, and they're going to do a little bit more of the, again, taking some of this color that's already here, letting that get mixed together. Let's see if we can maybe get into some of our lighter yellows here. And Zero, with the Dark Sword pledge level on the Patreon page there, one thing I always, I've done it several times. I take the same miniature and I'll paint, if it was done in acrylics, I'll do that same color scheme, but another time in oils so that people can see what that's like, where you're basically doing the exact same color scheme, but in a different medium. To show that you don't need to have the same exact paints or whatever to be able to match colors. That's the other thing I try to do for sure. So again, we're just trying to now work in some of our lighter colors and what I suppose might be called golds. Because I think we've gone in here pretty strong with some of our darks. Now we can start to find, so especially over here, right? Again, there's the fingers nowhere near the ferrule of that brush. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. And of course, I do believe that the flower tufts are now up on the Armored Wolf Etsy page. So if you want to go over, again, check out the Armored Wolf Etsy page. You should be seeing the grass and flower tufts there. And we just used those on the latest YouTube video. We've certainly used them on many Patreon videos because they're definitely superior to everything else that's out there by a wide margin. So yeah, Zero, that it will certainly be a whole lot easier painting that thing in the oils than acrylics. Part of it is with the oils you get the blind blending, so you can basically shove your brush into an area and be able to get blending out of it. Whereas with the acrylics, you would have to pretty much paint the thing in pieces to be able to do the same thing. Yeah, let's do some of our some lighter action here. Okay, Sarge. Well, hopefully we will be here when you get back. Now, I'm still going to have to get into some of the oranges on this, just like what we did here, right? We cranked in some oranges there. Obviously, we haven't done any of the brightest highlights or anything like that. But again, this is where we're headed, something like that. And we're still just working with big old cheap brushes here, and none of this is white. None of this is white. It's a lighter color, but not definitely not white. More of this over here. Maybe a little bit up here. Yeah, a little bit of that right there. Now I'm going to take, well, we got a Radiant Violet here. Actually, that wouldn't be too bad to mix into some of this either. So a bit of the violet into that. Down here too, what the heck. Start to lighten some of this up as well. And remember, we're working on 2 of these at once, so whole reason behind that is so we don't get, again, too far out ahead of ourselves, try to get too much paint in one area. That should also probably have some of our greenish color in it because it's down here by the snow and the rocks, so it would be reflecting those cooler colors. Like so. Bit more like that. I might even let a little bit of that lighter greenish type color work its way here onto the drum skins. Not sure exactly what we're going to do there. We've got a lot of straps and other things all together in one very compressed area here. Let's take almost like a skin type of a go where there the brilliant yellow pale, some of the Terra Rosa, a bit more of a pinkish tone here.
So say we all. So say we all.
And that, oh, thanks, Galean. Appreciate that. We could certainly use a little bit of sub, or sip with that sub. Thank you so much, Galean. Gandalf the Grayster, how you doing? Nice to see you too. And of course, we'll welcome in Gandalf. Let's see, where did he go? He's all the way over here. So he always arrives. Whoa. Bjorn, I didn't know you were so musical there. It's like, who are you talking about? It's like, you're like a whole one-man band there. It's like, that's the only way I can drive your crazy hobbit friends away. So yeah, Gandalf the Grayster, we've been working on some polar bear type figures here. These are also from Archvillain. They are 3D printed. Tavares, how you doing? I think today's is a simple blend of, I think it's the pomegranate 7-Up mixed with, so I'll mix with some of our rum. That's what it is. Pomegranate 7-Up mixed with some rum. Again, it's just a strictly medicinal. It has no enjoyment value whatsoever. It's just for the good of the stream to keep that voice going. Otherwise, yes, we don't like any of that stuff, do we? We don't like any of that kind of stuff. So Megan, how long do you think it's going to take to assemble all of those dwarves? That is quite. I mean, 2 boxes would be quite a bit. That many boxes, that's an impressive amount of dwarves right there. Yeah, Tavares. Again, it's not like we enjoy the stuff or anything like that. It's only there just for the good of the stream. Strictly the only purpose for it. Here, let's work in maybe some of that too onto these straps. Now, if you look at the straps we did here, we actually did quite seriously Egyptian violet in there. We had some greens right next to each other. I'm going to do that here. I'm going to switch on over to some of the brown madder lizard mixed with a little bit of the Egyptian violet, and we'll just hit that here for some of these straps. But now you can see what happens as we do this. You see how it's blending itself right there, so there's not a lot of extra work, or well, there's no extra work basically. Just letting it do all the work for us. That's the way to get the job done. Let the oils do all the work. Here we're going to throw some of that here as a bit of a dark right next to that edge. We'll throw some of that out here onto the drums, and we talked about the dry brush, right? We're doing that right here. Very much a dry brush. Yeah, this is a darker color that is covering a lighter one there. And the whole idea is, again, that lighter brush stroke as we welcome in Banna. How you doing, Banna? And he says, oh gosh, fool of a took. You keep playing that, the Balrog's coming around her. He's like, what Balrog? What's a Balrog? we don't see those around these parts. It's like, I guess so. Looks a little bit cold for a Balrog. So thank you so much for that follow. That's appreciated. Yeah, there's quite a few of those, as we called them, Fry Slayers. Boy, that really drove people nuts when I said Fry Slayer Red. Because I didn't know what a Fire Slayer was, and people got really offended when I said Fry Slayers. So then we just kind of called it that color for the rest of the time, because it seemed to make people get all up in arms. Now we're gonna go even, let's do some darker stuff here on a couple of these straps here. And remember, we'll still be going back into this with our lightest lights. We're just working mid-tones now and some of our deepest darks. We can still certainly go much lighter than this. But, as we say all the time, you must have dark to show the light. Yeah, Megan, I had no idea what that was because, GW to try and make trademarkable names went to the really bizarro names instead of just calling it a whatever, a troll slayer dwarf, whatever it was. So they went with those crazy names and I didn't know what the heck it was. And it was in the middle of a live YouTube stream, so I just said whatever I thought it was. And I couldn't understand what it was that people were getting all crazy about. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be the burger demon, right? So instead of the hamburglar, you'll have the burger demon, and it'll just be a fry slayer. Where's this? Oh, here we go. It's like I thought I had Van Dyke Brown around here. I do. All right, I think now maybe I can start to think about finding a few of those lighter lights. Here, maybe a little bit more on the dark on that drum there. Speaking of blending brushes, we'll just use that as a bit of a blending brush there. Couple of areas here. Ed Velfera, if you wanted to post a link to your fantastic Baby Yoda there, that really was amazing. I think people really get a kick out of seeing that. So I'm not quite sure where my other one went to. We'll just have to use this one, I suppose. Let's see, where did my other one go? Here he was out here. Not out there anymore, I guess. Oh well, we'll just go with unless I already have it somewhere else. Where did that thing go? Let's say we're missing a brush here. Not sure where that went. Oh well. That just vamoosed then. It's not over here. No, that's certainly not it. That's not it. I guess we've got, maybe it fell on the floor or something. Oh well. Let's just go with this and see what we can do with it here. Let's get some, oh, I'm just going to get a little bit of thinner over here into my white there. Let's get a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale mixed in. Let's see if we can get some lighter highlights here. And I'll show you the other guy, just kind of the direction we would like to go with this. Here, let's see if we can get him out here. So you can see, I think that the difference there and the armor on his arm, right? We need to get some of those lighter tones in there right along the edges. Hey, Grim, how you doing? Nice to see you. So yeah, I don't see the brush on the floor here. Not sure where that went. It just literally has disappeared on me. Oh well. Oh, there it is. Found it. So we'll put that where I know it is now. So Grim, how the heck are you doing? Hopefully the paint mixing continued to go well. I know it was the I know you weren't super necessarily thrilled with the gold stuff, the gold metallic, how that worked. And thank you so much, Goober, for that. Hello, little hobbits. Again, not Helm Hammerhand. It's like, well, you know, you're kind of big. You got white hair and you got a big old horn. Not Helm Hammerhand. Don't know who you're talking about. So, Grim, I hope that you're doing well anyways. And everybody, please give Grim a follow. Grim also streams the oil painting. Grim has some really nifty busts and other large-scale things that he paints on stream. So please do go check that out. Guess we'll, yeah, we're going to pop some of these lighter colors on here. I'll still have to throw in, like Terra Rosa, maybe mixed with some of the cadmium scarlet to really jump up some of the contrast there. Again, gotta also be thinking about reflected light on some of the metal pieces. There's a lot of different elements here on this drum. A little more complex there. I'll let the paint sit for a couple of weeks, then test it out. Yeah, Grim, that definitely makes a lot of sense. All right, Sarge, we should be here when you get back. All right, we'll take, again, some of our lighter tones there. So that went a little wonky there. No big deal. I'm just going to take that and just get rid of it. No big deal. Let's do some, again, some of our lights there. Some here too. And then sometimes I don't really do every last little highlight or something like that. Sometimes I just do a couple. Just do a few, see where maybe or how they compare to some of the stuff that we were doing maybe on the skin. This is still not white here. As light as this looks, it's still not white. We're trying to leave ourselves a little more leeway. And if everybody again could please also check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page, because I do believe that the new replica nature, that the tufts are now on the page there. They should be on the Etsy page, I do believe. So be sure when it comes time to order those, definitely order lots and lots and lots of them. So you can do entire terrain boards just with the Armored Wolf flower tufts. And Velfira, yeah, that your the Baby Yoda there, that really that came out so spectacularly. It really has a whole lot of life to it, so I'm sure you are super jazzed about that one. Here, let's keep going again with some of these lights here. We'll start to even think about the lights on our polar bear, and this sort of yellowish white is just the thing. You can see how much lighter we can get on his face. I mean, yeah, the face is relatively light now, but now we're really getting into some of the lighter colors here on his face. Just because something is white, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have shading. So I think we're all caught up there. I think so. So, now, Queez, you didn't, I guess you didn't have a game today. I thought for sure that you had yourself, yeah, the game against the Smurfs. That's right. Yes, you were supposed to be smushing some Smurfs. So hopefully the Smurfs were very well smushed. Unless that's tomorrow, and I got that wrong. In that case, smush them tomorrow. Hopefully some successful Smurf smushing. And that is not something I'm going to try and say 10 times fast because, well, I can't say something like that 10 times fast. All right, I think we're good there. Here, let's so a little bit of our lights on top of some of the edges of the straps here. Just a little bit something I can compare to. I'm probably going to go back over that edge with some darks again, but and now it's time to bring out just a few details so that I can kind of see them and compare them to, well, the lights we're doing on the fur, right? To the lights here, maybe on the drums. Yeah, okay, if we go too light here, that fur's not going to look terribly light. So the lighter all this other stuff is, like the straps and everything else, the lighter those are, the darker it makes the fur look, because the fur is supposed to be light. So if we just make the stuff around it darker, the fur by default becomes lighter without us having to highlight it all the way to white. That way we can have the colors in it. So where's our, speaking of Gandalf here, right? Look at all the different colors on Shadowfax. There's yellows, blues, purples, greens, all kinds of fun colors there, even though he's a white horse. So Gandalf the Greyster, I hope that you're doing well. And what kind of stuff are you painting now? Hopefully you got 2 or 3 more armies painted since the last time you were here. I'm sure you did. Get more of our light here on his fur. Out here. Let's we gotta start thinking about this this part of the horn. Got all these little well, we're just gonna say those are metal. Not sure if that's what they meant them to be, but that's what we'll have them be. Again, just letting some of the colors mix here. Just place that color, let it mix with what's underneath instead of, you don't see me going back to the palette to mix up whole new colors, do you? I've been pretty much using this same color everywhere, on golds, on the fur, because with all of the stuff we've already got there, all that wet paint, it's going to blend into it anyway. Might as well let that do the work for us. The palette itself, it's really more of just a color storage device. We don't really, just for the most part, I mean, sometimes we're mixing an actual color to use there, but most of the time it's on the miniature where the mixing is going to happen. That's sort of the whole point of the oils anyways. It really is. Hey, Bithron, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing okay. So yeah, we did it. We had a couple little puppet shows here earlier. Geez, I wonder what they really meant for this to be. If they meant for this to be carved, maybe they meant for this to all be carved ivory here. Not sure. Not quite sure what they intended all that stuff to be. So hopefully, again, you're doing good there, Bithron. We're going to just keep going with some of our highlights along the edges here. It's a little bit of a balance because again, if we keep going too much further down with the highlights here, reflected light, we don't want that to be as light as ambient highlights. It can be a little bit of a balance at times. Sometimes a little bit easier than others. You got a lot of complex shapes here on this horn, on the carving of this. So painting up some 15 mil stuff now. Oh, what are we doing here? Do we have some more of these guys? I guess we have, again, some more little metal bits and stuff here on our drum there. Now this he's got a lot of, quite a bit of gear on him for sure. We'll take down a little bit more of our light down here. I guess little buckles or something like that. We'll probably hit these straps with some, I get some of our violet mix, some violet, some of the brown matter, probably. Again, there's an awful lot of little things going on here. Here, let's do a bit more of this. Like so. Some more down here. Continuing, there are a little chain of lights all the way down here towards the ground. Not quite sure just how much I would want to... see, that might be a little too much on the drum head here. Yeah, we won't do too much more on that. We'll wait and assess. We'll do the other stuff first. And then see just how much we want to try and highlight that. We don't want to necessarily have a bunch of stuff carved into the... I think that's really supposed to be more look like it's painted on instead of carved into the skin. I'm pretty sure that's how they would probably want that to be done. So here, I don't want to get too crazy with the lights on that part, because our reflected light should not be too light. What are we doing on this here? It's all in shadow, so I can't really do too much with light there. I mean, there's a big old drum sitting on top of it, right on top of the leg there, so I think we'll have to focus more on darks in that area. There's an awful lot of this stuff that's actually in some shadow. We'll try and get some more of our light along these edges here. Same thing on this one. And here too. Go right along the top surface there. Again, I don't want that to be too light. The lighter that is, we don't want the drum head to be all shiny like our metal. We'll be coming back into, I think, the straps here with some dark as well. Light over here. I do see some rope texture on that. I don't know. I think maybe this is supposed to be carved wood down here. So I guess we can put a few little highlights on this. We'll probably come back in there with a little bit more of a pin line wash as well. Do we have another one of those? Oh, yeah. Here's another one of those surfaces. Well, that might be too light, too fast. So what I'm going to do is basically use up some of the, like, as I keep doing this, with each brush stroke like this, it's picking up paint that's already here, which is making it darker. Like so. And some more here too. I'll just to come back in, I think, with some darker lines here. Once we get a bit further here with these lights. I also got the other side of the face here to do it. It's gonna be a little tougher to reach down in there, but then of course we're not holding that brush right at the end of the ferrule, are we? We are well away from that. Here, let's lighten up some more of his face there. Let's start to do some of this stuff on his arm. Again, still not straight up white. His shoulder here. Start to lighten this up even a little bit more. But we you could still see there's still shadows in there, right? You look at those reference pictures of the polar bears, and you can still see, even though their fur is white, there's still shadow. Yeah, punishment. I'm glad that you're liking the indigo. Uh, I know that back in the day it was the Payne's gray, but all it took was just that one color chart. And again, I really strongly advise people do the color chart things like this because it will tell you just how you can almost look at all the different ones that I've done and tell, okay, that's a staining color, that's not a staining color, just by virtue of what that does when it comes in contact with the white even. And that's just as far as you need to even look. It's just what happens when it comes in contact with the white. Does it overpower it, or does the white overpower the paint? If the white overpowers the paint, you know that is not going to be a staining color. So this should really make this stuff stand out too right here. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. And we'll... there's some more over here too. Some more over there. Maybe throw a little bit of lighter color on that drum head right there, but not too much. Now this, I still need to get some kind of highlights along the edge of this, because even though it's not exactly pointed towards the sky, it's raised a little bit. It would be catching some light here. All right, Wappel, we'll get you a film noir in a second here. It should be really interesting to see. Actually, you know what? Now let's do these two side by side. So we'll get these two together, and boy, you can really see the warm colors and the cool colors here. Let's do our film noir. We're gonna take away some of that color here. Boom. So you got some shading, right? You got your lights and darks for sure. But what you don't see, and especially look at the fur versus their snow, right? You'll see just how much cooler all that color is. Look at that. Big, huge difference, right? And even here, you can see some of the turquoise that, you're not really seeing that, right, when it's all just the black and white. So film noir definitely has value. And maybe we take it a little bit further with some of the reflections, but I mean, it's a polar bear with a bunch of drums playing a horn. I think you got some leeway. I think you have a little bit of leeway to do some artistic license in there, maybe to even magnify those a little bit more. Sometimes you almost need to, because these are small. These are not life size, so sometimes you actually have to take things a little bit further, maybe, just to make sure that you can see some of those reflections or reflected light, or those color differences where it's pointed down towards the snow, that sort of stuff. Now, all these little bits is here, even on the trolls, we made sure that we had lots of different colors. Work the way here. Look, even here, just letting that mix with the color that's there. Now here we might do a little bit of actual mixing, where we're going to take some of that lighter color, let it mix in with the Terra Rosa. We're going to have to also get some of our magenta into some areas here. So you see I just threw that on there. We'll again find ourselves a blending brush. Where's my little micro blending brush? There it is. So we want to tone down some of those lines. We were talking about the brushstroke management phase. Usually that's a couple hours in, 3 hours in or so. Speaking of a couple hours, so again, working on these two guys, it's still just an hour and 44 minutes. And these are on 50 millimeter bases. So these guys are not tiny. They are not small. So yeah, Valfair, it really does make it makes quite a stunning difference, doesn't it? All right, now we'll continue with some of the, you know what, I'm actually going to let a little bit of the, yeah, let some of our red work its way in there. That is the, oh, what is that? Fanchon red. Fanchon red working its way in there just to change that up a little bit. See if we can get some of that here. Yeah, just again, it's leather, yeah, but we just kind of almost painted it a little bit of a pinkish color. You can see we threw some of that here. We're going to take our micro blending brush and we'll just use what's already here. And that gets smoothed out. All right, we can do the same thing over here. We got some brush strokes there. Brush strokes are gone. It wasn't so much about blending the color, it was just about blending the brush strokes. Yeah, thank you so much, Valfair. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. The bits certainly help out a ton. And oh, and Deuce is gonna try and create a little bit of a bits Krieg. Thank you so much. I mean, never mind bits Krieg. Those are always very fun. Now I'm gonna take this brush here. Let me see if we can take some Indian yellow, perhaps. And maybe some of our lacquer. We need to give them some eyes. Then we'll have to do the darker color around the outside of those. Where's my brilliant yellow pale? Work that in here. So we're just going to try and not just lighten this up, but we have to make this relatively thin here. It can't be so thin that it's a pin line wash. That's not going to work for eyes. It's going to be a bit of a balance here. So let's do this one. Should be easier to get this eye. The other one might be a little more challenging just because where my hands got to go. But here's the first one. Let's see if we can somehow do this. There, okay, good enough, good enough. And then what we'll do is we'll come back and we'll do the darker lines around the outside of that. We did the same thing on the other guy last night. All right, well, Thranuel, thanks for hanging out as long as you could. Sorry that I started later here again. That wasn't what I wanted, but that's kind of how it worked out. We do have the salamander ships that I showed you, so I guess we'll be doing some Armada Monday there. Yeah, so Bithron, I mean, well, here, I mean, so you know what a Lord of the Rings Gandalf looks like. That's about the size that we've got there. So Deuce, I hope that you're having yourself a good Saturday here. All right, and now that I've got this little bit of yellow here, I'll throw that on some parts of the, well, what we're just gonna say is gold out here. I guess some ways it might almost look a little bit like a verdigris in some way. Get a little bit more of that light over here. No, I was going to say maybe this whole thing is metal. That's just a strap right there, so we won't do too much more on that. Let's get these guys blended out a little bit more here. All right, well, Thranuel, you have yourself a good one. And again, thanks for joining us for as long as you could. I know it's a crazy hour there right now. I know it's a real crazy hour here. Let's take some of the Van Dyke Brown, and now we'll try and come back in here and we'll tighten up some edges. Most of this is actually trying to take away some of the, like here where the light colors along the edge. It's not necessarily outlining anything. We're just trying to bring back a couple edges sometimes, and this happens with the acrylic stuff too. Those lighter colors just tend to be thicker, and the darker colors tend to be thinner. And sometimes it's a little bit easier to essentially trim away some of that lighter color after the fact. Let's do some more of our, again, restoring some darks here and there and trying to sharpen up a few edges. So sharpening up some edges here. Mostly the Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the black spinel was in there as well. And this is all a one-piece print. This is from Archvillain. Well, I guess the base would be a separate part, if you call it that. But, I mean, this whole bear, to print up the entire bear is just one piece. That's it. That sure as heck makes your life a whole lot easier, especially with all this fur and everything. So there's no gaps to fill and mess up the fur. I mean, if we have our ways of trying to fix that aren't too time consuming, but not having to do it all in the first place is also really, really handy. I'm gonna let these just get darker in general. We'll probably come back in there and do some more stuff. Maybe same thing here. Along all this, let's get some more of our dark edges restored here. Sometimes when you're doing that initial little dry brushy type stuff after the pre-glaze, you have a little overspill, and sometimes even the pin line wash that we did, that doesn't also get rid of that little bit of overspill, so we'll just come back in and we'll just paint that stuff. Now we might do some grays here too, or maybe paint some wood textures. There's a little bit of wood grain in there. Probably try and get some, oh, I know we haven't really done yet. The remember that warmer green that we did? Here, let's get a little bit more of the green. That's the perline black. That is the little bit of the Indian yellow. We'll throw some of that into here. Not a ton, but that greenish color there. Maybe the more reddish tones in the drum skin, that might stand out a little bit more by virtue of all this having a little bit of a greenish touch to it. Some more right along that edge. And it's a pretty dark color. It looks light. It looks light that with the stuff we're putting there, but believe me, it is not light. The oils do an incredibly good job of creating some very dark colors. So that's something that you just don't have to work so hard at, is making those darker colors. The oils are just really good at making them all by themselves. That was always one of the bugaboos about the acrylics. Again, I'm going to try and make sure that's a warm green, and even here along things that are supposed to be perhaps leather, whatever. Gonna let some of the lights there be almost greenish. Here, we'll take that micro blending brush. Work it right along there. Hey, Ziegel, how you doing? So Ziegel, here we go. This is the one true brush right here. Let me see if I can actually get this thing. So there you go. It is from Hobby Lobby. And you can just look up, I think it's just watercolor brushes or maybe synthetic watercolor brushes. And it should be, well, $5, and it should be 12 number 8 round brushes. Now, as you can see, that's what we started out with here. We used a couple of those. Now, the handles have changed color over the course of the last several years. They used to be green like this. And you can see, well, you saw what the pristine ones look like. This is one where we've chopped it away, actually chopped part of it away. And that's what we use for things like our vehicles here. All right, where we want to do all the mud spatter and everything else and all that kind of really grungy stuff. So mud spatters, everything else. Now, sometimes they're pristine, right? Sometimes they're a little bit abused, and sometimes they're very abused. You can see all kinds of glue and basing materials in that brush, but it's the brush we always begin with. It's the brush we always start with, and ultimately, it's just the one true brush. It is the one true brush, and we always, again, we begin with that. Sometimes we actually end with it too, because we'll actually do some of a little bit of a dry brushy type stuff over the top with some of our darker colors. So again, that is the one true brush. That's from Hobby Lobby. And it should be a pack of 12 of them. I actually have to get some more because, well, we didn't have to worry about Adepticon for the longest time, but well, now we have to worry about that again, so we need to be securing some more of those brushes. There is that warm green versus the cooler greens that we put out there. I'm going to actually get some more of that up here too. Yeah, let's throw a little bit of that up here. Again, that is a warmer green. Not quite as cool. The other stuff was mostly more of a phthalo green slash radiant green mix. Gonna get some of that over here too. Now on the trousers there, I'm going to see if we can use, oh, we can use the Egyptian violet to make all this a little bit darker. Okay, that's good. Not much. Not much. And then we'll probably take the violet and mix that with our the radiant violet to make some lights in there. Now here we're just trying to get a little bit of that reflected light once again. Where's that radiant green? I think you can see there's just these pieces of armor here underneath the drum. Ironically enough, most of the light on those is that's coming from the snow, so it's actually more reflected light than anything else. Maybe I will just go more straight up radiant green on that. I know it's going to be tough for you to see some of this. I'm trying to rotate him around so you can see. I think now you can see some of that we're putting in here. Yeah, now you're seeing a little bit of that. Bit more over there. Now, of course, some of this is pointed up towards the sky, so I might also have to then think about getting more of our gold color there, something a little bit warmer. The Indian yellow, maybe mixed with the Terra Rosa. I'm going to lighten up the reflected light over here too. Yeah, I probably won't be doing too much more on things like the drum skin. I don't want that to be super light. Something tells me that's got to be more subdued. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting that link to the Patreon page. Again, the most recent video, the White Scar chapter studies video, that is up there on the page. And the next one will be the first episode from Series 30. That's going to be the basing, well, the prepping and basing episode. Now, so many important things here. We'll go to some of our more recent Book of Wappel stuff. Contrast more than just light and dark, right? Because we have white that looks really blue, white that looks almost purple, white that looks almost like yellow. And that's that intensity, right? So the snow color, not super intense. Most of the colors on the armor, also a little bit more grayed down, but some of those are also a bit more juicy. And then, of course, this is really important. This is what we were just working on a second ago. Metal surfaces, they reflect their surroundings, and we've certainly done that here. No doubt about it. That's what we were just doing there. We're reflecting the snow that's right over here on the other side of his, just right here. Right, sitting right there. In fact, I might start to maybe even lighten up some of the snow around him here. Also, I'm going to try and lighten up the fur on his feet here. So we're going to hit that and the snow. Now there, I think I actually have to go thicker with the paint. Remember, we just did a very thin application there because the previous application was really thick. So yeah, on the snow, I think if we want that to stick there, it's going to have to be a lot thicker. Don't even know if that paint's going to be thick enough. Yeah, it's just thick enough. But again, the previous layer that I just put there, or application, whatever you want to call it, that was really, really thin. So we had to, again, continue with the thin over thick and vice versa. The other foot here, it's also got the little leather straps on. We'll need to darken those down. Yeah, see here in the snow, just gonna have to only do a little bit, and then we'll have to leave it. Let's head over to his fingers here. We'll also have to put the talons on there. I think I think it was indigo. Yeah, must the indigo that we used the last time around. And speaking of, we'll just do that now. Let's just go grab some of that indigo here. And let's do that right here. And we'll do some of it over here. The toes down here. Let's just not forget these guys. He's only got the four toes. What about this foot over here? We'll come back with our sort of grayish color like we did on the first one. Right now I just want to remember these little straps right here. And remember the darker colors, that you can't just paint those over the top of lighter colors and expect those to cover, not like they would with the acrylics. You have to take a different approach. Now we're going to start to darken this down. Remember we said the darker these straps are, the lighter the fur's going to get. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start to darken those down. All I did was I throw some of the dark color there. I grab this, and then I push it right along that way. We'll do the same on the other side. So it's not just darker. We got a nice smooth transition there. You can see just how easy that can all be. It does not have to be difficult. Just let the oils do all the work for you. Really, they can handle a lot of that work. I think at one point I am going to do a restock of beverage / medicine, and maybe try and snarf something down real quick because we got that other bear, right? The bear necessities. That was not my stage name at one time, rest assured. Or maybe it was, I don't know. Now let's get some of our lighter color, or sorry, the darker color here around the eyes. This is just what we did. We do this all the time with the eyes. It's almost like literally applying makeup around the eyes. It's easier to just slap the big old light blob in there and then come back after the fact and just work around the outside of it. Okay, we'll tighten that area up here, and then boom, there's an eye for you. So he's got an eye for an eye right there. Now I'm going to just use the his horn as a bit of a balance here, I think, so that I can do the same little adventure on this side. Okay, got his eyes in there now. All taken care of. Sometimes that can be a little bit of an adventure. So again, these are 3D prints from Archvillain. Gonna spread that around. Kind of the usual, right? The drums On the parts where they get played, you get that little bit of a stain right there. Why not put it on his drums here? I think that we didn't really solidify some of the edges here. We're going to do that now. I don't think we really messed around much here on the horns. So again, we're going to try and really solidify a couple of those edges, get these brushes out of the scene, because I know that's a little distracting there. This will probably have to get some, I think I have to get some of our lighter highlights too. Now this is all kinds of fuzzy right here. We've gotta pick a lane here on some of this stuff. So we're just gonna see how that lighter line got way too thick there. We're just gonna cut some of it away. So we're not wiping it out completely, but we did just cut some of that light line away. Orange, the cadmium cadmium scarlet, sorry, maybe a little of the terra rosa. And we'll throw that onto the eye. This is, again, just for some accents here. That the eye sees that, and it just, in comparison to some of those cooler greens that we have in a lot of these areas, it's just something a little more visually exciting to look at. So 0, I do that all the time, especially actually when it comes down to freehand stuff. So it's almost a bit more of a stippling type of a brush stroke. And anytime you see some of the freehand type stuff, where's our gambling banner here? There he is. So especially when we're doing things like this, is actually more of a stippling type of an application than it is just a regular brush. Here, let's we got our Easterling here too. So again, a lot of that is actually stippling it on. Now, of course, it's going to follow the same sort of thing with that thin over thick and vice versa. So you can sort of stipple some thinner color onto thicker color, and well, the other way around. But the stippling, sometimes it does let you almost work around that little axiom there. I try not to bark out a bunch of rules, a bunch of hard and fast rules. You must do this or that or whatever. Try not to do that. Hey, Atomic Dog. Nice to see ya. I hope that you're doing well. Well, happy Saturday, and well, for some folks, it's already Sunday. For our Australian friends, our European friends, it's already, well, in some cases, pretty well into Sunday. We're working again from Archvillain Games, doing these fabulous polar bears. I wasn't sure I was going to like doing these, and just like the trolls, I wasn't so sure. The only figures that I thought I would really enjoy from this December release were going to be the walrus guys. But we've had a lot of fun with the trolls, and here's our guy from last night. Last night we have another one that we also started working on here tonight. We will, I think after a break in a little while, we'll start to hit him with his lighter colors too, so that we can do like what we were doing here. Now he's got those ice shards coming out of his wrists and such, so we'll have to do that on him. This guy doesn't have those. He's got a lot of other stuff going on. Let's maybe throw a little dark right over there. That just needs, yeah. And maybe too, some of the stuff that's been, I guess, drawn onto the drum. We'll hit that too. Yep, so Atomic Dog, yes, the Armored Wolf, Flowered Tufts. Those are, I do believe those are now actually on the Etsy page, and that was, well, we painted these up on Saturday. This YouTube video is up right now, so you can see, there we go. It's a little bit better view of them there. So the flower tufts again from Armored Wolf, it's the replica nature. And I had the box here, but now I don't see the box, but it's been that kind of a day. It's just been one of them kind of days. Those are the ones, yep. Yeah, so we painted those up last Saturday on stream. And then I just, once they were dry, I went ahead, did a quickie little video with them and showing how to, well, not just use the flower tufts, but how to just in general get a little bit more out of those. Right, because mostly people just, they take the tufts, they stick them on there and that's it. I tried to show how to use some flock, some of the cut leaves, and just take it a wee bit further. Not taking a whole bunch of extra time, but just taking it one little step further. I don't think we ever really did get some of our darker colors down in there, so let's hit that too. Same up here. I think we've got our, yeah, I don't think we want to go too much darker on the drums there. Maybe a little too much. Oh, we never did do his claw right there. I think, okay, that's a little better. Now, see if I can do some of the lighter stuff on those. We'll just take this, the radiant blue here. So, yeah, Armored Wolf, I do believe has those now in the Etsy store. So, everyone, please go check those out and buy lots and lots and lots of them, because they are really amazing. Now, again, I thought I had the box right with me here. I do. Okay, it's just a bit covered there. All right, here we go. So there's your replica nature, and again, the fabulous grass tufts. We use these on our desert stuff and our snowy figures. We use these on our macho riders. We use these on our Candish forces. And then look at that. There's a little bit of a sampling of your different flower colors there. So again, that is replica nature. I thought I had that by me. I did. I wasn't as stupid as I thought I was. All right, let me see if we can get some lighter colors on the sorry, on the claws here, if we can. And there's also a Discord for the oils. Grim was kind enough to set up a server for that, so you can go check that out. I also do try to post things in the Wappelville channel. I know I posted a link to the YouTube video the other day. I'm going to actually get back down here with some of that lighter color there. See if I can get that in between these toes a little bit more. And a little bit more on the snow there. I think that snow should be further back. There we go. Don't know if you could see that, but I kind of had to get that snow in there a little bit more. Okay, that's better. What about a little bit of reflected light over this way? Oh, there we go. Thanks so much, Velfera. Appreciate that. Yes, actually, Armored Wolf, he's trying to balance several things at once here. He's actually teaching right now. So he's really trying to do several things at once. But if everyone, again, could please go to the Armored Wolf Etsy page and check out The grass and flower tufts, they really are amazing. If you see in that video how that really flexible glue, as we get more reflected light over here on this, that flexible glue is key, right? Because how often do you have a nice, flat, tidy surface to put grass and flower tufts on? And I've used flower tufts where the glue is it's so crispy, basically. It's so hard that the grass tuft is just floating. It's just literally floating on the surface. What good is that? It's not. It's not any good at all. Now we're going to add some of that brown matter here. There's actually a little bit of, I don't know, almost some white or something like that in the brush. What we're going to do, we're going to throw some of that here, here, and here. We're going to get rid of this brush. We're going to take our little tiny micro blending brush. And we're going to welcome Thousand Young, just as we do a little bit of blendy brush stuff right here. So Thousand Young, thank you so much for that raid. And everyone, please give Thousand Young a follow, because Thousand Young does some really amazing digital sculpting. Really amazing digital sculpting. And we'll just welcome Thousand Young, keeping our eye on you.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
We're going to keep our eye on you. Oh, and that's, we will welcome Dwarving. Normally we have one thing. Let's see if we can find where is, oh, there he is. There he is. It's like nobody tosses a dwarf. He's like, betcha I could. He's like, oh, hey, that's a really neat horn. Are you Helm Hammerhand? It's like, oh, geez, not you too. Come on, man. Do I look like I'm the king of Rohan? It's like, I don't know, man. All you horse guys look alike to me. So thanks so much, Thousand Young, for that raid. And Dwarving, thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. So yeah, normally we would have a little Gandalf appearance, but in honor of our dwarf, we thought maybe Gimli. Speaking of which, I still haven't gotten the pictures up of the new Khazad-dûm dwarves that we did from Midbury Miniatures. We gotta get those pictures up here too. Well, there's only so many scenes that I can have here. All right, well, okay, we'll darken this down. Again, that's the brown matter. That is the brown matter. I really enjoy that. It's not a staining color by any stretch of the imagination, but it has some interesting properties. We also use actually, I should get the purple matter back out on the palette for something too, just to kind of get refamiliarize myself with it. It's not something we use very often. Yeah, Velfera, I bet that Balrog probably tossed one or two dwarves. One or two dwarves. Speaking of which, I do have the last parts now printed out of the Kurzlook Balrog. I will try and get those assembled. Maybe we try and do a basing video on him this week, and possibly he's a Friday miniature that we paint. I don't know, we'll see. Or it could just be a tutorial video, regular tutorial. So actually I just added some straight up blue there, or turquoise, yeah. Well, there's a little bit of the brown matter that's actually on the brush too. Again, you can see we don't really clean things super religiously, do we? Now, speaking of the stippling stuff, I actually am doing a little bit of stippling right there. We were just talking about that a second ago. Thought, yeah, I should probably throw it out there that we are doing a bit of stippling. Even this, see, we're kind of stippling this on here. It's not really a brush stroke. Not really, but we're just sort of stippling that on. So instead of necessarily maybe having to use the blending brush there, not so much. Now, thanks, Bithron, for doing the clip there. Appreciate that. And now we'll get some of our lighter colors here. A bit more here. The icicles, what do we want to do with those? I don't know. Dwarving, Ryan, nice to see you. Ryan, nice to see you there. And, yeah, this is the one that we did last night. And we actually have a third one that we already started tonight. So we'll be getting to him later on. Now, of course, this is advanced. He looks so much more like this one now. There was a time where there was kind of an end, a beginning, and a middle and a beginning, but now it's kind of like two ends and a beginning. That's I don't know if that would be the title of a book, uh, but that would be interesting. Zero, yep, there's a lot of, it's one of those several advantages of the oils. They are far more luminous, far more durable than acrylics, by like orders of magnitude. And there's been some miniatures where I painted the same figure in acrylics, the same thing in oils, but the same color scheme. And it was shocking to see the difference between the two. So dwarving, this little part of the base right here, this is the printed base, but it was really only 40 millimeters and it had to go on 50. So I just took some pieces of the bulletin board cork here and added it, and I had to do this sort of snow. This is not the kind of snow effect I would normally do. Normally I would use crushed glass, but I basically have to match previously painted miniatures that were done, I don't know, about 15 years ago, quite literally 15 years ago. And there was no such thing as the crushed glass snow and that sort of stuff. So you can see, where's our first one here? There's our Troll King. So yeah, that's on a 6-inch wide wooden plate right there. And again, that same kind of snow that you see here. Again, my preference is for the crushed glass, and we did that here on this Kitsune. You can get the crushed glass also from Armored Wolf. Now, you can just do so much more types of snow with this. You can do the melted snow, you can do the fresh fallen snow, and that's here. We've got another example of what you can do with the crushed glass right here. So see this muddy snow? And again, the melted snow here where your icicles are, and then you've got almost like a fresh fallen snow on top of the semi-melted snow. That's something that you can do with the crushed glass. I mean, this right here, it's what I did back in the day because that's all there was. Now I would most certainly do something very different, but this was my own thing. I could do whatever I wanted. And we'll certainly print these guys up again so that, well, I can have some for me, of course. Let's see. Artemichael, yeah, that's one of the things I was dealing with today was people that didn't have their listening hat on. And I would literally say something, and it was like they didn't even bother to read the message. They read the message but didn't read it. And I said, yeah, I just did talk about that right there in the message. It was pretty darn obvious, too. So I can sympathize with your plight. Now, when the miniatures dry, here's again more of these fantastic Archvillain. This is their December release, so I had to do that same snow there, but this is all one piece. Yeah, that's a one-piece print right there. Once these are dry, if I feel the need, I'll just throw the Army Painter Anti-Shine. That's all we've used for many, many years. For whether it's acrylics, oils, doesn't matter. Wouldn't matter one way or the other. I always use that stuff because, well, there's 0 days out of the year that are safe for spraying anything here. And you can also put, well, say several layers where you really need it, and don't even bother putting it where you don't need it. Like under here, why would I be putting the stuff there? Or I could put 5 or 6 coats on here. Now these guys here, the red paints and the magentas, sometimes they tend to just be shiny by nature. And I hit this with the anti-shine and it toned down. It basically equalized everything. So these were the guys we painted on Saturday, and they looked quite shiny. until we hit them with the yield anti-shine, and that took care of everything. So I think that gets all the questions there. So yeah, Artemichael, sorry that you have to deal with that kind of stuff. But yeah, that was the reason why we are a couple hours late. Well, an hour and a half later than I wanted to be, because basically people would write something and they would just essentially completely ignore it. And I'd say, yeah, it doesn't matter. You saw what I just wrote there. And like we've said a couple of times here tonight, this guy, even now I'm holding him at an angle, right? And they're arguing that I should try and squeeze something 3 times as tall as him underneath this camera setup, which ain't going to happen because, well, ain't going to happen. They can want it to fit under there, but it ain't going to. I'm gonna get let's get a little light stuff here too. What the heck? Where's my blending brush? So I just threw those lighter colors on there. We'll take the blending brush, and that's it. That's all it takes. Same over here, right? We threw this on here. It's on screen now, so I'm gonna take this and quite literally just pull it over to this side. That's all I gotta do. I think we gotta lighten up a couple of things. You know, I'm actually gonna hit this. See, same thing. I just slapped some of the lighter color on there. Wrong end of the brush. Let's do this. So yeah, that thing would quite literally, the tip of it would be about, there. There's no way that's fitting underneath here, but couldn't get him to understand that. Didn't, and it wasn't, it was crazy enough to be arguing back and forth with one person, but today it was a second person. Let's see. Alexander, let's see. Yeah, we're 2 hours, 26 minutes in. And again, we have 2 of them going at the same time. And thanks, Alexander. Appreciate that. We don't mind a little more of a sip there. So dwarving, these are all very much 28mm scale. So this is from Archvillain. And you can get a little peek right there, so you can see the infantry and the cavalry and the monsters. So it's almost 28mm true scale. So it's not quite heroic scale. And I think we've got, let's see, do we have any of the, well, here we go, yeah. So these are also from Archvillain. Now these are really huge critters right here. This is probably the best indication. So those are 50mm bases. The, shall we say, the casualties there, those are, I think we have one that has them here. Let me see if I can dig this out. So you can see there's their human-sized figures. Now, of course, this is 3D printing, right? So if you wanted to make them bigger, you could make them bigger. If you wanted them smaller, you could make them smaller. So when you're talking about the 3D printing, what might be too large, like a lot of the stuff that we shrink down for Lord of the Rings scale, that is something that you can do with your 3D printing that you can't do with other figures. You know, just your standard figures you're going to buy that are cast in plastic, resin, metal, whatever. I think we're caught up now. And again, we're just, we're actually, unlike some of the other ones where I was doing some green down here, actually letting some of the blue, just straight up, almost, not quite a bright turquoise there. That's actually going to go here on some parts of this, well, not quite a sleeve, whatever that is. And I might go back with some more of the brilliant yellow pale on this fur. It's not quite as much about lightening things up. It is as much about making sure there is enough yellow there. I'm going to have to thin this down a smidge, just using that high quality odorless thinner. And we only have a tiny bit of it out at any one time. You don't need a gallon of this stuff. It's not like paint water. This is it. Sometimes that's 2 days, 3 days worth. That's a water bottle cap. So no giant vat of thinner, because I know people are saying, "Oh, I'm using, I'm using a lot of it, or it smells or whatever." Well, first of all, the really high quality thinners, they just don't have that kind of a smell. And when you're only using that much, that's all that I'm using. That really shouldn't exactly be overpowering, that tiny little bit. The other benefit of just having a tiny amount is you're not going to be inclined to be putting a whole lot of thinner on your brush, right? That's one of the things you want to just kind of avoid if possible. Yeah, dwarving, and there's a nice variety too. So you've got Archvillain, which is one of the most realistic of all of the digital sculpting outfits. But then you've got things like Artisan Guild, which is much more stylized. And then you've got everything in between. So some are much more stylized, some are much more realistic, some kind of combine the two. Some maybe go back and forth between one release and the next. Even just the Lord of the Rings stuff. Printing Goes Ever On is a little bit more stylized. Diwali is probably the most realistic of all the 3D printing things for Lord of the Rings theme stuff. And then you've got pretty much everything in between. I think Medbury is on the realistic side. Kurzlook may be a bit more stylized, I think. But even Printing Goes Ever On, I mean, it's sort of stylized. It's not Artisan Guild stylized. And I love us some Artisan Guild. We did one of our army painting series with Artisan Guild figures. Yeah, those are really nifty. But they're really good for doing, well, things like the skin tones and the tattoos and that sort of thing. So really enjoy those. Titan Forge is another one. Actually, I think I've actually printed out some Titan Forge. I might have actually printed out some, not Monster Mini Mayhem. What's the other one? God, what was it Titan Forge? No, it was Lost Kingdoms. That's another one. Yeah, I hadn't printed out some of their stuff in a while. I do enjoy their stuff. There's just been, well, some kind of priorities placed on things. I've actually been trying to print up some more 40K type stuff. So I've been printing up vehicles, been printing up actually some Sisters of Battle, even some larger scale things. Couple of more. Yeah, let's get some lights along some edges here. Along this top bit here. Again, this is to bring out some of these nice sharp edges, edge contrast, right? That is really important when you want to show things as metal. You want that edge contrast. So Ziegel, now of course on the Patreon page I have tons and tons of it here. We've got, we did 2 Necron series, we did our Sisters of Battle, we did the Thousand Suns, and well, of course we also have, this is episode 5 of our chapter studies here. This was the first one. Yeah, I think the Blood Angels were the first, that was the first video that we did. I've got myself now a 3D printable Lehman Russ. I've got a Chimera. And then I also have basically like a 30K Predator. I'm trying to make some build plates out of basically some Custodes jet bikes. Those were looking really cool. I think we'll be able to do some neat stuff with those. We can either, well, we'll do them both ways. We can do the TMM gold. We can also do them with the non-metallic metal. So that's the other beauty of the 3D printing, right? Is, okay, well, we did the TMM. Let's try it the other way now. And that's really cool that we can do that sort of thing. All right, I was just waiting for some parts of that to set so I could really hit that with the lightest light. Thank you so much, Ragnar Black Rain Main Primaris. Thank you for that follow. Hello, little hobbitses. Wait a minute, didn't we just see some Primaris guys? Yeah, I don't know. I think I saw some guy with this crazy armor and some shoulder pads. He looked white like me. So thank you so much, Ragnar. Appreciate that. And of course, we will be doing some space puppies. I think salamanders are next, then space puppies probably, maybe. Thank you so much, Landrast. Look at that, it's a baker's dozen. Landrast has achieved a baker's dozen. Thanks, Landrast. Appreciate that. Let's see. Well, I don't think you had a hobby night scheduled for this weekend, did you? I know it's been a little while since you had one of those. It's always really cool to see, see a picture of your table there with all the stuff laid out on it. So hopefully you get to do one of those again soon. Let's see. Actually, Ragnar, we painted one of those. Actually, I have 5 of those. We painted one on stream here. A couple of weeks ago, it was right before the No, it was the day the Kickstarter opened up. That's it. Yeah. So I painted one of those. We've got 4 more. I've got the banner guy. I might try to paint him up. Maybe, I don't know, we try and paint him up, or I was going to do maybe a video on him. So we actually have painted one of those, and I think I still got 4 more of those here that I can paint. So M-Toys came over and played some Core Space, but that's about it. Sorry that you haven't had a chance to have the big party there. Hopefully, people actually respond and say, yeah, you know what, this was really fun. We should do this again. So Ragnar, these are from Archvillain. So these are 3D printed. And this is the one that we painted last night. And here's one of the ones we're painting tonight. Now, of course, again, it's all from their December release. The fabulous Walrus guys, that's all one piece, that print. We got another one over here. Again, that is all one piece right there. And we've got our fabulous, where's our motto? Well, let's see. Let's bring the troll, because that is more like this month's release. So here you go. Again, this is all part of the December release right here. And all of these were painted on stream, so you can go check those out. Go check those out. Again, they're from Archvillain. And of course, we love all there's the vampire type stuff. And here's I love the Lizardmen. Got a bunch more Lizardmen stuff to paint. And of course, their Egyptian theme, the sons and daughters of Sekhmet. Really love the heck out of those. Now, there's a bunch of different ones that we support, of course. There's all the Lord of the Rings themed, like Printing Goes Ever On, Medbury, Kurzlook, and Diwali. We love all those. We never really did get the lightest lights on his hand up here, so let's see if we can work in some of those up here. Yeah, Dwarving, actually put the latest video up on the YouTube channel. That was a quick one that just used the Armored Wolf grass tufts and a few other quick and simple products, just trying to make something that looks a little bit more elaborate than just some flower tufts chucked on a base. It doesn't take much to have those little flower tufts look like so much more. You know what? I'm going to take... Oh, yeah. Here, let's take the... that's the white mixed with our... That's the Yeah, that's the brown matter. That was Terra Rosa, but no, that's actually the brown matter. That's another nifty skin tone possibility. And I think we might have to do a tutorial video that really features the brown matter as a skin tone. I know we've done some with the asphaltum as a skin tone, but I think maybe some of those with the brown matter could be very interesting. And again, the nice thing is that Archvillain does a really good job, and that this is not the case for all. They're not always created equal. They do a really good job of the hollowing. Their supports are pretty darn reliable. You know, sometimes some of the 3D printing guys, they might go a little bit berserk with supports because they don't want things to fail. But sometimes that forest of supports is it's a little bit difficult to chop it down. Yeah, so it's too many supports. Too much is too much, and sometimes it can be too much in a hurry. Just like with oils, so it is with supports. And we just threw some lighter color there. We're going to take our blending brush and we're just going to fade that out very nicely. Rooster Rhythm, how you doing? Nice to see you. Hopefully you're having yourself a good, well, Saturday slash Sunday. I know, again, for a lot of folks, it's already Sunday. Well into Sunday, in fact, probably. And we've done a lot of Lazy Squire stuff here. I mean, gee whiz, a ton of it. Let's see if we can find some of the other areas. Is it, yeah, we did a whole bunch of stuff here. Where's there? There we go. We've done at least 20 Lazy Squire figures here on stream over the past couple of years. So yeah, plenty of action from Lazy Squire. We're going to try and solidify a couple of edges here on the drum now that we've really come in here and done a lot with the greens and everything. I'm going to try and figure out what's going on with this. I don't really want to put any highlights on there because we don't want to look like it's carved on there. Because, yeah, carving the drum head, that's probably not a great idea there. Having, again, painted many drums, I think the last thing you want to be doing is carving stuff into the head of a drum. That's not going to work so well. And thank you so much, Dwarving. We could certainly use a little bit of a sip with that sub. Thank you very much. That's appreciated. So I know that the current, what is that stuff? The Ravaged Star stuff, very much of a chaos vibe with that. I don't know if they're... I wasn't really able to keep track of the Kickstarter once that started, so I'm not quite sure what direction they're thinking about going in the future. Again, we're going to continue to see what we can do with these, the stuff, the little designs that are on the drums. And there's going to be some more stuff that I'm going to do up here with some of those, some of the darker colors just to find some edges, but more like a mid-tone here. That's that scarlet, right? The cadmium scarlet. We'll mix it with a little bit of the Indian yellow to give it some strength here. And we're going to try and get some of that right around here. So it's not, we're not just trying to, not just do like a dark line or something like that. There's much more to it here. Much more to it. We're actually trying to get some color there. Look at this. We have blue. Right here, right next to it, is essentially a very intense orange color. We talked about it's not enough to just have a temperature contrast. You also want to have an intensity contrast. Just like here, we've got a green thing there, and actually the darker color that goes underneath it, believe it or not, is actually a very warm color. So there, that's another form of contrast. That lighter green right next to the orange. And here's another. See, everything's kind of soft here. There's a highlight there, but there's just not enough shadow or darks around it to do anything. I'm going to try and build some of those in now. Let's see if that works here. And all of a sudden now that edge starts to sharpen up. Dwarving, thank you so much. I appreciate that. It really does make a big difference. We weren't sure, when I first started doing Twitch, coming over from YouTube as I did, wasn't really sure what to expect. And of course, everything you read on the internet is true. And then, well, seeing is believing, of course, after now almost a couple of years. I do believe this April will be it'll be the official streamiversary. It's not necessarily exactly when I started streaming. The first couple of test streams were in March, but we just kind of treat April as our actual streamiversary. And I think we'll paint a Wappelius again. We'll do that same sort of color scheme. We have the one from last year up on the YouTube channel right now. But as always, we can print it out even bigger this time. I think I printed out maybe a 54 mil version. I know a heck of a lot more about printing now. All right, Valfera, we'll get you a film noir in just a sec here. In just a second. And I think there's a lot of examples here of those different colors, right? So here, let me get the brush out of here. So you got blues here, right? All those oranges, just right here on this element, the greens and the oranges and everything else. Here, let's do a quick little film noir. And also to look at the base, the warm fur on the, not so warm anymore, is it? Not so warm, not so cold. You got shading. There's plenty of shading there, but what do we have that's extra here? Look at that. So there you go. Yeah, dwarving, it's nice because, well, first of all, you're also sort of sharing the audience with your fellow streamers, which that sure doesn't happen on YouTube, which is very territorial. And you also have, well, again, folks they can ask questions, which is really good because it does enhance the lesson. It makes it more like a interactive tutorial where people can say, well, what did you mean by that? And then I can kind of go back again and maybe find a little example. I also will use the questions that I get on Twitch. I'll say, well, a lot of people keep asking about such and such. Let me see if I can maybe make a video that explains that. So Bina, how the heck are you doing? Nice to see you. I hope that your Sunday is okay. Boy, Bina, I actually have to send out, I feel bad. It was such a crazy day. I wanted to send out messages to Felonius and some of the other northwestern Europeans there to see what the heck was the name of that storm that was coming after them. Elsa or something like that. There was some big old storm that was bearing down on them, and hopefully they're okay. I'll have to send them a message later tonight and just see. It's like, okay, are you guys all right there? Well, yeah, Core Mechanical, I would still be doing, I used to do YouTube Live all the time. And, well, actually, it wasn't all that long ago I was doing Facebook Live. But unfortunately, YouTube made it impossible to go live because they kept basically killing the stream. I would start up a stream, and 5 minutes into it, they would say, this violates our community standards, and they would shut down the stream. And that didn't just happen to me. That happened to several other folks. So we said, okay, guess we're doing Twitch now. I mean, it worked out for the best because Twitch is certainly it's certainly really fun, very interactive. So Alexander is chooses to do the Gandalf. Alexander just did a Gandalf, dropping down a dad joke right there. Do we? No, we won't mess around too much more with that. And even this stuff here, I was thinking of doing some more. There's so much already going on there. I don't think we'll do very much more here. Let's get something lighter. There's actually a couple little straps that come right down through here. We darkened up the edges. Now we'll lighten those too. I think we'll have to come back once more with some darker stuff. Fry, how the heck are you doing? Nice to see you back. Now we will be doing, like I said, we've got some 40K stuff now that I've been able to print out. Some vehicles and other such things. Since I don't play 40K, there's not going to be just tons of that laying around. And like I said, we've done a ton of videos. We've done our whole Sisters of Battle series. Was at Series 19. We did the Thousand Suns series. We've done not one, but 2 series on Necrons, of all things. Yes, we have. 2 storms, one after another, mainly hitting the North Sea coast. Yeah, Bina, I'm going to have to shoot them a message and see if they're okay because, I mean, well, obviously it's a crazy hour here in Europe, but a little bit worried that I haven't heard from them at all. So I think we're going to have to send them a message just to make sure they're okay. Now, of course, they might have also lost power. I'm guessing maybe that that's also happening all across that northwest Europe there. So here, let's yeah, again, it's I love doing my Lord of the Rings stuff, and the other thing is to it well advances that project that I've got going on, and it also helps out some of the other sculptors that I work with. Like I said, it helps out Medbury, helps out Printing Goes Ever On, Kurzla, Kolbe, Davale. Yeah, where's our Davale? There it is. So this is another series that we did for the Patreon page. It was a 3-part series building up that diorama. And that was a fantastic Galadriel figure there from Davale. They're sort of, in some ways, like the archvillain of the Lord of the Rings printing, because they do very realistic stuff. Again, all the other ones are some degree of the stylization. Some of it's more, some of it's less. We're going to take our Indian yellow. Well, let's take this green mix again. A little bit of our green here. And no, just hit this some more. Not too much. Not too much. And here I think I might just throw a little bit more of our dark there. That's a little bit of Van Dyke brown. So again, that's a carved section. I was thinking that was another, like a second drum hit on there. No, that's just carved into the base. We had talked about maybe doing some of this a little bit darker. There we go. So that was the first part was basically constructing everything, constructing the base, setting up the painted backdrop. Well, guess what? Episode 2 was painting the painted backdrop. That was really fun. And then the final episode, as you can imagine, painting Galadriel, getting her on that base, and then doing whatever finished work needed to be done with cast shadows and other stuff that really couldn't do until we had the figure placed on there. just for reference. Just like here, when we're doing our miniatures, we want to try and work on all the different surfaces at least as much, all at the same time as possible. It's not always possible, but we want to do that as much as we can. Here, we'll get a little bit more of our light on the top of that drum there. I keep getting tempted to do almost that little bit of, oh, here we go, some stippling, right? Because of the texture here on the drum head. And that's just the other thing that Archvillain does really, really well. They get some super subtle textures, really subtle textures here. Very subtle textures. The skin on those Amato riders, they did a very good job of really just, and the walrus guys too, a really good job of getting the skin on them. Actually, with the polar bears here too, I also noticed that the flow of the fur is pretty good. So sometimes fur just tends to be, well, almost non-existent on a miniature, or it's sculpted too heavily, or it just doesn't really follow the structure of the figure itself. This, I gotta say, they did a pretty good job of that here. And again, these walruses, they had just a fantastic skin texture. That's very subtle. You don't always get that on the miniatures. So again, these are from Archvillain. It's their December release. I'm pretty sure their current release is all the sea, well, not really sea monster type. I guess so. It's really more like fishmen walking around, sharks and whatever. I've also been trying to print out some of the chaos stuff that they did, like those really amazing dragon ogres that I talked about. All right, just realize that the horn there, I think we needed to lighten this up here. Maybe make that a little lighter right there too, where his hand is. Might have to darken down his nose in a bit, but not right now. There's that blue. I'll take some of that. That's the radiant blue, so almost like a bit of a purplish blue here. I'm going to try to get that also on his face if I can. It's a little too thick. Cut it down a bit. There's another dad joke there from Alexander. Alexander must have spent some time in Avocado Kid's stream, because Avocado Kids loves his dad jokes. That might even be like one of his channel point rewards thing, is that Avocado tells a dad joke. So Rooster Rhythm, well, let's see if we can find the old stuff here. Now, some of it not so old. There we go. There we go. So I think that's most of them right there. Those are from previous games days. And we also, one of my favorite things was actually the art contest. Yeah, they used to have an art contest also at Games Day. And I've still got those pictures and stuff. So those were actually kind of really cool. And then here, there's our that's for the Lizardman army. That was the Armies on Parade trophy. That's my favorite of all of them. Of course, Bobo, that's his trophy. He kind of hung on to that. We've got some of the crystal brushes there. There's actually several more that aren't in that picture because I kind of lost track of where they were, and then I sort of found them. They almost actually fell on top of me when I discovered them. But yeah, we did a bunch of those. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, that's all of the Adepticon Best Painted Army and Player Choice things for tournaments. You got ReaperCon awards there. We've got the Bilbo's Bash trophies and the 2018, that was for my Bolt Action Army. That was for my was it Operation Sting. That was my Fallschirmjägers. So that's some of the past stuff right there. So Alexander has 4 kids, which means lots of dad jokes coming along with it, of course. Naturally, you gotta have the dad jokes with that many kids. So yeah, the crystal brush stuff. Actually, our most recent one was last Adepticon a couple of years ago. Now it's one of the Song of Ice and Fire Savage Giants. Yeah, one of the Song of Ice and Fire Savage Giants. Now there, look at that. See, I just put some blue in his fur right there. Why? Because it's pointed down towards the snow, which we're also going to have to get some lighter color here in the snow now that I think about it. And sure enough, if I go thicker, it's going to stick. We went thick, then thin. Now we're back to the thick. And of course, look at that. No problem having that stick there. Look at that. No problem whatsoever. But every single brush stroke that I do, the paint is mixing, right? So that means I have to go back over there, get some new paint. Look at this. Again, no problem covering that. It's something that you're going to just get used to, get a handle for. It'll happen with time and practice. I mean, that's kind of how everything works. When I think of what I can do printing-wise now that I could not do this time just a year ago, it's shocking. Hey, Valendar, how you doing? Let's see. Fry, I have no extra time to spend on contest type stuff. I basically just took stuff from my army, whatever my army was, and same thing with the crystal brushes. I would just take stuff out of my army box and enter that. Had no time for doing any special type things. Now, actually, the most recent thing, we can dig this out. Just give me a second here. There he is. So, I needed a new, more playable Imrahil for my army, which is ironic because this is one of the very last golden demons here. So this was the old metal Imrahil. This was one of the last golden demons they ever had in Chicago. But he wasn't really practical for playing. So I did this conversion here, which is a plastic figure with Forge World bits. And we sculpted a bunch of extra robes and a banner for him. And that just took a 3rd place in a contest just this month, actually, earlier this month. But he was again part of my armies. I needed that figure to be able to play my fiefdom's army. And I said, well, I made him. Might as well just chuck him into the contest too. Because, I have no time for doing special contest things. Hey, Pigeon, how you doing? Let me see. Yeah, dwarving, again, the contest stuff is not really something that I seek out. It's a time thing. I just don't have the time because, well, we have to do the stuff like these, right? That brings in the cash, that keeps lights on and food and all that kind of good stuff. Because those are handy things. Those are very handy items to have. Let me see. So, yeah, the Tomb Kings, the Lizard Men, we would just kind of throw some of that stuff into the crystal brushes there. Because, well, and the Sisters of Battle, I think we threw some of those in there for some sci-fi. And of course, well, then there was the days of the Rogue Demon before there ever was a crystal brush there. I always loved the Rogue Demon because instead of trophy, well, they gave you the little medals, but it was more about, well, you would get green stuff, or you would get some paints or some basing materials, and, green stuff, those rolls of green stuff now, they cost about $20. So, yeah, I didn't mind, because that way people could sponsor the contest, and yeah, I really enjoyed the Rogue Demons because we never would have known the texture paste that I'm using here. The only reason I even know about that is because it was actually prize support for Best Painted Army at Adepticon. I never heard of this stuff before. I remember I opened up the box and I went, what the heck is this stuff? And nobody around me knew what it was either. But over the years, we found many ways to utilize it. Yeah, Pigeon, I know it's been everybody's schedule. Well, it's weird. It's like people's schedule went wonky, then it's sort of stabilized, and then it went all wacky again. So yeah, not sure. It just seems like for folks, their schedules kind of goes in and out. Fry, I know that, well, we utilize the dry brush stuff even on these. Every single miniature that we do with the oils, a lot of the application is, for all intents and purposes, it's like a dry brush application. And nothing wrong with that. It's anything that is going to get the job done. That's really all that matters, right? Is that by the end of the day, you've got yourself some nifty painted miniatures. That's what it's all about. Do I want to? Boy, I don't know. I'll try to lighten that up a little bit along the edge there. Don't really want to get too much lighter on these metals so much, even though we would love to have a little more reflected light in places. And just again, the too much reflected light they won't really look like they're in shadow anymore. So dwarving, there's many different approaches to the non-metallic metals here. Here again, this is just a fantasy polar bear type of guy. The whole idea here is to have as many colors on this as possible because it's sitting right next to very bland, potentially bland white. So we're just trying to, we have to make this a little bit darker to make the polar bear's fur lighter. So we said that earlier on, a couple of hours ago, I think, talking about how sometimes you just have to fudge things a bit. Like you say, well, his cloak is white. Well, it doesn't matter. It's still going to have some kind of shading or variety to it, color variety to make it interesting, especially since these figures are very, very small. How you doing there again, Dano? Hopefully not quite as much hilarity ensuing there as there was last night. That sounded a little bit crazy there, for sure. Hopefully, maybe a little less wild. Oh, is there another? There is another claw over there. Okay, didn't see that before. See if we can just a little bit more of the snow on here. Again, we're gonna let that mix together. Let's lighten this up along the edge, this top edge here. And we'll bring out maybe a little bit of the light coming down onto this edge too. I didn't really think it was carved that deeply, but it's carved deep enough that we probably have to show that. And I think that's just about enough. Let's see if we can go a little bit lighter in here. At least on the top side. We're just letting the paint that's already there mix in with that. There we go. And here, let's do a little bit more of a little bit lighter color down here to separate from some of the physical parts of the drum. Again, trying to leave some of that darker color in there so that it looks almost like it's a bit stained again. A little bit here. Let's throw some of our light stippling on there. This is as much about trying to put some of the texture as it is any bit of reflected light there. What's going on up here? Let's do a little bit more of our light there. And again, they probably never really intended that to be metal in the first place. They probably intended that to be wood. They probably intended this to be just some kind of carved ivory. But again, if we're just going to have the bear with that white fur, we're going to have to try and find some contrast for him elsewhere. And we decided to do that with our mantle, just like on our other one here. Now, of course, I mean, he has ice shards sticking out of his arm. So at that point, yeah, realism kind of out the window, but you just run with it. Just like in here in our leathers, right? The purples, the magentas that we put. Same thing over here. Now, when it's something like this, maybe it's a little bit different. It's a human character, right? So that was a much more straightforward kind of non-metallic metal there. So it'll depend on what the topic is. It'll depend maybe what kind of a seam that you're trying to set. Obviously, all of our Khazad-dûm dwarves and gobos, we have that sort of off-camera lighting. And the whole idea there is to set the scene. Is that necessarily something you would ever see in person? Most likely not. But it sure made the army very fun to paint and really neat to look at. I think I will just lighten the end of those claws a little bit more. Same on these guys here. Valendar the Red, I think it was maybe about an hour ago. I could not confirm nor deny that might have been a stage name in a past life. But yeah, that may or may not have been, and if a certain person might have worked in the entertainment industry at one point, that might have been a certain person's stage name. Not sure. Again, I cannot confirm nor deny, but that might be the case. No way to prove it. No way to prove it. So, and I say that the court of preponderance of the evidence is always in my favor. So that's the story. We're sticking to it. Let's get some more lights along here. Where's the other drum that we did? See what we did here. Might try and do some of that right over here on this drum. So Pigeon also is going to fire in a little bit of a dad joke right there. Oh, it's all just so grisly. Yes, indeed. Here, let's get our blending brush back again, and all I had to do was just slap those lighter colors in there, and then we'll just see. It also takes some of the edge away. We still get the benefit of some of the lighter color there, but it does take away some of the edge. Let's throw a little bit more of our light down under here too. We'll thin this down, but remember, with the oils, you thin them down too much, you will get a pin line wash where you maybe don't want one. And this is borderline right here. I mean, this is 99% to a pin line wash. It is just on the cusp of it, which means any more of the thinner, it would have just been a very light pin line wash, which we've done. We do that a lot when we're doing our object source lighting stuff. And again, what was the stream? Was this the Thursday stream? Where's our, where did he go? He's around here somewhere. He was around here somewhere. Okay, oh, there he is. He's all the way up here. Didn't see him all the way up there. So this was this our Thursday stream? Right? Yeah, this is Thursday, because yesterday we did the other polar bear. You can see now that that's dried much more. Basically, it's pretty much dry. Not quite so on the shiny side, but here's another example again of the color difference. We'll do a quick film noir on this guy. So very dramatic difference, right? Not so much. The shading on either one of these, it looks pretty darn close, doesn't it? I mean, you can see a little bit of a lighting effect there, but this is why contrast is so much more than just light and dark. So much more because, again, the cooler, more dingy hues over here, the very intense, very warm colors over here.
Little hobbits, spark my gun.
So that makes a huge difference. Again, much more to contrast than you might think. And thank you so much, Elk Raken. I appreciate that. Hello, little hobbits. Speaking of puns, are puns expected? No one ever expects pun expected because pun expected paints with oils. Pun expected, how are you doing? And thank you so much for that raid. Appreciate that. So that is, I think that was raw. I know we did 5 of those, and it pretty much just bounced around between all the Egyptian gods, right, Bithron? So pun, I think you saw we were painting this guy. These are all huge surprise from Archvillain Games, right? Some 3D prints here. So this was our last night polar bear. We've actually got 2 of these guys going. So here is number 1. He's like a musical bear. He's a very musical bear. This one not so musical right here, but we'll get going with him. Everybody, please give Pun Expected Painting a follow, because again, Pun Expected also does the oils. Pun Expected, you know the drill. You want to post some of your recent Instagram stuff there into the chat. Feel free. Now we also have what is that? Oh, the Great Grimoire. That's right. Their Egyptian release. So we'll try and get some of those going for the stream here too. So Pun Expected, thanks so much for that raid. So Pun, I assume still cranking on the same project there. And again, if you want to let the folks see what you were working on, feel free to pop some links into the chat there so folks can go see that. Do a little bit more of a little bit more of that dark edge underneath there just to sharpen that up. I was looking at that. That was looking a little bit soft right there. And I think we also need, yep, sure enough, another little edge right over here too. So everybody, again, please go follow Pun Expected Painting. Where's my other little, there you are. There's my other little blending brush. There we go. Working on that Thanatos. Now, Punt, have I'm sure the oils have been super helpful, especially on, well, in any kind of a bust, but I'm guessing there they've been extra helpful. Ooh, here, let's get this very warm, almost orangey color here. Maybe we'll have to thin that down a smidge. There. Let's see, the sculptor. Yep, Valendar. Well, both Valendar and Grimm. They know what's going to catch the fancy, right? And of course, well, that Loot Studios Egyptian stuff, that was really, really fun. And of course, well, we loved doing all of the Archvillain Egyptian stuff. Oh, Grim, actually, I remembered after you left to go to bed last night, I do have a Great Grimoire figure printed out. It's the one where you've got sort of like a huntress, and well, there's 2 versions. One where she's riding the saber tooth, and then one where she's just kind of walking around with a big old spear or weapon or something like that. So I actually have those printed out. I don't know if those will be for a stream or if they'll just be another video series, because I want to build a diorama around the one with like a waterfall type thing and jungle and stuff. So Crypt Shadow has not gotten a pun from Pun Expected. He expects a pun from Pun Expected because it's Pun Expected. So Pun Expected is going to have to now deliver on a pun, which is funny because how many did we just have about all the bears and everything? So here we'll just, again, throw a little bit of our bluish gray there into the straps on this. Poof, there we go. So yeah, of course, so Lord of the Rings stuff, no doubt, because, well, I mean, we got that big old project going on, right? Every army in Middle-earth, every single one, every legendary legion. It's sort of like in Bolt Action, right? Where I had 5 French armies. Well, here we might have to actually do 3 Arnor armies. One for Rudar, one for Cardolan, and one for Arthedain. Now, the question is, when it comes to the actual playability of it, now if you go with just the few GW characters that they have, they've got Malbeth and they've got Arvedui, and that's about it. Those are the only characters that Arnor has. Now, they may do a campaign book, maybe some sort of Kinstrife and Arnor book. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't do it. It's there's certainly ample material there, and it sort of sets up Angmar. They already have tons of stuff from Angmar. So I would imagine, it's a way to start getting some new miniature kits out there for all the Arnor stuff. Now, of course, Wally the Walrus would argue that instead it's a beer necessity, and of course this is his scale ale, right? Again, a little bit fishy, but you get the martini effect, right? The eyeballs pop out, and it's sort of like a martini. So yeah, you can go with that. So actually, so Punt, how many more sessions do you think you have to go before you can wrap up the current project, and then what do you got coming up after that one? Because it's not enough to ask when this one is done. It's so what are you doing next? What's coming up next? I know you've got lots of the fun Kingdom Death figures there that you've been doing on the channel. Wasn't sure if there was any more of those that you're fixing to do. Valandar, that's kind of interesting. That how I'm sure you've heard us, and I'm sure you've said it too. What's old is new, and there's been people taking the old miniatures but giving them the new sort of modern day paint jobs and everything. But it would be interesting, right, if you were to digitally sculpt something to have it the look of something that was sculpted 30 years ago. That I'm sure you would have a blast with that project. Yeah, I'm sure you would do something really nifty there. Because that made that go back to some of those, like you say, the older sculpts like that. So let's see. So Rooster Rhythm is just embarrassed by all of the puns. Oh, speaking of which, reflected light here. I just put that Terra Rosa there. How in the world is that not reflected? Now it is. Now it's reflected there. So yes, we did not skip out on our reflected light. We remembered that. Here, let's lighten this up a smidge, because of course you do want your regular light to be a little bit lighter than the reflected stuff. So on Wednesday, Pun's gonna get back into the Kingdom Death arena. Is that gonna be? It's gonna be KDM, right? It is Kingdom Death Monster. Okay, I figured it would be. Just wanted to double check. And KDM doesn't just type itself in, so I didn't read that wrong. I did not read that incorrectly. You know what? I'm gonna see what happens with Egyptian Violet and some Radiant Violet together. Ooh, that is pretty darn intense, isn't it? And we'll throw some of that here on his trousers, as the case may be. A little bit more of the purple over here. Again, that's our radiant violet mixed with some of the Egyptian violet. Like so, and not too much, not too much, just a little bit to kind of give the indication that there's something lighter there. Also a little bit of purple there. It's all mostly in shadow anyway, but we color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? So that means we're going to actually take some of that purple. We're going to bring that up here. We'll bring that up here too. Our next big project will be a retro future cosmonaut diorama. That sounds really cool there, pun expected. Yeah, the Perlic stuff, you never quite know, because it will be very different from one to the next, isn't it? Not quite as different as a rate from Gamer Dad. Gamer Dad, how are you doing? And thank you so much for the raid. If everyone could please give Gamer Dad a follow, well, that would be really cool. So Gamer Dad, thank you so much for that raid. Well, huge surprise, we're painting in oils, and an even bigger surprise, it's a 3D printed miniature. I know you're completely shocked by that. We're painting, now this was last night's stream here. These are from Archvillain. Again, Archvillain Games, 3D printed. Oh, here's one that hasn't been prepped yet. So it was printed with the smoky black Soraya. And there's another one that we're going to be getting to tonight. We just did the pre-glaze here. We just did the pre-glaze on him. Same time we did the pre-glaze on this. 3 hours and 25 minutes ago, he looked like this. So that is a difference of roughly about 3 hours and 20 minutes there. Hey, JJ, nice to see you. Yes, it's a shock, isn't it, JJ? It's a complete and horrible shock. Oh, thanks, Painting Cricks. Nice to see you again, too. So again, the important thing here with our polar bears is to make sure that the fur has some yellow in it, right? Something besides, well, just plain old white. You can see there's snow. Yes, it's also white, but much more of a bluish tinge, right? So again, we've got working on this guy. We will be getting down to this. He also has those same crazy little ice shards sticking out of his wrist. Must have hurt there. And we'll have to figure out what this is going to be. Is that going to be all stone, or is it going to be set in some metal here? Not quite sure yet. Not quite sure. So Gamer Dad, what were you working on your stream? And of course, you know the drill. If you've got yourself some Instagram pics or anything like that you would like to share of that or other projects, again, feel free to drop a link in the chat there so that people can go check that out. Now, this is another, I've tried this a couple of times here. There's actually one strand of fur that crosses over the front of this. And as I mentioned before, your Archvillain figures, they trend more towards the realism, for sure. There is a little more realism to these guys. I mean, they're fantastical creatures, but still a little bit more on the realistic side of things. Oh, thanks, Green Fairy. Appreciate that. And there's still that fourth one. Still that fourth one to go. Now, again, we've done almost the entire December pledge, or December release there. These are the trolls. We painted up 4 of these guys, 4 very different poses. That again was one piece. Seriously, the shield, the troll, everything was one piece. And actually the base was also printed, and of course here's more one-piece miniatures. These fantastic walrus guys, all from the December Archvillain release. Look at, there's the skin right there. You can see that turquoise right on the bottom of his face. Well, Green Fairy, we'll try and get to the other one in a little bit here. So we'll be getting back to that process of just starting to apply some of those lighter colors, then some pin line washes, and well, fun will be had by all. So thanks again, Gamer Dad, for that raid, and of course, if everyone could please be sure to follow Gamer Dad. I mean, that's what we like to do here on Twitch, right? Is spread that love. Spread the follows around. It's not like it costs anything. Oh, here, let's pop in a little bit more of that greenish color here. Again, it's a very warm green. We're just trying to find as many differences as we can here. The shadows are actually a darker, almost like a maroon color. So yeah, we are, what was it? Oh, on the other bear, we were highlighting like a very, we were highlighting brown with a light green. And then we were taking magenta to highlight green. I mean, it was insanity back and forth. It was crazy time. There we go. So pun expected. Post in the Discord link there. Pun expected. Did you post those into the Discord that Grimm's got going on? Because that's a place we just kind of call it the home of the Linseed Brotherhood there, where people have fun talking about the oils, asking some questions. Also, we'll dive into the 3D printing aspect as well. So if you got questions there on the oils, the printing, there's you got some different sections of that where you can kind of discuss all those things. I thought so. When I saw the Discord there, I'm like, I bet you that's in the Discord that Grimm set up. Where's that blending brush? So yeah, just slapped a little bit of the lighter color there. We'll just, bam, do something like this here. So it's nice and smooth there. I see another area where we need to just do a little bit of brushstroke management. Never did get this thing. Just throw a little more light along here. Hey, Dr. Tentacle, how you doing? Nice to see you too. So yeah, I think if you check out Pun's link right there, that'll take you to the Discord that we were talking about. And there we go. Grimm has posted the link to the Discord. Again, go check that out. And of course, also check out Grimm's YouTube channel, because Grimm does a lot of helpful info for folks that are new to the oils. You're trying to kind of decode some of the stuff there. That's Grimm tries to make some really super helpful videos on sort of decoding all that. So be sure to check that out. I think you'll be glad that you did. All right, so this is another little thing right here. Let me see if I can just do that with the blending brush here. Yeah, that is that's all I needed to do right there. Now, this needs to get a couple of lighter edges too. Let's see if we can do that. That element right there, we need to get sort of a light highlight on the top and then one in the center. Let's see if we can do this with the brilliant yellow pale. Pretty good up here. We need one here and then one down there, and that's it. There we go. For whatever reason, I think the shape of that is a little bit unusual, so it made that a little more difficult than I expected. Okay, I'm going to smooth that out just a little bit, maybe some reflected light under that. That's a little too much stippling right there. We're going to just step some of that back. Where's that blue again? I don't know, something like this. Got a little bit of the blue in it. Speaking of some stippling here, we'll do that just to encourage the look of some texture here on these drum heads. Nah, we'll go this way with it here. Yeah, just it's sort of reflected light. Don't want to make them look like they're metal or something like that. That would be a little too much. Let's get some edge lights on these because of where the light's coming from. What about this. Oh, actually, yeah, we never really did get this stuff down in here. There's that green again. Where is that green? That's gonna go over here. Blending brush. This is that blind blending, right? Because that's nowhere near any kind of smooth blend. However, I just took Mr. Blending Brush and turned that into a much smoother blend in about 2 seconds. It does not have to be difficult. I know for whatever reason there's a whole cottage industry around things being difficult. Not sure where that came from, but it's like if you can take a 3-step process and turn it into a 10-step process, some folks will turn it into a 20-step process. It doesn't have to be that complex. Life is too complex already. Let's not make our fun stuff also complex, because that makes it less fun. What is happening with that thing? What about this one too? We need a little more reflected light on the underside of that, and then maybe even we'll march on over here to some of this, the Indian yellow, mix with some of our cadmium scarlet here. That's all looking a little bit the same. We're just going to try and, there we go, maybe more of the Indian yellow, why not? And cadmium scarlet. That's quite the transparent yellowy orange right there. And that is just what I was looking for right there. And again, there's Grim has posted the link to his beginner-focused videos. Like I said, you want to check those out because I think they'll be very helpful for you. So go check those out. Oh, look at that. Really, that is what I've been waiting to see over there. I think we'll do some of that up here too. There's just some areas that I wanted to do a little tidying up. Why not also pop in a little bit more of that yellowy orange right there just to accentuate some things, and our greens down here are going to look much cooler, right? That looks so much warmer there. I'm going to put some of that into the shoulder here where I can. And a nifty thing about something like the Indian yellow, okay, it's not opaque, it's pretty darn translucent. Pretty translucent, however, you can just paint it right over the top instead of having to do a glaze with it. Yeah, so instead of a glazy thing, we're just going to paint it over the top because it is already so translucent. So use the translucency in your favor sometimes. I know, especially with the oils, a lot of folks, they end up fighting with the translucency, but sometimes you can really use it in your favor. Might throw a little bit of that over here too. Yeah, and that's definitely going to make our grains there stand out so much more. I might also throw some of that here. Not too much because, again, most of that is pointing towards the ground anyway. Most of that's pointed downward, so we'll not get that quite so warm because, again, we want the ground, right, to be generating some of the greens that we see here. Again, focusing in on maybe here that's pointed up. Same here, more of that Indian yellow with the chaser of cadmium scarlet. Bam, right there. Here too. So this is actually a very translucent color, but has pretty significant impact, doesn't it, when we slap it on here? Again, it's not meant to cover anything. You can see I just sort of stippled a little bit of that on there. It's more of a tint than anything else. And we'll only use just a little bit here and there. So, yeah, let's get some over here. That's gotten awful dark. This is also going to just lighten that up a little bit while also really intensifying the orange color that's there. Now, hey, Brush Licker, how you doing? Ooh, let's carry that down here, and we'll let that mix into some of our other lighter yellows. Okay, there. Let's do a little bit more of our orangey stuff right here too. What about on the underside of the... No, I don't want to do too much there because I've got the green. I got that blue over there. I will do just a smidge right here. So yeah, just a touch more there. Again, I'm going to avoid that area. So tempted to fool around with that, but as I look at it, I said, no, we don't want to do the really intense orange down there. Up here, different story. Different story up here. And again, we're just sort of stippling some of that on there. I think I will just sneak a touch more onto this side. Maybe even onto the end of that. Ooh, what's going on here? Yeah, I think we'll let that get... Yeah, that was kind of a rough... It went from really light to zoom dark. We just toned it down a bit. Again, that's the... We don't get a chance to do that very often with something like the Indian yellow, where it's not some kind of a glaze over the top of it. We're just using its natural translucency just to paint something that's a little bit more of a tint. It's a strong tinting color. That's why we call it a staining color as well. Egyptian violet can sort of do the same thing, only it's going to overpower even more because it's just so dark. It is incredibly dark. Indian yellow it's an oddball color because it's so translucent yet is really, really intense and powerful. So sometimes maybe folks have a little bit trouble controlling it because they say, oh, it's a yellow, it's light, and then they go, holy smokes. Even though it's translucent, it really just stains and tints everything that it touches. So like there, we got a much more. I'm seeing also too the light, dark, light bands that we also prefer to see, right? When we have something that we think is metal. Again, it's not necessarily metal, but we're just going to treat it as such. That's what we'll do with it this time around. And I throw a little bit of the Indian yellow here too on this part of the horn here. And let's do some more down there. Yeah, that actually that's mixing with some of that lighter green in there. All right. So that is, I don't think we want to do the Indian yellow there. I'm going to actually go over to some of the green. Here, let's grab some of the sort of phthalo / perline black mix. And I mean, it's sort of a mid-tone here. I don't think I want to get any dark. I'm going to take some of the Well, let's see what happens with the radiant green and turquoise together on the underside of this.
So say we all.
Ah, thank you, Olive. That is appreciated. Here, we'll get you a little bit of a sip there for that stuff. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. So Olive, I hope that you had yourself a good Saturday. I mean, we still got a couple hours worth of Saturday here, but I hope your Saturday was fun. Olive, you know what? I keep, wow, I don't know, has anybody ever, well, outside of, say, some of the more, oh, what is that? Your almost anime style or whatever. I wonder if anybody's ever done an army of pandas. Uh, Certainly with the digital sculpting, you know, that's an easy possibility. But I don't know if we've ever seen an army of pandas. Obviously, the bamboo basing, right? You could certainly, and now that Wicked Elf Miniatures does bamboo, yeah, I think that could be very interesting. An army of panda bears. I don't think I've ever painted a panda bear. Maybe when I was a kid, I might have drawn a picture of a panda bear, but I've certainly never painted a panda bear miniature. All right, let's do a couple of more lights with that green there. Let's spin them around. Let's get a couple on this side here. Again, letting that mix with the color that's already there. Yeah, I'm sure that I've seen, like I said, maybe for board games or something like that. No, actually, no, I don't think that was. I was trying to think those. What do they call those things with the big heads? Chibi? Oh, that's it. No, I don't think any. I painted a couple of those almost chibi type things, but even those weren't panda bears. So yeah, I don't think I've ever painted a panda bear miniature. So clinch art, Dr. Tentacle. I don't think I've seen clinch art stuff before. I've only just in the last, I want to say the last 3 weeks or so, started to do some very, very basic searches around for certain things. So I'm starting to get familiar with some of the, well, the other digital sculptors aside from the ones that I already am working with and such. So the dice head ones are, what would you say, Grim? More of the stylized kind of stuff? Again, my search parameters, they're pretty darn specific, so it's hard to run across just sort of random things, well, like that, and some of the other digital sculpting stuff. Here we are. This is the color work. That's actually the radiant violet mixed with some of the radiant green. Yeah, definitely a bit more stylized than your Archvillain. It is interesting. I mean, again, Archvillain is, it's sort of like Diwali with Lord of the Rings, where their stuff just tends to be more on that realistic side of things. Do I want to get any more of the green? I don't know. This right here, I think we need to introduce some darks in there. Nothing insanely dark, but I'm going to take, I think, some Van Dyke Brown here. And this is more about almost making it a bit stained in appearance here. So we're just going to take this very, very gently. Just, well, we're back to that sort of stippling type of a brush stroke there. A little bit of stippling. A bit more stippling over here too. And I think that is helpful. What's going on over here with this that side of the drum head? I think we'll darken some of that down. Maybe I need a little bit of the brown matter in with the Van Dyke brown here. Yeah. Like the cartoon dinos a couple of months back. They're more stylized, more like cartoons. Yeah, and the well, the stylized stuff sometimes it just does provide some opportunities that maybe you might not have otherwise. I know with the what was again the Artisan Guild stuff. It's a lot easier to do some skin tone videos with those just because of the way they're sculpted. The Archvillain stuff, not really that great for doing skin tone videos. They tend to have a lot of stuff on them, right? Whereas the Artisan Guild is a bit more of an open canvas, which is nice. Every so often, it's nice to have more of the open canvas type of a look. So Dr. Tentacle, I hope that you're doing well. With that, we'll darken that down under there. Can't really reach it that well anyway. All right, that's better. We'll darken this down a bit more. Here as well. All right. More of that on this drum, maybe around here. Maybe right around there. I want to just outline that piece. Now we'll just spread that around that mix. Got our black here. Some black spinel. It's actually going to look very greenish in comparison to everything else that's already out here. So Green Fairy Studios here. Let's see if we can find some of those other chapters here. Again, for folks that are maybe a little bit newer to the oils here. So less is more. More is way too much. Less with the oil paints. With the acrylics, you can sort of pile that on there with not much worry because each layer is just going to dry. With the oils, that's not going to be the case. So that's why we take that sort of dry brushing approach, at least to get started. And this is another really important thing. It's actually not too shabby with the acrylics too, but caress the brush, less pressure on the brush. Don't have it down by the metal part of the ferrule, and don't have that death grip on it, because I see it all the time. People have a death grip on that brush. And of course, let the oils do the work, right? So many times I'll see people essentially thinking of the oils as super slow drying acrylics, and that really doesn't let you take advantage of them quite the way you would like to. So yeah, think of the oils as oils. Let them do what they do best. And yeah, they not as super slow drying acrylics. They can do so much more. You just sort of have to let them do their thing. But you can see, you don't see my hands here like this, right? Well, I couldn't even reach the miniature. Look at this. See? Not even going to be able to reach it. Many times you see my hand here, closer to the end of the brush, right, than to the front of the brush. That's all very important. And thank you so much, Green Fairy. Appreciate that. We'll also have to do a little restock on this here, I believe. I'll have to restock on that for sure. Here, why don't we trying to think exactly what I want to do here on his handle. I want to lighten up the interior of his hand a little bit more. Nah, I think for now, we'll just leave that darker. I might try and get a little bit more of my darker Egyptian violet here on the pants. We went in with some of the lighter, that was like the Egyptian violet slash radiant violet mix. But now we're going to try and really hit some of our darks here on the straps too. These guys, yeah, let's do these guys too. I know there's the snow right there. This stuff here, that is not part of the printed base. I needed to expand the printed base a little bit. So we took things like these chunks of cork out here to expand that. And then we used the same exact texture paste that we used on all of the other ones. The walrus guys, the trolls, all the same stuff. Let me see if I can't maybe pop some not super bright highlights here on these rocks, but just a little something, give them some shape. A little something more here. All right, a couple of more dots there. Again, of that lighter color. It's kind of almost a bit of a little purplish. Part of that is just to make it look a little different from all of the bluish grays that are surrounding it with the snow. And I certainly don't want those highlights again anywhere near as light as the snow. Snow's not going to look terribly light. It's going to look awful dingy if the highlights on the rocks are very, very light. Might even throw a little bit of the radiant, that's a bit of the brilliant yellow pale into that same violet. That'll not just lighten it up, but also gray it down a bit. I'm going to carry some of that back here too. Let's get just a bit more of that back here. So yeah, for whatever reason, and this, I think it's because Archvillain has several different sculptors working on each of their releases every month. Sometimes, well, even the walrus bases were too small. So the trolls, they fit perfectly on those 60 mil bases, well, almost perfectly there. But with the walrus guys, we had to make our own bases for those completely. So yeah, these are not printed bases. That's the tree bark right there. They do have printed bases, but they're more like 50 millimeter size, and I think it's all exactly the same. It's sort of like a little, like some fishes on the ice or whatever, and there's like a hole in the ice, like they're doing some ice fishing or whatever. So that it can sometimes be a little bit strange with the Archvillain stuff and the bases. Like the Mato riders, the Quetzal rider, all of those have really elaborate, even the chameleon ones. Then you get to the Ziscal guys, and they're all on that same sort of unusual round, almost like a plate. It's a little strange. So I'm going backwards a little bit there with some of the radiant turquoise, because I think we want some snow in here, maybe. Maybe we get a little bit of snow there. I know there was that was 2 pieces of cork there, so I'm sure there's a little bit of a gap. Now this, I think, has to be a little thicker. Well, I'm sure we're going to have to throw some more of our white out here for sure. Now this snow really does, I have to really use a lot of the white for the snow, so we'll throw some more white out here before, again, we get to our other guy. So now, Dano, would you say that the anglerfish guys are about the size of these polar bears? Because it can be a little bit deceiving, right? You look at some of those and they look like they're really big monsters, and then it turns out they're not all that big. So yeah, I was wondering about that. I meant to ask you if you would actually put. I haven't even had a chance to put any of that stuff on a build plate at all. It's been too raucous to do anything like that. I know you've been really working hard on your sculpt. Actually, if you want to throw a link to your sculpt there in the chat, I know you posted it on Instagram earlier today, I think, right? So if you want to post the link to your sculpt there in the chat so people can see that. Because it seemed like they were about this size, maybe. Thank you so much, Omaru. I appreciate that. White, right? There's Gandalf. Loves his little hobbitses, of course, but he's also riding his white horse, which has the same variations in it as our polar bear. So I mean, here you can see next to the white snow, there's a lot of warmer colors there, but you can see there's tans, violets, blues, almost some greens in there. Even though it is white, I mean, Sauron was the same way, right? Sauron the white, but we were able to, in addition to all the texture there, get a lot of fun colors onto his robes. Again, we're just trying to lighten up a couple of portions here of our there. I think here I haven't had to stick my hand on the figure there, so we haven't quite transferred as much of the snow color onto the base as we did last night. That just kept happening like crazy last night, transferring that snow color onto the base. Speaking of the snow, we're going to try not just lighten this up, but also get some of that blue in here too. Now, I know it can be a little bit difficult on camera sometimes to see when you're painting the white. It can start to get a little bit burned out. I almost meant to turn down the brightness of the camera a bit just to maybe help compensate for that. And let's get a couple more of our lights in there. Maybe up here too. Let's do some more over here. Not so much underneath there. Want that to be in shadow. But I think this was another area here I thought I could lighten up a little bit. It's not exactly white. Also, maybe tighten up the edge around that rock. And if you remember our pre-glaze over here, that's what the snow started out as. Right? So that pre-glaze, that was done basically about 4 hours ago. Oh, here, this is a little bit dicey right here. I'm going to have to either add some lights in there or expand on the dark. I'm going to start out this way. Let's throw some of the Egyptian violet mixed with maybe a little bit of the radiant violet here, and just see what happens. Maybe more of the radiant violet here. It's not necessarily all in shadow either, so I think I can sneak in some lights there. That helps. Yeah, that little bit right there. I wasn't super happy with what we had going on there. Another little that part of the strap there. I'm going to take some of the Van Dyke brown, see if we can finalize that. Looks like we did. And I just saw a couple of other edges here. These got to be sharpened up. All of these here. Didn't quite get to these. Sometimes there's I'm just about to do something and well, someone kindly raids us or something like that. So we lose our place a little bit. Again, if I was just painting things, which wasn't wasn't so all that different long ago, not too long ago. I was just painting things and nobody was not like this, right? Live on stream or whatever. I would have been painting all of this stuff all at the same time. Would have been painting the walruses, the trolls, these guys all at once, all at the same time. Obviously, we're trying to make these more into lessons so that people can see them. So that means more of a one at a time approach. But that is again where a lot of the speed also comes in as you're working on many things all at the same time. And with the army painting series, it's okay if the paint actually does dry between sessions, because believe it or not, you can still do some really nifty stuff even when you're painting wet oils over dry. Thank you so much, Sarge, for the Shamrock Shake. Sarge has returned, so thanks for the bitses there, Sarge. Now, is the workday almost done now that it's 10:27? Because it's 10:27 there as well. Unless no, maybe I guess you got you're doing what, the 15-hour days, so you probably still have some hours left to go. And here, what I want to try and do is have a little bit of a dark band that works its way right through this one area here. So it's right through there, just a little bit of a dark band. Let's see if we can make this happen here. Also, what does it do? It sharpens those edges all along the way. Again, the lighter color, it can be tough to get the sharp edges, but here when we start to impart some of the dark, bam, we get some nice sharp edges. Oh, you've been done. You got off early. Never mind. That's right, Sarge. You said that. You said that. Sorry, it's been kind of a distracting kind of a day here, so my brain is a little bit scattered today. So I apologize. I wasn't sure if you were able to make a more of a determination. Do you think you'll be able to finish off your project there with your Corsairs, or your Corsair ship anyway, and your 3 hunters? I know you were kind of looking at the remaining days going, maybe, maybe not. Now that this stuff is set a little bit more, we can get back in here and do a little bit of tidying up. This is the brushstroke management that we talk about, where I'm not looking to blend any colors here. I'm just looking to remove a few brushstrokes. And of course, look where my hand is. Closer to the end of the brush than the front of the brush. That is a hugely important thing. You'll actually, you'll notice it too, just when it comes to how tired you are after painting, believe it or not. And I know there was, I think it was a Reaper thing where they were doing a sculpting thing, and the person who was being taught the sculpting, they had a death grip on the sculpting tool. And they said, well, not only will the miniature benefit from not having a death grip on the sculpting tool, but you're also going to feel less tired, less worn out afterwards. Because I talk to people all the time about that, and sometimes they're just exhausted after a painting session, and it's pretty much because they were trying to snap that brush in half with their hands. So Green Fairy Studios is very, very, very fortunate. All done, ready to go for Adepticon. We haven't even started working on Adepticon stuff. That is nothing I'll be working on next week either. There's no time next week either for that. We have plenty of other things we have to do, but not that. Yeah, Sarge, I mean, you can, well, heck, you can have it for ReaperCon. There's just so many other occasions you'll get to to show that and use it, I'm sure. Here, let's get rid of that little piece of fuzz on the end of the brush there. And of course, you want it to be fun too, right, Sarge? If you just rush through it just to get it done, it's not going to be very fun. It'll just be something like yet another thing that you have to run around doing in addition to everything else. Well, I mean, that's why I don't do the contest figures. I just don't have the time to do those. And they wouldn't be fun anyways because I would just be somehow trying to shoehorn those in along with everything else. And again, why make it all super stressful? Doesn't have to be. So lighten this up out here too. Maybe some of that there. A little along here. This is that edge that's sort of closest to me. Now, again, not sure if I want that to be a carved ivory or something like that. Probably like maybe a mammoth tusk or something like that that's been carved down into a horn. Another little bit here where we could probably stand to have some of our light. And that's got a whole lot of nothing there. I'm going to see what happens with... This might be too light here. We'll cut down on that a bit. It's going to go in here. It's pretty much the same exact color / value as what's behind it. I wanted to lighten that up a little bit. Maybe we'll throw a little bit more of our yellow into that. Again, not too much. Maybe I just lighten up the horn instead. And how's about maybe something like this? A dirty little magenta. So let's put that in here, see what happens with it. If it's too light, I can always just tone that right back down again. Yeah, maybe that does actually work. Instead of trying to lighten up everything, right? Because if we have no darks there on the gold stuff, it's just going to look, I don't know, like it's been wrapped in some sort of paper. Yeah, Sarge, that is definitely a sound way to go for sure. Especially since there hasn't been one around these parts in a long, long time. I do believe the last one in Chicago, and of course I'm always forgetting, I always keep thinking of it as being 10 years ago. Maybe it's even been longer than 10 years ago, but it's been at least 10 years, possibly even more. Maybe 11 or 12 since it was last here. Now we'll take this same sort of almost like a skin tone mix and, oh look, we'll maybe get that on some of these drum heads over here. So this is just that is that brown matter with just a little bit of, I think that was the, brilliant yellow pale, not the white. Okay, that's something that can really be I think a good flesh tone as well. Maybe like a Mediterranean type of a skin tone, perhaps. Do we get some more of that down here? Well, no. What I'm going to do is just take this. So, see, we have a bunch of different rough brush strokes there. Bam. That wasn't about blending those. I just wanted to clean up some of the brush strokes there. That's all I was looking to do. And we'll do our... Yeah, there. Okay. More lights. More lights. That's the... we got the blue here. Now over here it's more of that pinkish sort of a tint. Just makes the things that are leather or whatever more interesting. Now here I don't want to lighten this up too much. Again, the lighter that gets, the darker all this looks, and well, we don't want that, do we? We don't want that getting darker. It's all about context. You add something in one area, everything around it, it's going to change how your eye views that. It has that immediate and dramatic effect. So the lighter the fur gets, the darker the leather is going to be, because your eye is just going to look at it and it's going to compare one to the other. You're not painting in a vacuum. So even this is not straight up white. This has actually a little bit of greenish color to it. In addition to all of the yellows here that are on, I can see some of the purples and the blues that were painted onto the fur. What's happening with the fur over here on his arm? So yeah, the other guy is gonna have that that stuff that's sticking out here of his arms. So I have to get. Oh no, we do have the phthalo green out there already, so we're good there. Yeah, too much thinner on the brush here. Too much thinner. It's almost a pin line wash right there. Might need a little more reflected light here. Just gonna again do a little bit of stippling right there. That's enough. How's about a little bit more of our light down here? Some of these, I don't know, maybe there's a couple of little supports there. Well, I have to clean those up a bit. So Sarge, earlier today, the new printer showed up, and I was expecting a big box, but boy, that was a big box. That was pretty darn, that was a big old box. So glad that it, well, kind of didn't have much of a choice. I started the process of moving things around to make some space for that. And boy, there definitely won't be any room for that FDM printer now, that's for sure. That is not going to have any space. Now, let's see, as much as looking forward to seeing it. Sarge, what's nice is, now, of course, the early Rogue Demon, that was kind of nice. I always loved the Rogue Demon because it wasn't about so much, a specific trophy or whatever. There was a lot of nifty prize support for that, where you just got some green stuff or a bunch of paints or some primer or something like that. Some really helpful hobby type things. But you do have some of the stuff like I think Crystal. Well, no, sorry, what is it? Creature Caster has theirs. I don't know if Arena Rex is still doing theirs, because Arena Rex for years has been doing a little small painting contest in their booth, where you obviously paint an Arena Rex miniature, and basically you can win more Arena Rex miniatures. It's no trophies or anything like that, but you get yourself potentially some free miniatures, so not bad. And I think there's going to be more folks doing that. So I did that once. I think maybe it was one of the first year they did it. It was some credit there for the booth, and I just got some more miniatures. For the Rogue Demon, it was a little medallion that they would give you. And sometimes it would be, well, you know those nice rolls of green stuff, not the small stuff where it's the blue and the green smashed in together, but the nice plastic tubes. Yeah, you would get a tube of that. You would get some paints. You would get some primers. Basically, it was a sponsored type thing, right? So different vendors would put stuff in as prize support, and that was a really, really cool thing about the old Rogue Demons back in the day, is that essentially you could use, there was material like, oh, epoxy sculpt. Yes, epoxy sculpt. I'd never heard of epoxy sculpt until, oh, and brown stuff. Yeah, epoxy sculpt brown stuff, which, well, I guess they don't really make anymore. But those were all things that I had never really heard of or seen, and that was prize support for the old Rogue Demons. Oh yeah, that's right. Privateer Press is having one, so I kind of like it better that you've got the different vendors able to, you know, now at least you're not having to compare really different things that have nothing to do with each other. It's okay here. It's there's more specific type categories, and essentially you don't have an Emperor class Titan being compared to a Goblin. So that's always something that's never been a fun thing for me, is when, you know, somebody that's maybe taking a chance on something maybe is at a disadvantage, especially the way GW judges things. So yeah, the epoxy sculpt, I'd never heard of that before, and then I ended up with a bunch of jars of it. Now they were smaller jars, they weren't huge, but I swear I still have a couple of those. And epoxy sculpt is, as far as maybe sculpting something from scratch, that is my favorite thing to sculpt with. Sometimes I'll do little additional things with the green stuff over the top of it, but the green stuff usually is more of a conversion type of material for me. Yeah, Sarge, I think I've seen one of those maybe from a distance, like just up being on the stage or whatever. Haven't seen one like right next to me. Do I want to get a little lighter on the end of the claw? Yeah, maybe a little bit lighter on the end of the claws there. I think we've got our lights there on the end here too. Yeah. What about this? If this is fur, not sure what that's supposed to be. I don't know if we want to make it polar bear fur. That would be a little weird. Maybe no. I'm gonna go with the turquoise here as I think any sort of lighter color on the end of the nose. Yeah, I'm trying to remember when the heck the last Golden Demons was in Chicago, but that was a long, long time ago. I think they maybe had some maybe in Tennessee or whatever, but I don't know if they actually still carried those out a couple of years after they stopped the Chicago ones. So Olive says that perhaps the fur of some fallen comrades, or maybe just his pet rabbit, I don't know, which he maybe got hungry and got a hankering for some rabbit, for a brace of conies or whatever. I'm pretty sure that's, wasn't that what Sam called it there? Yeah, this is more of a taking the shadow stuff that's there and just spraying that out, making it a little less of a harsh thing, because we don't want each and every strand of fur painted there. That would be a little bit too much. We already got a lot of stuff going on here already, right? There's plenty of things going on here. Darken this down a little more over here. Maybe a bit more on the ends there. Yeah, so what we'll do is just in a few minutes here, I'm just going to refill on some things. And also, well, I have to get some more weight out on the palette so that we can do this guy, because again, we're going to need plenty of our weight for the snow, and I think we're good on the radiant turquoise, but yeah, we'll probably have to throw some more of that out there. So we'll we're going to do our I'll be back screen, and I do promise I will be back. I shall return, not to worry, because we've got we want to get to this guy as well, right? So we'll be right back. And here's my I'll be back. You're going to get some Song of Ice and Fire miniatures here to check out while I'm away. Don't go away, though. Okay, we are back. Let's get back to our scene here. Our regular scene. There we go. Let's see. So, hey, Core Mechanical. All right, now it's time to move on to this guy here. And we got our later colors, right? We've got this that we can use for the snow. We're gonna just we also have to get our white out here too. Let's just throw that. I'm gonna throw that over here, and then another little batch over here. That's just a Gamlin quick dry white. It's not fast drying, like it's got some kind of alkyds in it or something like that. All right, there we go. Here, let's get this snow a little bit lighter here. Like so. And then we'll hit some of that on our polar bear too. I guess the snow, I guess there is snow up there too, all right. Let's do some more this way, right here. Down here, and I know we've got our other filbert brush sitting around here, so there it is. That's, we're just gonna get some of the browns out of this here. Just let that get onto the, oh, not there so much, but here's another place where we're gonna need those. Gotta figure out what are we doing with this. Is this gonna be stone? What's it gonna be? Is it supposed to be metal out here? I haven't figured that out. I don't think it's gonna be ice. Not like we had here, right, with the ice over there. And let's again do some more of our no, let's just stick with some of the yellows and oranges here. And everybody says goodnight to Kathy. Let's get that onto his armor right here. Maybe a little touch of that onto the leathers there. And maybe we will just we'll throw some of this out here again. Maybe that's supposed to be carved stone there instead of metal. I don't know. Let's just go with the metal. I think it'd be more interesting if we do that. Now let's get some lighter colors in here for his fur. Laminas, thanks for sticking around here. I know it's been a long stream. Appreciate that. Hopefully Megan and Queez are doing well. Because definitely has gotten cooler here, that's for sure. We are going to definitely have some form of hot chocolates or something like that after this thing is done, for sure. So again, sorry about the stream glitchy stuff. There's nothing I can do about that. I mean, I'm not dropping any frames. Seriously, I look at this thing, there's no frames being dropped. So there's nothing that I can do about that. It is beyond my control. I even did a test on the internet stuff, and it said you are getting all of your megapixels or whatever, you know, all your stuff you're supposed to be getting download, upload wise, and it was from Xfinity too. So I just there must be something wrong with Twitch. Lamines, yeah. So Lamines, yeah. I think you were hearing about certain entity that wanted me to print this very large thing that would have been, well, too big to even fit on screen. And they sent me this super packed build plate. You know how we were talking about you don't want to have the build plate be nothing but support platforms? Well, this entire, and other people that I sent the pictures to, I did some screen captures of it, and they said, "Holy smokes, that's insane." Yeah, they got all angry with me when I wouldn't try to print that. And well, then they got all angry at me because I said, look, it's not going to fit on screen. I have to reduce the size of it. And of course, nothing was hollowed either. So, and they're like, well, so-and-so printed it out on this, and so-and-so printed out on that. I'm like, well, good for them. That's their printers. They can do whatever they want with their printers. But this here is mine, and I'm not going to invite any issues. So yeah, now of course, like I said, it could still be the Olympics. It is tomorrow, right, that those end. So there's still Olympics going on. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't know that Amazon really streamed the Olympics very much, but that could be. I do remember the last time there was the Olympics, things were crazy. And remember, well, before the Olympics, it was acting kind of normal. So Sindar, I only use this. Well, I use this the Stynylrez primer. That's what we use here all the time, and it would be some kind of neutral color. It could be a neutral gray. Now I have used well, that's the light flesh color, but probably neutral gray is the one that I would pick. I mixed my own actually. I took the oceanic blue, the orange-ish rust color, and some white and made my own. Depending on how much of the blue is in there, it's more of a bluish gray or whatever. So I kind of prefer doing that. Yeah, Bithron, that's what Kathy was saying too, the same thing, and other folks. It's like, well, it would have to come from a very long way. Because I believe it would have to actually come from Russia. I think part of it is there is a language barrier. I think that is part of it. But if you were to read the communications, it's kind of like they weren't reading anything that I sent them. Lamines, I pack them, same thing, but this was a figure that was monstrous. It was really big, and there were a bunch of really large pieces just hammered on there. And it was really looking like an invitation to disaster. Like I said, I'll try and send you the screen cap of it. If I can. I don't know if you can send those via a... Can you send those via PM on Twitch here? I don't know. Not quite sure. Here, let's... This is the Terra Rosa mixed with a little bit of our lighter color there. Yeah, I'll send you some pictures, Lamines. I sent them to Grim and to Dano, and they're like, that is nuts. That is absolutely insane. Now, especially knowing that they weren't hollowed, that they were just completely solid. That would have been, and I'm even looking at some of the rotations on them. And I was looking at some of those going, oh, I don't know if that's even the way you want that piece rotated. All right, so you can see it's starting to take some form here, right? Oh yeah, Discord. There we go, Lamines. Sorry about that. I knew. I was again. It's been a weird day, so the brain is definitely not operating. Well, it never operates at full capacity. It's not even operating at half capacity pretty much today. All right, let's see if we can. I know we got this here. Let's see if we can start to add some more of our lights into the fur here. Again, we don't want to make this too much of a cooler color too quickly. We want to make sure we keep some of that warmth in there. Oh yeah, Lamines, imagine, I'm just trying to, well, imagine, now this is actually not hollowed either. This is actually solid. I would do it very differently now, but imagine several things bigger than this, all on the same plate, none of them hollowed. And that's on a Sonic Mini 4K. It just was, yeah, that was a little bit crazy. They're like, so-and-so printed them out on an 8K. And like, well, this is a 4K. And there was a big old torso. You know that Jeeves and the big Etten there that's about 10 inches tall? Yeah, this was a figure that if you put all the pieces together, probably is, they said it's 1/12 scale. So that kind of gives you an idea of just how massive it is. It's like, yeah, that's a little too big. A little too big. Here, let's get some of our... I guess there's some more snow over there, too. Same here. Same over there. Now we're back more towards the yellow here. Again, to make sure that his fur does not get too neutral colored. Definitely not too cool colored. We don't want that to be too cool. Again, we'll be coming back into that. You can see here, it's starting to align a little bit more with what we've got on that guy. Let's see here, things that are really frail, like here. So yeah, and again, I've done a fair bit of hollowing now, believe it or not. I've actually done a fair amount of that. But I mean, let's put it this way: when I told him it wasn't going to fit on camera, and that I was going to have to make it smaller, they said, "Oh no, you can't do that. It has to be that size." I said, "People are going to print it whatever size they want. They're going to change that size around." But yeah, they were kind of having none of it. So here, let's get some of our, and these, as light as these highlights might seem, these are not actually the lightest highlights here. We'll also have to get some of the greens into this too. We haven't forgotten that. Let's do some more this away. Some here. And we're gonna do some of the magentas out there, some of the purples into that. Again, I'm just gonna, I don't know, should that be stone? Should be metal? Let's go with this and see what happens here. We'll just chuck some of this out here. We'll grab our blending brush and move this around. I mean, the other thing too is there was so many pieces, and it was so that the computer itself was just having trouble just moving the stuff around. It was lagging like crazy. That's just how much stuff was on there and how big the pieces were. All right, there we go. Let's try a bit right on top here. Where's that blending brush again? Move all that around. All right. That's better. no, green. Green on the underside here. Let's have some green down here. Reflections, right? I knew there was another reason why I thought, it'd be more interesting maybe for that to be some kind of a gold-ish, whatever, because then we could do some of our green reflections. Let's while we're thinking about it here, let's get those. All right, blending brush once more here. Blending brush. Look at all those areas. Now, actually, this could be interesting here. I mean, here's our three bears, the three little bears. There we go. This is the one we did last night. Here's the one we finished earlier tonight, and now here you can see that's really changed, right? In just what the last, I don't know, 20 minutes ish that we've been working on this thing. It hasn't been very long, has it? And I think we've seen a fair amount of change already. Here, we'll do that, and this brush actually has a little bit of paint in it, but I'm just going to use that as a sort of a mini blending brush right there. Oh, what the heck, I'm going to hit this too. Why not? Do I want to do some, I was thinking of doing a little bit of a pin line wash down there. I think we won't do that. I think we're going to try and go straight at it here with some of our Van Dyke Brown, some of these edges right here. Yeah, let's just do that. And then we'll come back at them with some of our reds. Like we did here. So as you can see some of the differences in the strap right there. So we're gonna come back into with some of our darks here. Then back to middle tones. So it's back and forth. It's not just a light to dark or dark to light kind of thing. In some ways, I sort of start in the middle and then work my way out either side. And of course, we're going to have to get out our darker stuff, our phthalo green here for these. So I think we mixed it with the Prussian blue as well. So again, it happens really quick. Now, Bithron, did you ultimately kind of decide what you were? I know you had talked about the different printing Etsy guys. So yeah, sorry, Bithron. Some of them will have like, okay, a picture of a space marine next to a Reaper figure, next to stuff that is kind of clearly identifiable there. And I guess because I ran across a couple of the Etsy printing guys because I was actually looking for who sculpted their stuff. So if you're thinking of getting some of the printed stuff, I know you were concerned about the scale of it, but one thing you can sort of do is look for the ones that may be a little more reputable, and they'll have some kind of a size comparison for you. So Laminess, I've done. That's somewhere around the. I don't know. I've gone as thin as maybe slightly under 2 mil thickness, but the infill, I'm not quite as familiar with infill. All right, where's that Terra Rosa? A little bit of red. I'll Terra Rosa some of the red. So yeah, we're just gonna start changing around some of this. I mean, it's not a huge change. It's something I was expecting to do. Here's again more of that Terra Rosa. So yeah, I maybe well, I won't necessarily And most of the Etsy printing things that I've ever scoped out were for terrain. Obviously, the big FDM stuff that there's just no way I'm going to be able to do. Although, just the size of that crazy box for the Anycubic there, it's like, wow, now I can see why people print out dragons in terrain with these things, because that's a big one. That is a big, big box. All right, I'm going to take the blue over here. That's the radiant blue, and all of this, I just want to shift it away from the browns here and maybe more towards a stone type of a thing. So there's some indigo there. Again, more of the indigo here. I don't mind, again, some of the that cooler color working its way onto what we would say is our gold. And just let some of that work its way onto the lower edges of our fur. Back to the brown matter again here. All right. Get back to the brown matter just to darken some things down. Or let's hit hit these things again. Also maybe this. And there. All right. I guess we need to maybe get some dark around the eyes there. Yeah, a little bit darker around the eyes. Let's see, I think we're going to try our Terra Rosa with some of the white here again. I think we've got a lot of the darks that we need. I think we need to start going in the other direction. Let's take some of the violet here. And we'll bring out, we got the stitching here. And you'll see even there, we're just gonna, again, drop some of that color in. Here too. Where's my blending brush? All right. Back to my light up here. That's a little too much. Just cut some of that away. And I might start to think about getting my turquoise color down into here. So I'm just gonna clean out a brush here. We'll take the phthalo green Prussian blue. And let's these ice shards right here. Again, it's an unusual thing, but let's do that. I'm not going to make that ice there. We'll just let that be stone. And let's get some. And we'll just let that set there. We can't go back in right away. Oh, thanks, Varrob. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, Varrob, I know it is so much different trying to work with just with the phone with Twitch. Among all the other things that Twitch doesn't necessarily do so well, I guess it's on the phone is not the easiest application to use on the phone, is it? I know I have the few times that I get to use it, it's not the easiest thing to work with. So here I want to start to get some of my greens, my turquoises now into this area here. And maybe even a little bit onto the leathers. It's just a hint of it. That's all it is. Just a hint. Nothing too much. Here, let's get some of that also here. Like that. And maybe a little more over here too. Good enough. Okay, so yeah, I feel like now I've got some of those greens like what we had here. Merlin Models, how are you doing? Thank you so much for joining. I hope that you had yourself a really good Saturday. And of course, now we're well, we're still not to Sunday here yet. It's still 11:18 here. So we got a little bit to go until we get to Sunday yet. So I hope that you're having yourself a fun time. Maybe getting some painting done. Maybe getting some playing of games in. Here, let's get some light over here on our armor once again. And this is still not the latest we can go. We'll bring up more of our light there along that edge. We'll have to maybe get some of our yeah, we haven't gotten much of the orange into this yet. We'll have to do that too. Maybe some orange into that. Here, let's think about getting the yellow in his eyes sooner here rather than... Oh, he also has his mouth is open. That's right, probably got to get some chompers there. We're going to want to get some color on the inside of his mouth there too. And let's do some more of our lights here. Just almost like a lighter, almost like a pink type color here.
So say we all.
And thank you so much, Trash. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the sub. That's a whole kid's worth right there. So thanks, Trash. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So I hope that you guys had yourself a fun Saturday. I know that, oh gosh, what were you? You were not Marvel Crisis. What was this? Sorry, I know you just said yesterday. Like, oh yeah, the Warcry stuff. Several war bands of Warcry stuff. So yeah, ROB, this is the one that we painted last night right here. And then this is the first one that we did tonight. And now we're gearing up on our next one over here. These are all from Archvillain again. They're all from Archvillain, all 3D printed. All right, I'm gonna get back into maybe some darks over here, especially around his eyes. Let's see if we can do some of the darks around his eyes and a couple of other places here again in the armor. So hello to Mrs. Trash. So I know we asked about Mrs. Trash last night. Hopefully Mrs. Trash is well. That might be a little too much dark there. So hello, hello, hello. Nice to see ya. Well, sort of see ya, I guess, right? So again, almost doing a little bit of an eyeliner type of thing. It just is a bit easier to take that approach than it is to try and get the eye just so. Where's my little blending brush right here? Oh, we need to get to, speaking of darks here, we got to darken the end of his nose. Somehow we forgot that too. There we go. That's a bit better. So Mrs. Trash, I hope now has Mrs. Trash also gotten a chance to paint some miniatures of late in the last couple of months or so? Hopefully she has. Here, let's lighten this up too. Back to the, yeah, this is back to our Van Dyke Brown over here, just to, again, darken some things down. Darken this too. Again, no, we'll leave that go. We'll leave that be. Darken some of this. Again, sometimes you just, you must have dark to show the light. In the middle of a logistical project called building shelves to store the minis. Well, there you gotta have, you gotta know when to store them and stuff, right? And know when to paint them. And the more you paint them, the more you're gonna have to store them. Yes, we definitely could use that much more shelving stuff here. We'll do a bit more of our, yeah, let's get some of that cadmium orange. I don't know, maybe a little bit of the Indian yellow too. I think we did that before just to try and get some really intense orange into here. Yeah, that's what's missing. We didn't really have any of that. We got some of the green in there, but we never really did get the orange in here. And then we'll try and get our lightest lights in there too. Where's our that's a little bit of the brown matter, maybe even some of the Egyptian violet. Remember we talked about doing that. Like this. So now is it it's not one of those sort of glass display case type things, is it? Because I know those can be a bit mischievous to put together for sure. I'll never forget. Oh, was it Gen Con? They were trying to set up one of those glass booths, and yeah, there was a little bit of a collapse where one shelf fell onto another shelf, and lots of broken glass everywhere. That was nothing like broken glass all over the floor when it's about 90 degrees inside the convention hall there because the doors are open. It's one of those satanic IKEA type shelving units there. Well, we wish Mrs. T all the best of luck, because there's probably none of the correct Allen wrenches or anything like that, most likely, because that's how that goes sometimes. Here, we'll continue with some of our later stuff there. On his fur, again, don't want that to get too much of a cool color there. We will probably have to warm that up a bit. Definitely, so lots of colorful metaphors for sure. With the instructions that were clearly meant for another shelving unit, because that's also a typical thing, I believe. All right, I'm going to take even more of the brilliant yellow pale here. Let's see if we can really start to maybe lighten up the fur here on our polar bear. Up here, yeah, see how much lighter we can go there. Much lighter. Yeah, a bit more here too. So yeah, I can only imagine just what sort of interesting black speech of Mordor phrases might be uttered there in the quest to try and get that thing put together. Here we'll darken or lighten this up again. Sorry. And this is still not white. It's still not white. It's close. It is close, but not too close. And we'll lighten this up a bit too. Again, working around his face here. More of the fur up there. We'll be bringing in our blending brush to, and hopefully getting a little bit of the purple in there too. Maybe even some of our blue, especially in the underside here where the fur is pointed down towards our snow. We'll also have to get some lighter tones over there on our little ice shards that are apparently stuck in his arm. Here, I'll lighten this up a bit more too. All right, let me just kind of do a little something here. Just look for something. All right, well, that answers that question. Sorry for that interlude there. Just had to look at something. Okay, where'd my lighter brush go? There it is. Oh, let's see. How much lighter do we want to go with this? Wow, we can go a lot lighter. Woof, we can really go lighter with that. Jeez, I thought I had gotten some lighter colors there, but boy, was I wrong. So this is pretty much mostly the brilliant yellow pale that we're sticking with for right now. Ah, yeah. Now we're starting to see some edges pop out here. I just was thinking like, I thought I had kind of hit that with lighter stuff, but no. Apparently, wasn't even close to lighter stuff. Again, we're trying to build this all very evenly. Now, trash, is it a really large case? What would you say, like 1 foot square shelves on it? Or is it a little bit more decorative? And maybe not quite so large. And I guess, is it for large and small minis, or is it more just for really big stuff like the Reaper dragons and Bones dragons, that sort of stuff? Yeah, Green Fairy, it's been nice to get back to it. I know that when there was the shortage, there was that little bit of crisis. I was thinking, man, where the heck is where's my brilliant yellow pale? The Radiant Lemon was very nice. It was definitely a nice color, but boy, there's the brilliant yellow pale. It can't just say it's the opacity of it, right? Because there's other colors that are opaque too. But man, what it does, I mean, look at that. Just a couple of quick little shots there. See what it just did? Look at that. Where is my blending brush? So see, we just threw that light spot there. What am I going to do? I'm just going to take the edges of that. Tap, 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 poof. That's it. That's all we needed to do. Let's see, 3 of those D-top shelves, standard 1 foot square. Well, Green Fairy, you'll have to let me know what you think of that. I do sometimes just take some white when I really need it to make it even that much lighter. I'll just take some white and throw that in there. So I'll be curious if, sometimes we just think, like the Radiance, right? We just take some lighter color, just take some white and chuck it in there. And then we find out no, maybe that's not the case. Maybe there's a little something more to it than that. And here, speaking of some of our lighter fur colors, let's start to work that in. That's better. More here too. All right, and I guess we'll do some more. Oh yeah, let's get his arm here. I'm sure we could have a lot more light tone. Now again, the way the hair is sculpted here, you can see like down the center line of his arm here. Instead of just being some waves, you can see that it's designed to sort of follow here. It's we call it directional brushstrokes, right? Well, there was some directional sculpting right here. So this is not usually something that you see when it's fur. It's just generally like some kind of really generic pattern, and this is much more specified here. Yeah, that's better. Maybe with some burnt umber. Oh yeah, Dan, I would imagine. I don't know. Would just say it's a potential sort of a ruddy skin tone, I guess, that you would get out of it. That just kind of popped into my head there. Potential, well, Corsairs of Umbar skin tone. There you go. Your Southrons, your swarthy men. I believe that was the That's what they were called, right? In the Lord of the Rings there. All right, so now we're starting to feel some of our lighter colors now on the bear. We'll get some lighter colors on the snow. Because reasons. Or a bone coat. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, definitely, Dano, for sure. And of course, we haven't forgotten this stuff over here. So, we have not forgotten that. And of course, we can still go lighter than this. Well, we can make brilliant yellow extra pale. Hopefully, anyways, with some white and the brilliant yellow pale together. I'm going to stick a little bit of this down in here too. Now, where's that? Here we go. This one right here. We'll actually just take some of the paint out of that, and we'll use that to get our snow a bit lighter again here. We got our turquoise. And this, we're going to have to go thinner, I believe. Thinner is what we're going to have to do on this. Let me just bring this over here. Because the last layer was super, super dry brush / thick. So I think we need to go a bit thinner here. Let me see if we can just find a spot on our palette here. We just need more of the white. Guess we had gotten lighter than I thought in our last application there. All right, Grim, you have a good one. Thanks so much. I thought actually it already had to go off to sleep by now, but well, glad that you're at least able to fool around with your with the tubes and get the videos done. Grim, if you want to toss a link to your channel and such, and everybody please give Grim a follow, because Grim also streams the oils, and Grim's got all kinds of fantastic info for you. So definitely access that resource for sure. Here, let's lighten this up down here, and then we'll have to let this sit here for a bit. We'll have to work on other areas, and then we can come back and hit that with some of our final light tones. All right. Let's get some more of our light here too. Yeah, especially around this area, we're really short of our lighter tone there. And like I said, we had to thin this down. See how easy that covers right there? Because we made sure to thin down the paint. But as we go along, is how it's mixing with what's already there. So we always have to just be aware of that. You get so many brush strokes with the color before you either have to refresh that color or grab a whole different color or whatever. All right, there we go. And that is much better. And there's a link again to Grim's YouTube channel. So again, please check that out. Lots of really, really helpful resources for you there. Especially if you're kind of getting started in your oil painting journey, I think you'll want to give that a look-see. And of course, Armored Wolf has, I did believe, officially put the fantastic replica nature, the grass tufts, the flower tufts, those are up on the Armored Wolf Etsy page. So you will want to check these out for yourself. Here it again is the again, replica nature we've used pretty much all of these grasses and these tufts already in various videos and even on the stream. So again, go check out the YouTube channel. We just did an episode showing the tufts and how to get a little bit more out of them by just, instead of just throwing some flower tufts on your base, maybe you do a little bit more. You get some ground cover around them, some cut leaves. So, but again, check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page and go snag those flower tufts because they are really amazing. The glue on those things is so much better. Not only does it actually stick, but it's also very flexible, which means it goes onto rough surfaces, which you'd be surprised at just how many flower tufts don't do that. Believe me, there's a lot of them that don't. That's been a frustration, certainly over the years. All right, we're going to take a little bit of this here and lighten up some of the shards here now. Just very quickly. No big deal there. I'm just going to get some of the paint out of that brush so that we could, again, later on come back into that and put some lighter tones there. But let's see if we can't really hit this with some of our lighter lights now. Crazy Wolf, how are you doing? Nice to see you back. So Crazy Wolf, this is actually bear number 2. I guess we're going to have 3 little bears. Because Goldilocks and the 3, but we're going to have to find a Goldilocks figure. But yeah, this is the first one that we did. And now we're on number 2 here. So Crazy Wolf, great to see you again. And of course, thank you so much for last night. And of course, there's our bear from last night. So we got ourselves quite the little family of bears growing here. All right, Dano. Yeah, we're gonna again lighten this up. Boy, we see we can still get lighter on his fur there. We might have to go back in and just do maybe some darks there to separate the fingers. But again, that's just a mix of the brilliant yellow pale and our quick dry white. The quick dry white, once again, that has no alkyds or anything crazy like that in it. So that's what we were missing right there. We had to lighten up that fur because it's like, I can't make that leather any darker. It's because the fur was not getting any lighter. So that really made a big difference right there. All right. Get some of that here. More of our light here. Oh yeah, we can really get that face so much lighter. Actually, boy oh boy, I still have to try and get a message to Felonious Monk, and I have to ask the folks how they did with the storms there because I haven't heard anything from them, and it is a little bit concerning. So I just did not get a chance to send them any messages before the stream started here. All right, Varlby, thank you so much for the bits there. I know that was a bit of a challenge with doing that on the phone. Yeah, doing anything with Twitch on the phone is never an easy thing. Not an easy prospect. I know exactly what you mean. But it is much appreciated. Thank you so much. We'll get some of the, yeah, we need some more out here too. All of this stuff all along here. And even then, this is still not straight up white here. It's still not actually white yet. Super lazy. I haven't painted any. Well, what was the? It wasn't BattleTech. There was something that came out years ago. It was a Kickstarter from. Geez, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, something like that. Was that BattleTech or was that something else? I think that was maybe was something else. Oh, not Mech War. No, that was something else maybe. But I painted some of the Cav vehicles, and those are awful similar to the BattleTech stuff. That was the Reaper Cav. I haven't painted a bunch of them, but I have painted some of the Reaper Cav stuff. Actually, Bithron, it was something else. Oh gosh, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't Cav. It was kind of ran into some issues. Robotech, that's it. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Robotech, right? Didn't that come out? Was that like a Kickstarter from 5 or 6 years ago or something? And I know somebody was asking. They wanted me to show them how to paint one of those or something. So yes, it was driving me nuts that I couldn't think of what the heck it was called, and it's Robotech, I think. I think that's kind of similar too, right? And let's see, now we did do CavCon, yeah. We painted a whole bunch of Cav stuff there. Those tanks are what, about like an inch long, maybe, about maybe thereabouts. So I wasn't just imagining things there, Bithron. All right, good. Because it was driving me crazy that I could not remember what the heck it was, and then somehow it into my addled brain popped Robotech. There we go. Robotech is basically a BattleTech Firehawk. I don't know. Was it one that never delivered, or was it one that delivered but then it died there afterwards because it was so hard to get him to deliver anything? That was too long ago, and clearly we got people in the chat that know way more about it than me. So I'll let them do the explaining, and I'll just sit here and get all the nice lights here on our bear. We gotta start doing these, right? The ice shards there. Let's see, but it sounds like they weren't prepared for that Robotech Kickstarter. So yeah, I know there was quite a bit of up in arms about that. I just don't remember what it was. My first instinct is that, well, they either never delivered or they delivered years later, which of course also doesn't necessarily enthrall you with your backers. So I think it was one of the lighter mechs probably. I don't think it was like a big heavy one, but I did some weathering on it. I threw some freehand on there just real quick. I think we painted it like 20 minutes or something. And yeah, that the person was like, "Okay, now I can't paint the rest of these because I can't do what you just did in 20 minutes." So that we again, it's all about destroying the hopes and dreams of your enemies, I suppose. And yeah, I don't think he ever did paint those. I don't think he ever painted those. Yeah, that is a way to endear yourself, wouldn't you say there, Bithron? Have it out there for everybody else before the backers get it. That is a surefire way of making your backers extra happy. Now, what we're gonna do here, remember we're talking about the magenta type stuff there? Base box was released. Overproduced way too many copies. 5 years. Wow, that's wow. That's pretty intense. Is it still what I guess is the what am I asking? Is it still a viable thing, or did it just kind of die off? Because clearly BattleTech is still around, doing quite well, it would seem. All right, now this is another area too where we're gonna see. Now all of a sudden our ice shards there start to stand up. Well, this doesn't actually have a little doesn't have one of those little straps over it there. All right. Throw some of this even onto here, perhaps. Just again, something a little bit different there. And then some of the second wave didn't ship either. Yeah, that's a whole lot of hurt right there. That is a lot of hurt right there. So this, again, it's kind of a mix. It's kind of a mix of some of the Fanchon Red, the Terra Rosa. Look at that. That's starts to stand out from the fur as well. Now we're going to go back over here to more of our orange type stuff. We got some of that armor going on. That's not quite enough of the yellow here. That's some cadmium yellow. That's a little too much paint on the brush. Let's get some of that off of there. Let's see, Harmony Gold holds the rights to Robotech. They did not renew the contract for obvious reasons. Oh, it's dead though. Yeah, that's because I remember it's like the cautionary tale, right? The boogeyman or something like that. And I think that was kind of held up as a boogeyman right there. Be careful with the Robotech Kickstarter, it'll get you. There's these little bits of armor down here. See, they're sort of in shadow though. I don't know. I think I still want to get some of my brighter oranges on those. And some yellows too. Dano has returned. How you doing there, Dano? Hopefully not too crazy of an evening. All right, so now we're starting to get some of the reflected light there on our golds right here. Let's get a little bit of the yellow into there, maybe. Again, is that supposed to be carved? Is that supposed to be metal? I don't really know. I guess in some ways they give you sort of a hint because they sometimes will have that crazy little coloration on the renders, I guess you would say. So again, these are from Archvillain, from the Frostburn Horrors release, and we've, believe it or not, there's still more to paint from it. I still haven't, well, obviously I was thinking the big old ice drake or whatever, that would be printed out on the, on our Mono X. And of course, anybody that has recommendations on wash and cure machines, emphasis on the washing part. The cure part, not as important. The washing really is, because that's, I think that's something that could really be helpful. Not even just with the Anycubic, but also with the stuff we're cranking out of the old Frozen. So you still have some of those? There, Bitron. All right, we're gonna get our, yeah, a couple little lights there. We'll have to come back in with our darks there and really try and solidify a few things. Uh, Here, let's get some more of our edges along this way. Oh, that's a strap right there. Okay, and we need more. Those lights all along here too. Wow, we have a whole bunch of these that we want to hit yet. I have some STL files for Robotech Mini somewhere, and an absolutely crazy STL of a Veritech. I mean, I would imagine, just given the nature of digital sculpting, that you would have a lot of people that are doing stuff in that genre, to say the least. I'm just like what, Battlefleet Gothic, another one too, right? I'm sure that's something a lot of people have made some sculpts for. So turn them over this way. Let's get our other bear out of the way. Now, of course, there's a speaking. Well, we had a whole series of puns earlier, but I just was looking at this. I'm like, is this horn? Is this the bearer of bad news? Ah, see, you thought, despite all the craziness, we can still come up with some dad jokes. Yes, we just did that. We just did that. For your enjoyment only. There actually is a little bit of armor back here. Okay, that's what the heck this is. I was thinking that's some funky fur, but that's not fur. That would be armor over there, apparently. Just like this little piece here. Let's throw in some of that. Okay, now, where's our yellow? Up there it is. A little more yellow. Right here. My blending brush, because we got these. We're just slapping some of the lighter colors in there. Yeah, that's more like it. Also, Luminous has looks like a Kickstarter link right there. You know what we haven't done yet? We haven't gotten any lighter edges on the top of this. I think we need to come back the other way here. Phthalo, some of the radiant green. Now let's really hit this here with not just reflected light, but some of those greenish colors, because again, pointed towards the ground, pointed towards our snow there, I think probably is a good idea. I think we lost sight of some of our, yeah, we need to do some of these lighter greens in here maybe. Let's see what happens with it. Well, lighter is relative. Like that here. Some there, and then we'll have to also get some of those greenish colors down into those these ice shards here. It's a little bit of a back and forth process. Of course, again, once we did that first one, it was so much easier, right, to get these last couple. Much easier. Just again, that was sort of our color test figure. start out with that color test figure and proceed from there. All right, let's get their that lighter greenish color here. Think of what we did with our trolls, right? Same thing there on those ice shards. Same deal. Alrighty. So, and both of these, I mean, it's what, 5 hours, 5.5 hours. Plus, we did try to go get some refill of some things there. Just now, all we're left with is some Gatorade. That is definitely not. That doesn't exactly warm the cockles of your heart quite as much as, say, our other medicine does. Doesn't really do too much for the voice either. But kind of was in a hurry there. That's the best I could scare up. Was just some Gatorade. So yeah, that is not. Oh, I guess with the screwdriver probably would be the one thing you would think of as far as an orangey beverage that would have medicinal properties to it. What's on the end of this here? I think I'm going to see if I can't do some more lights on the ends of the shards here. Because we don't want those to look like popsicles there. We want them to have a little bit more of an edge to them. So here, let's get some lights into here. These guys for sure. Basically what I'm kind of doing here is I'll do some brush strokes elsewhere to get a little bit of the excess paint off of there. I mean, did that for years with the acrylics too. That's not something that's unique to oils, but if you're wanting to do some smaller things and say, boy, I think I got too much paint on that brush, well, especially if you're working on multiple figures or larger things like this, say, you know what, I'll just drop some of that paint off over here on the way to somewhere else. So you can do that too. Okay. Boy, we still need, I think, to go lighter on some of these elements. I almost have to come back in, I think, with my, we mentioned that with the darker colors, it's a little bit easier to get those sharp edges, whereas the lighter colors just tend to want to, when you're painting them on there, they just end up a little bit thicker. Yeah, we'll try and come back with our darker colors there. Now, where's my original guy here? Yeah, so we also want to do some of the little cut marks. Some of those little cut marks, I think we'll do that after, perhaps. A bit of some dry brushing on here of some dark. Even out there on the ends of the... Yeah, it's going to kind of look green. It's not green. It's actually just essentially indigo in some of the black spinel. So it's essentially like a black, but because of the surrounding colors, it just sort of makes it look like it's green. And now we'll start to think about some of those cut marks in there. Yeah, that's better. Well, I mean, anyway, just look at more like our first one there. And leather, it could be all kinds of colors. Doesn't just have to be brown. In fact, just like wood, it's very seldom just brown. There's much more happening with leather. I'll try and lighten up the fur around the edges here too. I see that I need to go into his toes. I think we got some indigo there on the claws on his hands or paws, whatever you want to say, but not so much on his feet down here. So we'll have to hit that too. Let's see, we'll just use this, I guess. Again, some indigo here. Just plop that here. Yeah, there, okay, that already, that makes a big difference. And I might try to also darken this down a little bit further with some of our indigo. Like that. Some into here too. Let's make that darker as well. Skelly friends, whatever. Alright, now I'm gonna go back in, I think, with a couple of my darks or sharpen up those edges, just like I was just talking about. We'll take some of that brown matter and what the heck, maybe some of the some of our green there. That's our perline black, super dark green with the brown matter. I know we used it on the other guy. That sort of makes a very interesting, like a crazy reddish brown burgundy type color. So yeah, if you're looking for a really good shadow color on a red robe or something like that, I'm telling you, think about something like a brown matter slash perline black mix, or even, you know, Fanchon red perline black mix. Either one of those should be pretty good. Oh wow, a super lazy put a 1 liter can of paint in there. Holy smokes, a super lazy. What did they want for a 1 liter can of paint? Good, I can't, well, I guess it depends on what it's a liter of. If it's a liter of Egyptian violet or yin min blue or something like that, well, that's going to empty the national treasury of most countries right there. Wow, that's pretty intense. Yeah, I don't need a full liter can. Even me, for as much as I paint, I don't need a full liter can. I mean, somebody wants to hand me a full liter of Egyptian violet, I'll just sell it on the black market, little by little. But other than that, no, not so much. Here, let's see. I'm going to see if I can't do a pinline wash out of this here. Let me see. We're going to add just some more thinner to that. Yeah, it needs actually some more thinner there. And the idea is just to touch the brush here. And then you just let it go down into those crevices. Now it's doing what we need it to do. There we go. When we were changing that around with the initial lighter applications there, we kind of filled in a little bit of the recess areas, and now it's not quite so filled in anymore. Get a couple of more darks on the edge of that. Well, we'll leave that be for right now. What's happening up here? Do I still need some more light accents there? Probably do. Probably could use those. I think I also need to solidify a little bit what's going on here with these rocks. And then we're going to have to get some, I think, the lightest color in the snow, too. Yeah, you know what? There's still another area back here that actually needs our more snow color than anything else. And then I'm just going to let that hit the top of this a little smidge there. All right, now let's see if we can do some of our lightest light here. We have some of our white set aside. Now I might still have to have it be really thin. I don't know. Let's start with the thinner. We can always go thicker if we need to. So I'm just trying to break this down a little bit. I mean, you could take some thinner right in the dropper bottle. Yeah, oh, we needed to go thinner. Okay, so now we're able to, I think, really pop in some of the lightest of the snow color here. But I can only go so far with it before it starts to mix in with what's already there. See, that's as much as I can do. And now we'll do the same thing down here and up here. It's again it's in shadow sort of. I can only do so much of this before I have to go back there and get some of the fresh white there. Because as we carry it along, it's all going to be mixing all along the way. Carry some of our lighter light here. Yeah, that's working a little bit better along the edge there. We still have to lighten up his toes there. Still got to lighten those up. All along here again, that's using that much more thin down white. Can only go so far before we have to get some more. And these are the cork bits that we added over here. Because the base was only about 40 mil, and I needed to fill out a 50, so I had to add to it. We're going to get more of that lighter white along here. Now, I don't want the stove to be completely white. We want to let some of that bluish gray stand through. This, again, it's not my normal way of doing the snow bases at all. I much prefer the crushed glass. But this was a commission thing, and it had to match figures that were done many years ago, long before we had fantastic stuff like the crushed glass. Now, for those that have for many years gotten that from Secret Weapon, well, Secret Weapon doesn't exist anymore, and Armored Wolf is making the crushed glass snow. It's really incredible stuff. You can do many more snow effects with that than you can with all the other snow. Basically does the light fluffy snow. It does that really well, but beyond that you don't really get much out of those other snow products. The crushed glass snow, melted snow, layers of snow, like melted snow, then fresh flowing snow over the top of it. Get more of our lighter snow there. And yeah, you can see the warmer color on the fur, the cooler color on the snow. So it's we've once again on our third polar bear managed to make sure we kept that warmer fur color. You check out the references that I've got in the two lower corners there. You can see the same sort of thing. What's on the brow? So that is some lighter stuff. Here, let's just take the this lighter blue here. And here, maybe not that light. Let's get a little bit more of the indigo. There we go. That was a little too light, too quick. We backed off of it a little. And that is better. I think we might go a little, yeah, let's have some of that lighter blue work its way here onto the stone. Yeah, super lazy. I don't have too many of them now. We used to use those all the time. Kathy, they were some of our favorite paints. Kathy had a bunch. She doesn't really use them anymore because, well, part of it is eventually they're going to run out now. So we're starting to get some of that purplish blue here in his fur, in addition to the yellows and oranges and such. But people will ask her, well, where can I get that? And the answer will have to be you can't. That's why there's a bunch of stuff that I don't necessarily use here or even try to do, because people say, well, where can I get that? Or something along those lines, and I'll just have to say, well, you can't. Sorry. And that's not helpful for too many folks. So I try to avoid that where possible. It's not always possible to avoid that particular situation where it's just like, well, sorry. And continuing their light. Now we're going to find ourselves that blendy brush. And there's some areas here with the, now I'm going to actually get a little bit of that. So we're actually get some color on the brush here. So we just call this a blending brush plus. It's a blending brush with some actual paint on it. So it's also blending, but depositing some paint here and there too. Because I don't want the depths of the fur to be quite that dark, at least not on the top of him here. That also will help to create a distinction between what's going on down here and what is up here. So again, just this is as much of a blending brush exercise as it is. We're not really applying so much of the new paint, as we're just trying to push around some of the stuff that's already here into more optimal areas. Now, we never did get the lighter colors here on his claws. Now we can, I think, get some of the lighter colors there. What do we got on the brush? I think we got the color we were looking for. Yeah, let's lighten this up a little bit more down here, especially where it's close to the snow. Same over here. And of course, these were just pinned to the bases. Just drill the hole in the bottom, pin them, and they're printed with the Soraya Smoky Black Red. This is the fourth bear right there. He's pretty small, I gotta say, compared to the other ones. He's pretty small, but I guess he's no, he is a magic user. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I actually have some of the secret weapon. Oh, remember the was it the RAV 4x4 or the RAV 6x6 or whatever? And that's the stuff I used for my Sisters of Battle army. All of those converted vehicles back in the day. Yeah, those were from Secret Weapon, those RAV 6x6s. I think I still have one that is still new in the box. Tukale. Nice to see you, Tukale. Well, happy Sunday, because is it Sunday here? Yeah, just about 19 minutes into Sunday here. Much more Sunday for you, though. So, Tukale, how you doing? We are continuing to paint more of the Archvillain Frostgrave Horrors release. I'm telling you, I thought I was going to be painting more of the Egyptian release or the from Archvillain, or even the Lizardman one, but so far we've painted much more of the Frostburn. Now, of course, they're commission figs too, so that kind of had a little something to do with it. But we painted, I think it was six or seven of the Egyptian release. But yeah, we're on what? This is a number 11? No, 12, because the Troll King, well, which almost counts like 3. So yeah, we've done a dozen of these. I might have to go back into his eye, get a little bit more of the yellow into that, perhaps. So again, nice to see you there, Tukale. Getting some more of our light again along the on his feet there. Let's lighten this up some more too. And don't want to lose sight of those warmer tones that we got here. Hey, Dirk Danigan, how you doing? So yeah, Dirk Danigan, well, I'm sure you saw the start of this one here, but now well on our way into the second one. So welcome back. Let's see if we can just find a couple of lighter edges on the rocks there. Not something too crazy, but it's a little bit lighter. Yeah, Tukale, that yellow is so key, like you say, but boy, too much, they'll look like a lemon bear or something like that. So it, like you say, definitely a balance, right? But you can always, I mean, if you need to, you can always just kind of back off of it a little bit, right? All right, we'll get some more of our light out here. This, I think we're gonna have to come back into that with some darks too now. I'm gonna go with some of the radiant turquoise and some of the phthalo green, perhaps. I don't know. Let's get a little bit of the Prussian blue in there. We're looking at the ice shards here. Let me grab this guy just as a quick little reference there. Yeah, let's get into the ice shards and get some of the lighter and middle tone colors in there. Especially right here. And then we'll have to do it. Maybe some of the darkest darks as well. Let's hit this. Okay. Maybe throw a little bit of that onto it. What the heck? Let's throw some of that onto these golds here. Again, we're just thinking about some of the maybe light reflecting down there. You got the object source lighting redemption is done. Boy, Dark Den again. That's fantastic on every level right there. I mean, the time, right? Getting them done in a short period of time, but also being really happy with the results. I'm really glad that worked out for you. I mean, if I don't know if you've got them, something like you're going to be posting them to your Instagram or something like that, but if you have any pictures, whatever, if you want folks to check them out or whatever, I'm sure people would like to see those in the chat there if you want. I might even let a little bit of the yeah, let's get some of that on the metal here. This can be certainly lighter. We'll take it another step further, perhaps. Mix this with some of that white. Just one last little touch there on those to brighten those up, and then we'll see what we can do with this piece. Couple little extra lights there. We got a skelly friend over here. There we go. So everybody, please check out the link that Dark Danigan just posted of those Redemptorists there. Alright, yeah, we won't do too much more. The Skelly Friends, we might have to darken some things down. Ooh, here, let's go back over there to some of these ice shards. May even lighten up whatever's in here just a smidge. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit more reflective there. And is it supposed to necessarily be gold? Not, I don't know. It's a bear. It's a polar bear with a big tool and ice shards growing out of his arms. So I think we can, like I said, we can take a little bit of license, I think, with stuff here. A little bit artistic license. I mean, it's all just fantasy stuff. We try and, where we can, incorporate some believability. It's about the best we can do. It's not exactly going to be realistic, but we can try and go a little bit more towards the believable end of things. And don't go too crazy trying to maybe achieve that. Just get as close as you can. Yeah, I've just realized we need to get a little bit lighter there too. Where's that nice light pink over here? Throw some of that on. This element right here, we haven't really done too much with that. Now that we've kind of been doing a little bit more on that weapon over there. We'll probably have to get another band of some kind of lighter bluish gray, I think, in that area too. Do we need to do any more back there? No, I think we might just let that be. I don't think we're going to mess around with that too much more. We might just lighten this up a little. Same there. What's happening over here? Now I actually got to go back the other way. We've put all these middle tones and bright highlights on these ice shards. Now it's time to go back the other way with the Prussian blue and the phthalo green, and that's where we sort of tighten up those edges as well. Yeah, we're going to thin that down, not to the point where it's a pin line wash, but we need to thin that down a little bit here. And then these, you could see we kind of cut down a little bit on the lighter color there, not too much. We're not trying to put the whole thing in shadow. But think of it more like this. And this is from Monster Mini Mayhem here. Now, of course, we actually broke out the cobalt blue for this, but you can see here like the some of the, again, the dark right there at the tip, and then it gets a little bit lighter as it goes down. It's sort of like how you would paint gemstones, a little bit like that. Same thought process there. I don't know if I have to get these down quite as much. I think we, for whatever reason, we ended up with more darks on the end of these. So I think we're a little bit better off here on these ice shards. I'm actually maybe going to throw a little bit of that onto whatever this is. Again, I don't want it to necessarily be like it's made of ice or something. But it's that whole, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. So let me see if I can get some of that. Also, to tighten up some of these edges here and there that maybe have gotten a little bit on the fuzzy side. Can tighten those up a little more. What about on this side? What's going on here? Maybe Try and get these edges if I can. This one too. And then right along here. So see, that's that same turquoise color. You saw how I just basically slapped down about 5 areas of it there, right? Now let's, I'm going to actually get the paint out of this. We've been using this as a blending brush for a while, so it's got some paint in it. Let's get some of that out of it. And here, we'll take that and we'll spread that around. There we go. So see that it looks like it was always meant to be there. Just spread that out. Again, it's brushstroke management at this point. It's not so much about creating a whole new color. It's just about managing the brushstrokes. Let me see what we can do down in there. I'm gonna maybe, oh, what the heck, we've got some of this crazy grayish violet color here. And we'll throw that down here. And there, well, let's, yeah, so that's a little bit of the violet. Yeah, just a little bit of that violet get down in there. Now, I don't know, I'll throw some of this. That's some of our orange again. Sort of like what we've been doing on the armor on this shoulder. Same idea there. Get work in a little bit more of our lighter color there. Let's see. I'll have to cut the passes the fluorescent. Oh yeah, Dark Dan again. That's the cadmium and the fanchon teamed up with the fluorescence is pretty darn amazing, isn't it? It really is incredible what those do as a team. They work together, form a great team. Still might need some more of my lights over here. I don't know. Let's see. I still got a whole bunch of the turquoise in there. I'm gonna get that out of the brush there, and we'll go brilliant yellow pit. Now let's just use this right here and see what that does to some of our edges there. We just need, I think, really perk some of these up. Yeah, I mean, it should be catching a lot of light. It's all facing upwards, not pointed down, so it should catch a fair amount of light anyway. Doji, how are you doing? So Doji, we, well, actually did get started much later than I wanted here. Almost somewhere about an hour and a half later than my time that I wanted to be doing this. Just wasn't an ideal kind of day, but look at this, we've been painting 2 of these. So we painted this one earlier. We've been going 6 hours, 12 minutes now. 6 hours, 12 minutes, 2 bears. Not too shabby. Doing the same thing like we painted the one last night. Oh, Doji, well, that was time well spent. I'm sure that well, I'm sure you made discoveries too, and I'm sure. Well, hopefully it was also fun. I mean, there's that too, right? Learning stuff is great, but sometimes having fun is also important. Well, heck, that really is. Just hopefully that the process of learning can also be fun. It can be a little frustrating at times, that's for sure. Do we carry out more of our... Yeah, let's do this. I think we're going to hit this a little later, right along this spine here. But you can see it's sort of broken up. It's not one continuous chain there. Now I'll see if I can't. It looks like I can. Yeah, get a couple of like here where the light's sort of coming down this way. There we go. That's better. Yeah, that worked out. That worked out just fine. Also gonna hit that a little lighter there too, and guess what? Sort of solidify the line that's there. I got a little shaky, so we'll fix that up here. Where's my blending brush again? This is just about managing the brush strokes, not about mixing any colors. Sammy, well, with the because he's got his mouth open. The other one didn't. Oh, well, he's blowing on that horn. Okay. I was like, what's different between them? And I realized, oh, yeah, one's tooting his own horn there, so to speak. Let's see if we can't get a little bit of the magenta in it, since he's got his mouth wide open like that. Let's see if we can get a little something in there. Like that. Oh, your oils arrived 2 days early, so you could try the radiance. I was hoping that you would have fun with those. I still don't exactly even know. People say, so what is it that's so special about them? We still haven't really figured out. We know that some of the positive side effects of the, well, they're very matte and they're really opaque, but also they have that ability to do some staining, or some tinting rather, not staining, but tinting. All right, so we got them kind of looking off that other direction, it looks like. That's good. Yeah, now this, what does his face look like? Here, let me turn him around again. Well, he looks, it's a very interesting look on his face there. That's about the best I can describe it. So again, these three little bears right here, these are from Archvillain. They are 3D printed. Well, just like the other one that you saw flash in front of the screen right there. That's also 3D printed. I need to get his teeth lighter. They kind of got darker after adding the color to his tongue, so we'll bring out the chompers again. That's more like it. I realize that the value jump between cobalt violet hue and the radiant violet is a bit too big. Yeah, there's definitely sometimes you just gotta let yourself have that space to do the learning thing. And so sometimes the learning is easy, and then there's again, I always use the 3D printing as a kind of a comparison point there. There was some really hard lessons that I had to learn. There was a lot of stuff that I learned the hard way with the 3D printing that I would have liked to have learned the easy way, which now again, that video that we were going to film, all the stuff I wish I knew about 3D printing before I started, that went from about a 15-minute video to, I don't know, a 17-hour tirade perhaps. Oh my goodness, there's lots of hard lessons there. And I have to say, if it wasn't so vital for everything I needed to do here, I would have been inclined to say, well, maybe I just can't quite get my head wrapped around this. Maybe it's just too far beyond what I know how to do. But we kind of had to stick with it. We had to stick with it and power through. And we're gonna, this is again the sort of like a brilliant yellow pale here. Maybe there's a little bit of the white mixed with it. Otherwise, we need to keep going with that yellow in his fur, but not too much. It has to be there, but not super noticeable. And you can tell when you look here, you can see the cooler color there, or down here, and then how it's just a smidge warmer as you get up towards the top. And again, I think we've been painting this second guy for, what would you say, I don't know, maybe 2 hours tops. When did we start here? I think it was about 6 or so. So we've been going, well, 6 hours, 19 minutes. I've already kind of lost track. But it hasn't been all that long on this second guy, and he's got a lot going on, right? He's got the ice shards and everything. He's got this big old mallet pointy thing, whatever that is. Yeah, Sammy, the face was a little bit different on that one for sure. Now, of course, again, Archvillain has multiple people working on each release, so it's very possible that someone else sculpted him. He's also a lot smaller. Let me look at the way the fur is sculpted on him. I suppose it's still about the same. But yeah, he is really different than the other guys. Even his, actually his armor is different too. It's very different.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun jar.
And thank you so much, Rewind Shock. Hello, little hobbits. Whoa, what are you doing with the? Hey, oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. That would be, that would be just perfect for breaking that bridge. Like, you know, seriously. So you want me to break the bridge so that the Balrog doesn't smush you again? It's like, dude, man, it's supposed to be a Maiar here. Hey, you know, at least somebody doesn't say, oh, the gardener is the hero of the story. The guy that dies, not so much. So, sorry, that Gandalf just apparently had to get that off of his chest. I don't know why. He's been hearing an awful lot about how Samwise is the real hero of Lord of the Rings. And he's starting to think like, wait a minute, wait, what's going on here? I don't know about that. What I know about is I want to get some lighter highlights along these edges here. Oh, so it's the Council of the Bears. Well, I guess well, you got your 4 little hobbitses there. You could have 4 little bears. I'm not sure, you know, well, which one would be Merry, Pippin, Frodo, and Sam? I don't know, maybe the one that's got his hands like he's trying to cast a spell or something. Unless we just put some pots and pans in his hand, looking like he's washing dishes, then that could be Sam. Here, we'll throw a little bit of our light right along that edge there. I don't have to be sticking my finger on that too many more times. That might be, we might have to get some more dark, and I'm gonna come in here with some of this lightest color, and then we'll be able to assess. No, actually, I think we're okay. I don't think I have to make that any darker. I was almost thinking of putting a little bit of the bluish gray there on his face. I don't know, let me compare it to this guy. It's about the same. So again, still not actually at pure white on the face just yet. Getting closer. Not quite just there yet. As I look at this, I wonder, do I need to go back in with some of my darker turquoise there? I don't know, I'll do that. I'll just do it. Oh, thanks, Bitsron, for doing the clip. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. It is interesting. Sometimes the critters that we're painting can really change our opinion of some of our regular characters like Gandalf. Sometimes not so, especially the it's been surprising the non-Lord of the Rings critters and how much our other regular characters react to them. Let's get some more of our dark down here. Couple edges there. That too. Blending brush. Where'd you go, my small little blending brush? Again, not so much about making one color blend with another, but just to take care of some of the brush strokes here. And this is something that you want to be further along in the process and also not be a hasty hobbit and just jump right into that. I know the temptation is there. Temptation is there, but you have to resist that temptation. You don't want to be throwing the stuff down the well like Pippin there. That'll get you a Balrog. For sure. Now, speaking of getting a Balrog, I'll try to assemble the Balrog from Kurzlik Miniatures. That's actually part of the March release, I believe, anyways. We'll see how that goes together. I had to print it smaller to be able to fit it on the Sonic Mini 4K. We'll certainly try and print it again once we have our large format printer going. Back to some of our, yeah, a little bit more of our darks there. Do I want to do anything more? No, I'm going to leave that alone. I was tempted to throw some darks on the that scale mail that's there. I think we'll leave that for right now. Won't mess around with it. I will get some darks on these. This could actually use some orange color or something. Just it's too much gray there. I don't want it to look too much like that, so we're really gonna have to hit this hard, I think, with some of our yellow there. Where's the cadmium yellow here? Oh, I think, oh yeah, well, it's kind of funny because I can never quite tell when I go grab some of the hobbits. I mean, I can tell who's Sam and Frodo, but the Merry and Pippin miniatures, I haven't, grabbed them often enough to just know, like, okay, I've got Pippin here. But well, Pippin was willing to get on one of those little armada boats or ships there, as long as they've got like 11Z's, second breakfast, third supper, all that kind of stuff. He's willing to maybe sacrifice size for cuisine, I guess it is. The weakness of every hobbit is not just curiosity, but cuisine. Back to a couple of darks right here. Yeah, that got a little fuzzy. Try and figure that out a little bit better here. This is mostly just the little bit of black spinel and the Van Dyke brown together. I'm not going to mess with that too much more. The little skelly friends over here, we got to do something with these guys, I think. Yeah. Skelly friends here, maybe need some more darks in places. They like their little bandoliers of skulls. I know the vampire guys too had those, again from Archvillain. So that was a little line that got a little out of control there. We just honed that nicely. And once again, doing that sort of light, dark, then maybe mid-tone. I'll lighten up the... Nah, I won't lighten. I'm just going to darken this. I was thinking of going back with some more light on that, but no, we'll just leave that darker. Again, there's also there's some shadows that should be cast here too, right? Let me see if I can't on the... Well, we're going to be throwing some of our gloss gel over the icicles, just like what we're going to do on the trolls. But here I have to essentially make those look like they're translucent, like our usual icicles that we do. Again, you can't always necessarily do exactly the effect that you might want in a given place. Well, that's got a little violet in there. And that's gonna, I guess we do have some decent there, but that's a nice little violet touched red. Seriously, we're actually taking some purplish color here and using that to put a little shadow in his face there. I think you can see that now. Yep. We just did that. Yeah, looking to get as much color as we can into this thing. You don't need it to just be bland. Even though there's a lot of white here, people would probably think of this as a limited color exercise or something, but no, we're not. We're not going to limit ourselves with our colors. I don't know, there was a compressed color range. I've tried to use every term except limited color. And I'll be out there. Have you done any limited color challenges and stuff? I understand the challenge part of it, but maybe don't think about limiting yourself. Don't think of it as a limiting thing. Just think of it as a fun little exercise where you're just going to use a few colors, maybe not a full palette. That's really what we would call it. There was full palette, and then there was maybe partial palette exercise, but definitely not thinking of it as limited palette, because you're just not that limited, really. We need to get some stuff on his thumb right here. Who knew that polar bears had thumbs? This one does. Apparently all these guys do. They only have 4 toes, but 5 fingers. Hey, Rise of Mages, how you doing? Well, Rise of Mages, you've been kind of a little bit distracted, right? The move and everything, which, and then, building yourself a new hobby area and all that stuff. So hopefully you got yourself a really nice new area and you'll be able to really hobby to your heart's content. Doji, yeah, you'll really get a kick out of what the pre-glaze is. It's perline black. It's that really dark green. Yeah, that's where did he go? He's sitting right over here. So yeah, all of the pre-glaze on him is that super dark green. On a Blood Angel, in fact. Yeah, it's hard to believe that I've already done 4 more since then. Yeah. Actually, Doji, there was oh gosh, there had to have been Egyptian violet in there. Yeah, I'm sure there was Egyptian violet in it. It's been a little while since I filmed that one now, but I would have to say there's pretty much no time when I'm doing my reds that Egyptian violet doesn't end up working its way in there. It goes really well. It's a nice little complement with that Fanchon red. I mean, heck, even when I'm doing object source lighting and I want to darken down the reds, I'll use the Egyptian violet for that. So yeah, Rise of Mages, I can certainly, I can definitely be right there with you. I'm wanting to get back up and running again with the painting stuff. I get very, very, very twitchy when, I don't know, be it conventions or whatever it is, or like the stuff in November and December where all of a sudden just the painting stuff is kind of taken away there. We get very twitchy about that. Yes. Even more twitchy than Twitch, which unfortunately, again, it could still maybe be the Olympics or something like that, or there's some other issue that's going on. I don't know. It's clearly out of my control. Yeah, Rise of Mage is definitely relaxing. Especially when you're using the oils, right? Super relaxing then. Yeah, Doji, and of course too, you could, if you got extra little bits or something on the sprue, you could just slap some primer on those and just hit the stuff on the sprue, right? Instead of necessarily going directly to painting the full-on marine. So that might be something if you got some extra bits like extra shoulder pads or helmets or whatever. Now I think I'm gonna all the way over here to the lightest light again. Don't want to do too much underneath his chin there, but let's start to get some of the lighter stuff on his back. Yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. For sure, over here. Do we need to do more up there? Why not? Maybe some over there on the side of his shoulder here. We can grab our first example figure because it's a little bit more like him. So I think we're pretty close there now. We are definitely getting, look at our snow. So I mean, okay, what is it? 6 hours 36 minutes ago, there was no paint on either of these guys, and it was pretty chill. See what I did there, painting these guys, right? It wasn't exactly excruciating. Thank you to the oils, of course. Yes, the oils doing that great work. So many areas that I didn't have to sit there and just try and do layer after layer after layer. A lot of interior stuff here that's got some really fun colors that I mean, we put them there, but it's almost like we didn't really have to paint them there. We just kind of slapped it on there and just again let the oils do all the rest of the work. And like there, I wasn't really a fan of what just happened there. Oh look, I just blended it away, and now I'm much more of a fan of that. So sometimes again, where things maybe didn't work out quite so well, you just either wipe it away or you take your blending brush and you just sort of mitigate it a little bit, tone some of it down. We've got these little scaly friends ready. Do I try and lighten those up? Nah. Let them about where they are right now. Again, this if I keep lightening that up, is just going to make the fur look darker. I'm going to try and go the opposite way. We're going to try and maybe darken some of this down and also strengthen this edge here. So you can see what we're doing. We're not doing any line or anything like that. It is a shape. It is a shape, but look at that. See how it kind of fades there, but it's along that top edge, so it makes that top edge look a little bit sharper. Here, let's get some cut marks in the leather there. Now I might try and go a little lighter. Some of our yellows there. We also need to get some of our green on the other side of that. Where's that? Here it is. So here again, that's trying to indicate that is a piece of armor there. So a little bit of our green reflection now. Let's see if we can get our very light sort of yellowy highlight on there. Right here. Like so. All right, Doji. A Doji also too. Hopefully everybody was okay there with all of the stormy stuff. I still got to send Felonious Monk a message because I haven't heard from him anything yet today. So kind of want to make sure everybody's okay there. So thanks, Doji. You have a good one, and well, I guess we'll see you Monday on Armada Mondays, and we'll either be working on one of the Twilight Kin ships that I have prepped, or I think we'll try and get that new, the new Lizard Man, the new Salamander ships. Maybe the big one. We'll try and get that prepped with all the fun object source lighting on it. That should be very fun. Again, trying to make sure there's a little bit of the yellow down here, just the slightest hint, right? Because the yellow fur next to the much cooler, bluer snow. It's time for the blending brush again, but all we're trying to do is sort of grind some of that lighter color down into the recesses there so that the recesses are a little less dark. Don't want quite that much contrast there. I'm going to try and make that a little more subtle. Again, we've got that purple there on his face. So glad that I threw that on there. Wasn't quite so sure when I was thinking about that, but yeah, I saw it. I said that was definitely good to put there. We'll do the same out here. Definitely down here. We're going to try and manage some of this by just sort of mixing that together. I mean, it's all in the shadow. Look at how much darker we're literally taking some of the dark color now and pulling that out this way. I mean, the miniature is your palette, right? So we're quite literally using it as our palette as we just pull color from one area of the miniature and just drag it to somewhere else. Looks like I need to get a little more light under this here. Just a little smidge under there. Yeah. Okay, where's our lighter color again? And now just to redefine a couple bits of fur there. I wanted to tone down some of the really darks there and the recesses, but now I want to bring back a couple of lights too. So not too shabby, getting both of these guys done there. Now, of course, doing the stream last night, doing the color test figure, that was helpful. If I was doing all three of them at once, they would have just taken a bit longer. That is why episode 2 of every army painting series is always a color test figure. And the next episode, was it probably tomorrow, that's going to go up on the Patreon page, will be the first episode of Series 30. But then we're going to get to our color test figure. That one I'm really excited about because we are talking about some Empire Knights full-on Sky Earth non-metallic metal in oils. I mean, I've done several individual episodes about it, but we haven't, in oils anyway, had a big-time Sky Earth non-metallic metal series quite like that with armored horses and the knights. Everything essentially covered in plate armor. I'm gonna grab some of my white here and still see if I can. On the upper part of his fur here, just hit a couple little lights there. So yeah, they really did a good job, I have to say, with the fur here. I wasn't quite so sure when I just saw the raw print of it, because the smoky black, especially when there was the little support things on there, it just made it look kind of odd. But even once I had the primer on there, it looked very different. And then obviously once the paint is on there, it really, really looks different. Now I was thinking about another round of lighter colors right about here, because we've got that light, right? So let's think about doing that right here. Blending brush again, just to maneuver some of those colors around. Yeah, Dan, those color test things, now sometimes they're a little bit more important than others. The Easterlings wasn't such a big deal because I was essentially just matching the army scheme that I already had. The Lannisters wasn't a huge deal because I was working from the box art there, because we were trying to do basically a tutorial on how to paint the Lannisters as they were in the box art. And, well, even the Army of the Dead, that was still pretty standard fare, right? But some of the more recent things, well, even the Sisters of Battle, I knew what color scheme that was going to be. But some of the other ones, those color test figures have really been quite the journey. The Archvillain stuff certainly was. The Wood Elves from Artisan Guild, that was another one. I sort of had just a general outline in my head, but nothing really set in stone. So those color test figures, think of it this way too, you can get an idea for just how long the army might take. You also can say, you know what, adding that effect is going to take 15, 20, 30 minutes extra per figure. Maybe I'm just not going to do that effect on everybody. Maybe I'll just do that on character figures or bosses or whatever. And then you don't end up part of the way through the project going, holy smokes, I just wish I could fall through a trap door here because I just got too much stuff to do. That is one way of kind of avoiding that little bit of disappointment where you go, man, I am never going to finish this stuff. But you feel like, well, I did it on these 2 or 3 or 5 figures, I got to do it on everybody. If you do the color test first, there have been times where I've said, like, well, I'm going to go ahead and do that effect because I want this for my army, but you may not want to be doing all this extra stuff because look at how much extra time it's added. Because essentially, I mean, again, this was the first one here. We did do some pre-glaze, and no, we didn't. We've basically spent only about an hour and a half longer, maybe, painting these two than this one guy. So again, learning what all the different stuff is, right? We knew what we wanted to do here on these and this over here. Are we going to welcome ourselves some Raiders? We're going to welcome 46 and 2. Hey, man, it's nice to see you again. Another one of our late night compadres. So everyone, please give 46 and 2 a follow. You probably already are if you're up at this time of night. But always make sure, because we know that sometimes Twitch is twitchy, right? Yep. Hey, Mort, how you doing? 46 and 2.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
And thank you so much, McCoy. Mini painting. Hello, little hobbits. I spark my gun. He's like, no, not gonna break the bridge. You're just gonna have to face the hobbit yourself. He's like, dude, man,
Hello,
it's not gonna end
hobbits.
well.
Spark my gun.
And thank you so much, McWeasel. I appreciate that. We welcome in all of our little hobbitses, genuine little hobbitses. Oh, he's like, hey, little hobbit. He's like, what? I'm looking out for a troll. He's like, oh, you mean this troll? Poof. He's like, oh, where's that stupid little hobbit? It's like, I think you're in the wrong story, though, because you don't quite look like the right troll. So thank you so much, 46 and 2. And of course, if you want to post any links to what what you've been working on, Instagram, Discord links, or something like that, feel free to pop those into the chat as always. Yeah, just get rid of some of that. I just want to. That was a little too stark of an edge right there. So what have we been working on here? Last night, painted a 3D print from Archvillain. This is, well, polar bear, right? And then tonight, in the last 6 hours, 49 minutes, we have painted these two. Yes, 6 hours, 49 minutes. There was no paint on these guys. All the non-metallic, all that kind of stuff, all done in under 7 hours here on stream with the oils. McWeasel, we've done all the trolls. I mean, the amazing thing is this is one piece. Zero assembly here, one piece. We did all of the walrus guys too. Again, another one piece, right? Look at this. That is one piece. All these painted on stream. You can go back and check them out. Here, look at this. This is this is our Wally the Walrus here. Scale Ale. It's everybody's favorite brew. The little fish eyes, they're kind of like martinis. Think of them that way, like martinis. Now, here's another one of those trolls. Crazy, really wild. Now again, all of these painted with the oils, all painted up on stream. Working on the Bellicore. So, thanks 46 into it. Everybody, please go check out the Bellicore that 46 and 2 has been working on. So 46 and 2, I don't know, were you trying to get any sort of armies or otherwise projects for ready for Adepticon? Wasn't sure if you were going to be doing that or not. Because I know that there's some folks trying to get some things done for it. Again, we're going to throw a little bit more light on maybe his eyebrows here and possibly on the snow, just in a couple of places right here, just to lighten that up. Some more right down here. Now, and so Instagram to some more stuff from 46 and 2, and thank you, Bitron, for that clip. Always appreciated. Now we can actually get a little bit lighter on his hands here. Let's get the brushes out of the way there. Yeah, we can go a little bit lighter on his hands. These were printed with the Soraya Smoky Black resin on a Sonic MIDI 4K. Now, of course, we love so much cool Archvillain stuff, right? This is was that the Blood Rain, I think it was. That was one of our army painting series. And then, of course, we've got the Motto Riders. We did a fourth one since this picture right here. Of course, the Sons of Sekhmet and the Daughters of Sekhmet. Those are really, really love those. And actually, here's another recent project right here. Another 3D printed miniature. That's from Diwali. It's bigger. Well, I printed it out larger. I think almost 2.5, potentially almost 3 times the size that it would normally be. 47 won't be at Adepticon. Okay, 46 and 2. Now, 46 and 2, it's just the straight up Soraya Smoky Black. Because it's more, well, basically temperature resistant, right? Yeah, it's very reliable, very temperature resistant. Don't have to worry about the usual failures that can happen here where temperatures just dramatically change. Bina, actually, well, yeah, we definitely have been featuring some of the latest chapters of the Book of Wappel here. For sure, contrasts, definitely more than just light and dark, right? We've got the kind of yellowish fur and then the very cool colors in the snow. And we have gotten some intense color. That's why we keep reaching for things like the Indian yellow at times, because that is a really intense color versus some of the other just very faded type things. And of course, metal surfaces reflect their surroundings, right? Metal surfaces reflect their surroundings, and that's what we've been featuring here. Whoops, yeah, there we go. There's our scene again. All right, so down here, that's reflecting the snow. Now I need to get a couple of lights up here on that little bit right there. Okay. Oh, wow, I see we need to get some more of our, here, some of our Terra Rosa over here. Like so. Now 46:2, do you try, I know a lot of people do blends, right? They'll mix something in with their, with one to get more flexibility or more stability out of it or something like that. Now I don't really mix any of the resin. Maybe there comes a time where we start doing that. It's just, it's a trust factor. Now, some of the downsides of the Soraya Smoky Black is that it's tough to remove from the supports. It is not easy. And some folks that have tried it, they said, holy smokes, is it difficult to remove those from the supports. But again, I just needed the consistency of it. The fact that it's not going to, we have no time for failed prints. It's almost even easier to try and maybe sculpt a little something that might have broken off or whatever, getting rid of the supports. So again, doing a little bit of the Terra Rosa with our lighter color mix here. And we'll throw a little bit even lighter here. So we got some of our white mixed with that. Some of our white mixed in with it. And now we'll go over here more towards the yellow. Same over here. We got some of the blue in there. I don't want to interfere with that too much. I think I kind of like that there. Tenacious, that's it. Yeah, I couldn't think of what it was. 46:2. And I'm sure you probably even told me in the past that that's what you like to mix with it, some of the tenacious. And I swear there's a couple other folks to do that same kind of mix there. Now, actually, 46:2, is there anything that you got a hankering to paint? I just noticed on, was it one-page rules that they've got some interesting Necron type stuff. I actually just secured some, I keep wanting to call them Astartes, but some Custodes jet bikes. So that should be fun to paint as well. Make Weasel, use a cheap crock pot. I actually make Weasel, it's kind of funny you should mention that. I always tell folks when they're going to remove the supports with the Soraya Smoky Black, you got to be using some hot water. Because I do that in the washing phase. So when I'm washing them off, I'm using the hot water, soften up those supports. And yeah, that's you gotta use that hot water if you're gonna be removing those the smoky black simple simple supports, right? Some nice toasty hot water. Not so much fun in the summertime. Well, I guess it's a little bit nicer in the wintertime when you're just kind of wanting some warm water maybe on your hands anyways. Yeah, I forget when it was that I sort of noticed. I guess because I was probably cleaning them in the hot water, and I went, wait a minute, these supports break off a little bit easier when they're nice and toasty. So speaking of toasty, we've got that orangey stuff right next to the green there. Very important. Maybe we can get some reflected light on the underside of this. I'm still thinking I want it to be more like a stone, so we won't go too light with that. So we'll drop in some more of our, again, that lighter coat right here a bit. I don't know, maybe a little of the turquoise get into it too. Yeah, just a bit more. I have a bust by Robo Rocket. Oh, and some Beasterium. That's right. I think I think you mentioned the Beasterium stuff last time around. Actually, I think I've seen some of the Robo Rocket, also, well, Rocket Pig Games. I always get those two confused. Rocket Pig Games and Robo Rocket. I can't remember. I think the evil one. That's I got some 40K vehicles. Essentially like a 30K Predator. Let's see. From Gamak. I think that's where I got the. Yeah, that was the other guys were the Chimera, but I think it was Gamak is the Lehman Russ. Although there is another Lehman Russ that's got a lot more variant to it. The Gamak Lehman Russ, it's basically just that one. You can print the one kind. There's no sponson options or anything like that, or turret options. And this other one is essentially like a Lehman Russ that looks a little bit more like maybe a Schmerman tank, something like that. Not quite a Sherman, but sort of like it, but still very much a Lehman Russ with lots of different options. So Rise of Mages steaks sound really, really, really delicious right now. Wouldn't mind having a yummy, delicious steak right now. Because I'm pretty darn hungry, actually. Gonna sneak in a couple of more lights on the underside here. Might even just... Wasn't originally intending to make the claws quite that light, but what the heck. And then there was, I don't remember who it is that makes those Custodes jet bikes, but plenty of other 40K type files. And there was somebody else, well, again, one-page rules with some of those Necrons there. Again, like some smaller vehicles, not like any of the Ark or anything like that, or even especially not a pyramid. Yeah, no, none of those. Nothing quite that crazy big. No monoliths. But basically, it's like their version of the croissants. Which I think I actually have. I have some Necron vehicles here, but no time to assemble those. That's where, again, one piece, no assembly, right? It's what we love about our 3D printing. Well, also the ability to make it whatever size we need, especially those of us that do Lord of the Rings stuff and are trying to match like 10 different scales practically. Yeah, can bring in a little maybe of the green into the fur here. We haven't done that at all yet. I mean, it's closest to the snow, so what the heck, why not? Just throw a little bit on there. Now I'm looking at these guys here. Do I need to go lighter with those, or do we need to bring in some more of the... No, we got pretty decent with the darks there. I think we maybe need to go with a little mid-tones in some areas. What about these? Well, sort of in shadow, so I don't know if I should lighten those up too much. I'm going to cut down those little batches of white there. And again, that 7 hours in, right? Two polar bears. Thank you, oils. Much appreciated, right? Here, let's get some more of our light on the fur up here. Now, I don't know if how many folks have printed out any of the latest release, or has anybody seen any previews of what's coming up next month for Archvillain? Speaking of Archvillain. Actually, Titan Forge and Lost Kingdoms have some neat figures this month. I think I know I printed out some. Think of the Titan Forge, and I haven't printed Lost Kingdom stuff in forever, so I'm trying to actually get some of those printed out as well. Here, oh, maybe I'll let a little bit of the lighter color underneath his nose there. Not sure how much of a highlight I want to have on his nose there. Maybe we'll just do a little bit of this turquoise here. That might have been too much. No big deal. We'll just take our indigo and cut most of that away. And no harm, no foul. Blending brush time. We just throw out a couple of colors into there. Here, in this brush with no paint on it. And all we're going to do is just, there's a whole bunch of separate little brush strokes right here. We're just going to unify that stuff. It's not, again, about mixing paint colors. All we're trying to do is kind of tone down some brush strokes. We got some over here. I can see some over here. We're just going to again unify some of this stuff. Here, there's another one. Same over here. We had some just little dots right there. We're going to turn those more into shapes instead of just little dots. I think we're good here on his hand. Oh, you know what? No, we got to get some more lighter colors down in there. I might just see if I can't sneak this bit of lighter color there onto his hand. Good enough. That's all I needed there. Just somehow that never quite got the lighter color. I think now we're good. I think we're pretty much set there. What about on his feet over there? Don't want to do any outlines or anything like that. That'll look a little artificial. Okay, we got the greens there. You know what? I think I need to shift, or at least add a little touch of yellow over there. Just a smidge of the yellow. Maybe we'll even lighten that up a little here. Yeah. Along this edge, I'm going to get a little bit of reflected light right in there. Yeah. This side too, probably. Yep, that's all just a big old solid dark there. We don't want a solid dark there. We want more going on. You saw I didn't mix a whole bunch of colors over here, right? There's very little mixing that happens here. This is where all the mixing is going to happen. I mean, it makes sense, right? It's oils. We'll let the oils do all the scary stuff. We'll let them do all the mixing for us. Why do we need to do all that work? That's what we got the oils for. I think that's going to be a little bit too late for his tongue. I'm going to grab some more of the Fanchon red there. And then, okay, I think that just about does it there. Yeah, I don't want to go too far overboard on that. Now, Merlin models, that's quite the hammer that he's got there, right? Although some of our trolls, well, I mean here, Ice Hammer, That's kind of combining a couple of genres there, isn't it? And then of course, oh, we got this guy here too. So there's this one. We again, all of these we painted up on stream. We got, oh, look at this. We still got another troll over here. We painted this one up on stream. That one was pretty wild, I have to say. Oh my goodness, those were really, really interesting. Crazy big old hammers and stuff made out of ice. Who knows? As I'm looking at this here, I'm gonna get some of the reds now. Not enough to just have those reflected lights in there. I'm going to try and sneak in a couple of other colors here, like this sort of reddish. If color goes somewhere, must go everywhere. So let's put some of that out here too. Let me get this brush out of the scene. A little bit distracting to have that sitting there in the backdrop. Where we've got our leather here, I might even go a little further with some of this. Again, just almost none of the colors on here are brown. There's like every other color but brown. We did the same thing on his leather, right? There's lots of purples and greens. Same thing over there. Everything except for brown. I know that there's lots of paint colors that are named things like leather brown and that sort of thing, but really, just like with wood, you're going to want to have more of a variety than that. It'll just, especially the larger the stuff is, whether it's a large scale miniature, a bust, whatever. Speaking of busts, well, looking forward to printing out some of the other Archvillain busts. I think we painted the Lilith bust. I think there's one from Tome of Demons. That's right. I've only printed out just one of the Dragon Ogres so far. Got to get more of those printed out. Really like those. All right, here on the Skelly Friends, we're gonna get a little bit lighter there. Actually, Rise of Mages, believe it or not, when I was trying to do Facebook things for my blog posts, I had my blog post was called something about trolls, right? Because it was painting a troll. Well, guess what? Same thing with YouTube. If I've got a video on painting a troll, I don't call it painting a troll because YouTube will squash that video because it just has the word troll in it. So yes, they will squash that video immediately. So if I'm painting a troll, I'll just say painting green skin tone or painting whatever skin tone. Even if it's like those other trolls there, yeah, I won't, I'll call it like painting icy skin tone. I will not call it painting trolls, even ice trolls. Because YouTube is going to take that and go boom to it. Which is very unfortunate. And I'm not talking about public videos either. I'm talking about just unlisted videos for the Patreon page, for crying out loud. You know what? Under here, I'm going to throw maybe a little bit of something lighter there. I don't know. Let's get this green. See, I just slapped that on there. We'll find ourselves a blending brush here of some kind. And we're just going to take this brush and look at that. See how that went from just a big old blob now to suddenly nice little smooth blend in just a few seconds there. That would have been awful hard to reach with acrylics, right? And look at I only got 2 fingers on the brush, nowhere near that metal ferrule. So none of this here, right? None of this death grip on the brush. No, sir, we're not doing that. You will find that you'll be less tired after painting when you're not trying to snap your brush in half. You would be amazed at just how much more relaxed that whole approach is. Brilliant yellow pale, maybe some of the cadmium yellow. I don't know. Let's see what that does. I can see a couple of areas here down in the armor that might need a couple of lights there. Same over here. That there's a lot of depth to this, a lot of layers. It's like an onion. There's lots of layers. This still have not gotten it. I'm guessing it's almost sort of like a tree type of a thing or whatever. This shape was not easy to do on the other ones. Hasn't gotten any easier on this one. I think going in there with the darker colors though to set a couple edges was helpful. Now, just saw that. Now let's get some of our back over to the Terra Rosa. Throw some of that there, and now we'll get our little bit of a light on that. Let's thin this down a bit more. Boom, there we go. Maybe throw a little bit of that there too. It's again a reflected light, can't hurt too much of it. Maybe it's too much, but I think we could use just a little bit of it there. So that awful plain right there. It's in shadow though, so I can't mess around with it too much. I will get some more of a dark color on there. And I might just do this. Yeah, let's go really bonkers here. We'll use Egyptian violet. A little bit of this black spinel. We're going to try to do some of the same stuff like we did up along here. We're going to do that right here on this part. So again, we're going to tighten up that edge. Darken it down in just a couple of places so it goes light, then dark, back to light again. This is another thing I wanted to do. There was an edge right there. I got a little bit soft, made that stronger. And then I think on this we could also right there use a few little highlights on that. Back to the white here. We'll just now sometimes, especially with stuff like the white, the brilliant yellow pale, I'll just put that color out on the palette here, just direct from the tube, and then I'll just throw some thinner on there and just let it sit there, and it just sort of breaks down the paint for me. Now there's Armored Wolf. So Armored Wolf, I hope that the class went really, really, really well. And again, everybody, make sure to head on over to Armored Wolf Etsy page, because these are now, they are available, I believe, on the page. So Replica Nature, the finest in grass and flower tufts. It's just sort of a sample pack right here. And we've used all of these. Seriously, used them all. And there is a video up on the YouTube channel now where we took those fantastic Kurzlook elves and we used the tufts and stuff on there. Really fantastic. Love those things. So again, go check out Armored Wolf. Go and get those. And of course, well, the coming soon as well, the crushed glass. Oh, we actually, look at this. Look at this, huh? Looky there, isn't that sweet? And this is really cool because instead of pouring it, yes, I can't wait to do the first video with that, where I'm not just pouring it, and all of a sudden I go, well, that's a little more than I wanted. That'll make about 20 feet worth of snow. So yeah, that ingenious idea there by Armored Wolf to put that little scoop in there. So again, everybody, please go check out Armored Wolf and get yourself those tufts. Get lots of them. The glue on those is really fabulous. Not only does it actually hold, so you don't need to use super glue, but it is a very flexible glue, which means you can put those on some very rough terrain. I mean, how many times does your base especially when you want to put tufts on it, is it going to be some very flat, pristine, like a marble floor? Usually not so much. So again, think about that. Let's get some more of our light colors there. So I'm grabbing some food. Here, let's do some, get some more of our light here. So this is our second bear of the evening. So this was our first one here. Again, 7 hours, 19 minutes. 2 bears, not too shabby. We might go also come back to the first one and see what other little things we might, little tidbits we might want to do on him. All right, that's a bit better. Do I want to get, yes, I'm going to get a little bit light right along the edge of those couple of ice shards there. Same thing there. But pretty good on his feet here. There might be a couple of areas where I take the blending brush. That's a little too dark here. Especially in the kind of the shadows of it. So we'll try and make sure some of our lighter color gets down into those shadow areas. This, probably just go back with some darks there to sharpen up some edges. Sometimes now your supports or whatever, that can maybe create an area that's a little fuzzy. So we'll have to paint in a little bit of sharpness there. So it's going to be right along this edge here. Poof, there we go. That's better. A couple of floaters on the Saturn vat. Has put some serious dents in the, oh, geez, Dano, holy smokes. Dano, how the heck, how many prints have you done with that to have to already be doing, I guess, well, and of course the screen protector never showed up, which is not helpful at all. Yeah, oh, Dano, that's another thing I can really see with the large format printers, because with mine, I can pretty much just take the little plastic spatula thing and kind of push around and say, okay, is anything left behind here? Especially if there's no visible failure things, right? Because you can't always see things that maybe have failed. But geez, I mean, do you just empty out the vat every single time? Holy smokes, that's crazy. That's nuts there. So sorry about that, Dano. You've had enough crazy things going on this week, especially this well, weekend sort of, to not have to deal with that too. So now I finally feel like we've got that sort of stabilized there. I'll throw a couple of more darks underneath this, and get, what were we trying to match? Trying to match this one. This is yesterday, so again, you go back and check out that session with our bear. Overcautious, but probably some leftovers from the humanoid sculpt. That's right. There were a couple of things that went boom there as that was printing. That's for sure. And well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of painful moments with the Mono X there. There's going to be a lot of hard lessons learned. And for sure, we'll just immediately put that screen protector on there. I don't know, maybe it's not going to be as much of a defense as I think it will be, but I guess it can't hurt. I'm just looking at this here. No, I'll just use literally taking the paint that's on the brush. So almost like transferring the paint from one area to another. And again, all of this is all oil paints. It's all very much wet into wet. Now, I have learned that you don't necessarily have to just do the entire thing wet into wet. Actually, there are some advantages where you let the oils dry and you come back. You can still do an amazing amount of blending. Now, you're not going to blend one color with another, but you can certainly take that color and just blend it over another. And that was something I was surprised. I didn't think that was going to be the case when I first started using the oils years ago. And again, I've been using the oils, well, on miniatures for over 5 years now. Been using the oils on regular paintings for over 40. Well, right around 40-ish or so. So we've used the oils plenty of times, but on miniatures, now about 5 years worth, and it's really come a long way. We've found a bunch of really fun new materials to use. And different paint brands. Typically, the less costly will be the Gamblin and Winsor Newton paints. They're really solid. The Williamsburg, that's sort of that's the big kind of linchpin brand there. They're more expensive, but there's a lot of fantastic colors within that brand. I guess they're not kidding when they say they're handmade or hand mixed or hand ground, whatever. The quality really does show, I have to say. More of our mixing over here. See, a whole bunch of really dark areas there. We don't need that in his fur. But doing this with the acrylics is really tough because you basically just have to take more paint and shove it down in there. Also, too, any kind of a glazy thing with acrylics not going to get down there because it's the oils that have the capillary action. I don't care, contrast paints and all that kind of stuff. In comparison to the oils, really not so much with the capillary action. Bill Noir, how you doing? And well, I'm glad that you were able to get your first object source light mini painted there with the oils. Now, of course, we always really emphasize doing things like these sort of color charts here, right? Because you really get to learn, okay, what's a staining color, what is not, what is maybe more very opaque, what is going to be a bit maybe more shiny, translucent, whatever. So not a bad idea to do those. And of course, less is more with the paint, and more is always way too much. And of course, not so much with the liquid. You definitely don't want to go overboard with putting a lot of thinner in there. I mean, here you go. Look, this is it's a water bottle cap. That's sometimes almost 2 days worth of thinner right there. So no big giant container of thinner. I know with the acrylics, typically you're using a lot of liquid just to get that paint to flow, right? Not have the paint dry on the brush. But we don't have to worry about that with the oils, of course. So those are just a couple little quickie things that can be just a bit of a learning curve when it comes to the oils. As I had a couple of darks on either side of that. Now that looks more like an edge. That was looking awful soft and smushy there. So Bio Noir, if you wanted to post a link to the thing that you are painting there, and of course, if you want to post it into the Discord group that Grimm started, so that people can kind of converse about the oils. Well, I'm sure that you came up with something that looks really great, and I'm glad that you're happy with that result. But the paint consistency stuff, yeah, you'll you'll discover things along the way. I know I still keep learning some things, like the brown matter and the purple matter. I just didn't realize that those were colors that were going to dry very flat and quicker than an average color. The radiance, I didn't realize that those were, in addition to some of just the color things that they provide, that they're really, really flat and matte, and they make other stuff also dry more matte when you use them. So that was just stuff I had to learn. The Indian yellow, oh my gosh, still learning stuff about the Indian yellow. The different things that that can do. So it'll be kind of a constant journey there of making those discoveries. But definitely, now was it more of a fiery object source lighting, or was it more of was it a cooler blue object source lighting? Again, doing as much of our as our edges here as we dare. Maybe putting a couple little cuts in there too. Yeah, we'll get that now. What I'm also going to do now is let's get back to this guy here. We'll put him aside, and let's bring out this guy again and see if there's maybe some of our areas here that we would like to get lighter. Now that I'm working on that other one, maybe we get some ideas again for this guy. It's weird seeing him again. And looked at him. See even right here. That's something that could be tightened up a bit right there. Just last time I saw him, didn't notice that. Again, look at, oh, this is another thing too. Again, look at where my hand is. It is way closer to the end of the brush than the front of the brush. Ah, the classic fiery one. Now, was it like a fire source on the, oh, here we go. Something more like this? Or was it the light that they had in their hands? So this is one that we did on Thursday. Yeah, we did this on Thursday here. And that one was from Clay Cyanide. These guys here, these are from Archvillain. Oh, you know what? There's actually some stuff I forgot. There's little stuff that's carved into. Yes, there are. There's some little patterns carved into this piece. Try and do a little bit of that. Might try to lighten up some parts of this a little more. Oh yeah, his finger probably should be lighter there too. Then I guess maybe the back of his hand. I know I had debated about maybe lightening up the back of his hand a little more and his elbow here. And then these guys here, I wanted to get some more of the yellowy orange color on those. So, cadmium scarlet, Indian yellow, blam, there we go. That's something that was missing here. I'll try to throw a little bit of that down here. But it looks like we have a bunch of lights and middle tones there. I am going to try and get some darks in there. Some of the brown matters, some of our Van Dyke brown. Sharpen some of these edges here. This way. Yeah, we did get the darker color on the drum head there. I don't think we have to darken that down too much more. This thing was a little bit of a bugger. We're going to see if we can get some darks around that. The fire was so off camera. And well, this sort of off camera lighting, right? Where's our troll, right? Coming from down from below there. I'm sure that it looks fabulous there again. If you wanted to throw a link into the chat so other folks could see it, and again, I don't have the link to Grimm's Discord thing, but unless you've already posted images there, I haven't had a chance to look at that at all today. It's been quite a busy, crazy day for sure. And let's just throw it a little bit more of the dark up there.
Little hobbits, spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Odd Guardian. I appreciate that. And it's like, nope. Wait, where's the guy with the hammer, man? He's supposed to break that bridge. And he's like, no, not Helm Hammer Hand. Just because I got white hair and I got a horn. It's like, I don't know, you still look like him. Ooh, there goes Gandalf getting out of there real fast. Okay, Bill and and again, everyone, please check out Armored Wolf's Etsy there for those fantastic tufts. You'll be very, very, very glad you did. They just work so well. They look fantastic. They're rugged also. There's some tufts that just kind of, well, fall apart very easily. Or the variety that are just like a giant mat. Let me see if we can find one of those. Yeah, like this, where it's pretty much just a giant mat of them. I mean, that's not terrible, but the grass is all the same length. Whereas with the Armored Wolf, obviously much more artistically done, to say the least. Much more artistically done. And there's the Armored Wolf has popped in the link there to the Discord. Again, it's a place where you can sort of talk about the oils and ask questions. Even if it's like, hey, where can I get this brand of whatever? Now, I live here, don't see it in my regular store. Where can I get this? So that is also some helpful advice that people like to give. Because the Linseed Brotherhood is worldwide. Actually, Bina was just very helpful last night, the night before, telling folks where they can get some of the products in Europe. And I really appreciate when folks do that, because again, I can try and remember when folks tell me, but it's really hard for me to research that. So much better when folks on site can let other folks know where maybe they can get something. Let's see if I can't lighten up this edge right along here. And there too. Let's hit this. What about the top edge of this? Yeah, here too. Top of that. Okay, that works a little bit better. Yeah, Dano. And thanks again. Yeah, let's do some more of our light right down here. I'll let a little bit more of the yellow work its way onto his fur. Why not? So again, this is one that I set aside, maybe 3 hours ago-ish, 2 hours, 45 minutes ago. We worked on the other guy. Now, what's the advantage? Well, advantage is that now some of this paint's been on here for a couple hours, and it's done something that we call, it's more set. So what does that mean? Basically means that now it's going to be easier to get subsequent applications of paint on there. And it just really going to stick so much easier. So that's why we always say, don't be hasty, little hobbits. And sometimes to keep yourself from being too hasty, it's best to have either multiple figures to work on, just to, instead of kind of hammering away at the same area on the same miniature for too long, piling up too much paint. Of course, if you do get too much paint piled up on there, you just take a makeup sponge, you can wipe that off. Heck, you could just take a blending brush and almost sort of peel away a little bit of the paint as well. All right, that's doing better. Toes there, we'll try and lighten the ends of those, and I don't know, let's see what I can do on the snow here. Now this might just have to be thinner. And I'm going to thin that down because sometimes that's just how it works sometimes. Well, did we just say it right? The thinner paint sticks to the thicker paint. Well, there, we just, I think, had to thin it down, and sure enough, yeah, it covers a little bit easier now that it is thinner. And maybe on the icicles here, again, we're going to be throwing some of the heavy gloss gel like we did on the ice, that Ice Troll King. And I do believe we've got a video up on the YouTube channel, and the icicle effects that you see on, where did he go? There he is. So on this guy here, the icicles that are hanging off of him, that is, we've got a YouTube video up there. Just James Wappel on YouTube. I mean, the Patreon page is where we do a lot of really in-depth stuff, but I also try to have some regular YouTube videos as well that are just public access. I don't know how much lighter we want to go there. What the heck, maybe a little lighter. Again, some reflected light there. But there's a lot of layers of straps and everything else here right around his waist. Just looking right there. So you notice that that lighter edge is only in this one section. It doesn't go all the way back into the shadows, does it? We don't want it all the way back in the shadows. This is the closest to us. That's what makes it look round. It's sort of a 2D art thing that we just applied to a 3D surface. I just snuck in a little bit of a texture in there. I noticed that as I was looking at this, I said, yeah, I should probably get that little bit of texture in there. Some light there on his arm. What about the top of his head? Ah, yep. Who knows? Maybe there was a raid or something like that as I was painting the top of his head. But I just look at that and go, yeah, we can get, we can make that a little bit lighter. Oh yes, definitely can. But easier for the paint to stick there. Much easier for that paint to stick there now that it's had a few hours for the paint to essentially just kind of rest a little bit. Think of it like bread in the proving drawer. You wouldn't just take the bread, mix your dough and then just chuck it in the oven right away, right? You let it sort of rise or whatever. The oil's not a bad idea to do the same thing. I mean, it's not necessary, but can be very helpful. Now, if you check out was it a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, when we did all of the dwarves, I think we painted 9 of those in about 10 hours, 15 minutes, 10 and a half hours, something like that. I think we painted 15 of the goblins in that Moria color scheme in about 15 hours or so. That just being able to go from one to the next and maybe say, okay, we're going to let these guys alone. We're going to work on these other guys here. Let that paint have a chance to set. And continuing here with our extra bits of light. Not so much on that. That's not metal. Let's darken, or no, sorry, we'll lighten this up. On the shoulder there, again, the way the fur is sculpted, you can see, see how that the texture follows. It follows the sculpt, or follows the direction of his arm instead of just like, okay, there's just some random waves on there. That's typically how fur is sculpted. This a nice little bit more of an elevated way of sculpting that. Now, there's nothing easy about digital sculpting, that's for sure. I do hope at some point in the future, maybe by this time next year, to at least be able to do some rudimentary stuff. It will be very rudimentary. It's going to be nothing super polished, that's for sure. You know what, I will try and get a little bit of a reflected light down here. I mean, it's practically pointed down at the snow. And maybe a little painted in texture there too. There we go. I know there's another thing too. I need to get sort of an edge on there's sort of like leather straps on top of leather straps there. I'm going to get rid of some of the excess there, and then we'll come back here, paint that. So what I was just saying, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago about if you feel like you got too much paint on the brush, just go paint somewhere else with it and then come back to the area where you feel like you needed less paint. I mean, we're working on the whole figure all at once, so there's places where you can throw some of that. So Rise of Mages prefers the ZBrush to the Blender. I would imagine we're going to have to, ultimately ZBrush will have to be the thing. Just gonna maybe dark it or lighten his lower lip there. If polar bears have lips. I don't know, do polar bears have lips? As we lighten this up too. And what about his back? I think we're pretty good there. You can see some of that bluish color that just found its way in there. It's a hint of it, that's all it is. These guys back here, let's gotta do something with those too. All right, that's better. And do I want to throw any darks in it? Nah, we won't do that. Won't do that. Let's see. So the ZBrush doesn't need a super graphics card. Well, that's also good to know. And right there is, there's basically the free version of ZBrush, and then once you kind of get to know what you're doing a little bit, you kind of go ahead and get the paid version. I believe that's, I think that's what you can do with ZBrush. All right, so I'll try and check that out. Well, either after the stream here or tomorrow, hopefully. Again, it was sort of a up-tempo kind of a day today. It was a little crazy here. I think we're good. I don't think I want to go any lighter on the base itself, but there's a couple little doodads right here that I think I would love to get some lights on right here. So $50 a month. Every upgrade after is free, but for about 10 years. And we'll lighten this up a smidge here. A little bit more. I was tempted to put a light edge on that. I don't want to do that. Again, the lighter that is, the darker my fur gets. Don't want to darken down that fur anymore. And we talk about the primer all the time. That's the reason why we don't use the white primer or the black primer, because everything next to white primer is going to look really dark, and then just the opposite with the black. So you paint your one little section of it like I see people do, and then you go, well, wait a minute, now that I'm painting other stuff and it's not next to that black primer, everything does not look terribly light anymore. So again, still with our lighter color here. Just looking for a few little extra details. Really just pop something out here. All right, and then we stop fooling around with him. We go back to this guy. Go back to this guy here, and we'll just get a couple of more light edges along, well, whatever this is, and then maybe some more on his fur back here. Also on his back. Let's lighten that up a little too. Let's see. Oh, that is one of the weirder keyboard things. That is one of the weirder it's like there's the usual kind of things that'll happen with the autocorrect things on the phone. That is one of the more unique ones there. So I think now that we are about almost 8 hours into this, I think I know that Joy of Painting Minis, I think he has started his session there. We've been able to have a lot of fun painting these two walrus guys here. Now, I do want to thank everybody for all the bitses and cheers and subs. That is much appreciated. So thank you so much for that. And of course, everybody keeping me company here. The folks that have been here all 8 hours of it. Thank you so much. Now, I do believe what we're going to try and do is get this thing prepped up here. We'll try and paint this for our Armada Mondays. Well, let's get this side of it here. So this is the new Salamander ships right here. So we'll be doing some object source lighting with that for sure. And of course, here we can show you some of the other. This is just a tiny sampling of the Armada stuff that we've done. So object source lighting there, non-metallic metal, all that kind of good stuff. Yes, we've done lots of these ships already. Hey, surface tension. Sorry about that. We've after 8 hours here, we are definitely going to try and snag some food and hopefully warm up because, well, it'll be an interesting story for Armored Wolf because he will really be intrigued by this. Okay, so we're gonna, I think, head over again to Joy of Painting Minis. No, actually, he's not painting minis. Never mind. Actually, does anybody know who's painting right now? Oh, thanks, Rooster Rhythm. So yeah, if anybody knows somebody who's actually painting miniatures, we got folks that are playing games right now. So if anybody has a suggestion, we'll try and type them in and find them. Otherwise, yeah, I was like, wait a minute, why are they not painting? Oh, Dirk Danigan, thanks again for hanging out. And of course, we have to fire in a few more puns, right? A couple of more berry puns because they're so unbearable. They are very unbearable. So yeah, I looked both Wombat Combat and Joy of Painting minis aren't actually painting right now. I was kind of surprised that both of them were not. So we'll just we'll see if anybody can find somebody. Now, Rise of Mages, I would love to do one of those. I'd love to do one of those, but we've got we'll be changing this area over for filming.
Spark my ganja.
Oh, geez, Rooster Rhythm, thank you so much. Oh, here, let's there's again a welcome in a Hobbit, and also we'll compare our white horse to our white polar bear, which again, no white. All right, look at that. There's lavenders, blues, greens, tans, all kinds of fun stuff there. So again, I don't know of anybody, nobody else that I follow is apparently currently painting miniatures. Hey, Raven Cat. We'll raid Raven Cat. There we go. That'll be a big surprise for Raven Cat. Raven Cat's like, wait, what do you mean? I think we did that to, oh, it was Pascal. That's right, because, yeah, Pascal, I thought he was actually streaming at the time, but no, he was just in the chat. Yeah, that was interesting. So I'm gonna try this again. We'll see if they're, well, yeah, we'll just again, I wish there was somebody who was painting. If anybody knows of anybody painting miniatures, you can just let me know there. Let's see, Invader Salves, Gunplow, or Gaming Blacksmith. Let's see. Thanks, McWeasel. Let me see here if I can Gaming Blacksmith. Let me see if I can type that in here again. Can't do anything about the here, Gaming Smith. Let's see if that does something. Okay, there we go. All right, so yeah, definitely must be painting something. Must be painting something. So Bellenard, thank you so much. Oh, thanks, McWeasel. Yeah, I figured we'll just we'll head that way because at least you get to see some stuff there. So again, this is less than 8 hours, 2 miniatures, start to finish. And here's our 3 bears. Look at this. So 3 bears, all done with the oils. Again, these are from Archvillain. So here we'll get our raid countdown underway, and we'll head over that way. So I really do appreciate everything. And again, sorry that the Twitch is always being so twitchy lately. I wish it wasn't, but it kind of is. So we'll catch you on our next stream on Monday. So thanks again, everybody.